and you start winning tournaments, those heroes get nerfed. So if VP dominates for 6 months, they're going to pick the heroes that their players are good at, that they like playing. And it's over time going to mean nerfs to those best heroes if they line up with what's good in the meta. So if VP wins for 6 months dominantly leading up to TI, all their heroes get nerfed slowly. And then when TI rolls in, if they're not ready to shift, if suddenly, which is really hard to do unless you're really good at theory crafting and really good at understanding like what's the next new thing, they're going to fall flat. That's maybe one reason.
We picked out a couple of players, Roger and Zai, as the two main players to talk about before this game starts off. So just some thoughts from you both, really. We'll start with Roger.
Okay, comparing the offlane to the support. All right. I think Roger's fantastic. They're both extremely high skilled right now. I would say they're semi-comparable in terms of not making mistakes and always being in the right place at the right time. Roger definitely gets by on a little bit less farm than Zai does, but Zai's numbers aren't that huge either net worth-wise. He definitely has always been quite a bit of a playmaking offlane, not so much a hard carry. So they definitely are a bit unique in their roles, both sides.
And Will, are you a fan of the Zai offlane, or would you prefer him to be a more Roger-like 4?
I think Zai is one of the most cerebral players in Dota. He's just such an intelligent guy. He doesn't feel like he has to play that much, and I know he doesn't enjoy playing pubs like some of these guys do, but what he's really good at is he's really good at being a good teammate, learning how to fit within the confines of his team. Some certain teams he's going to have to farm a little bit more, some certain teams he's going to have to play make a little bit more. I think on the Secret roster, Yapzor takes more farm priority than he does. Like, I'm seeing Yapzor hit like 8-minute Yule's timing on Rubik. I think that makes it so that Zai has to sometimes just play. I'm a Phoenix, and I'm essentially going to be the 4 position here. And Puppy's playing some Legion Commander. Like, I am probably not going to get a lot of farm, and he's okay with that because you have to learn how to adjust in Dota. Just because your role says offlane doesn't necessarily mean you're always going to get those heroes.
Is he, in many ways, Kevin, is he the perfect kind of person, attitude, professionalism, what have you, to fit into a Puppy team?
I don't know if I'd say necessarily a Puppy team, but it definitely seems like he's extremely stable, whether in social media or whatever else. He definitely seems very controlled. I don't think we've ever seen an emotional outburst from him in his entire career, which is ridiculous considering the age that he joined the scene. When he was still 16. So definitely a very mature player and something that's going to help in any kind of team environment.
And we also made the remark earlier on when we were talking about Roger made such an impact to that Virtus.Pro team when he came in, and I think they won the first 2 big majors after he came in. I think that's right, isn't it? Katowice and one after that. Just continues to be high level for them.
I mean, the individual skill of Roger is not to be doubted. I think that this guy, for a large portion of the year, alongside maybe GH and DJ, was a top 3-4 position player. He's very stable. He's so incredibly stable. He plays a large plethora of heroes, and he adapts very well to his team's playstyle because he's just an aggressive guy, and sometimes when he has to go play the farming game, he's willing to do that too. I think the only issue with them is, again, the results. You got this all-star player who they felt was a huge improvement over Lil in both attitude and play. Didn't matter. So this time around, I think they'll experiment a bit more at some tournaments, not going in with the goal of, we have to win this. I think it's more, what can we gain from this?
What can we learn? Slightly different approach to drafting as well. They've got Arzik, who is the new coach, of course, at Virtus.Pro. That is the one change they made since TI8. And Ramses is now coaching, drafting alongside his coach in that team. Whereas obviously the traditional pairing of somebody and Puppy over at Team Secret, although it does feel like there's a more communal approach to this for Secret. It's not quite so, you know, go away, go over there, we don't want anything to do with you, we'll pick what you're playing. ROTK style. It's still communal. He's still chatting to people. He's still getting their thoughts. I
mean, if those are the people that you're working with in terms of practicing draft ideas and things like that, and we've already stipulated that making sure that your drafts are unique and can stay within a good realm, I think always having more voices is going to help, at least as long as you don't let it get out of hand. If you still keep the general right picture of what your draft should be, then it can be okay.
Yeah. How'd you guard against that, Will? You've played in a few teams with some big personnel. I'm sure you've had moments where you've just gone and, look, please, just everyone shut up. I need to think here. Because everyone's got their own opinion, right? We all think we know what's best coming next.
Part of the problem is that a lot of players will just see individual heroes, and they'll say, like, this hero is good right here. But if everybody thinks like that, when you end up with a lineup with no synergy, that doesn't really do anything. So it's important. That's how you get some lineups that can't either push waves, can't hit towers, because everyone's just saying, I think my hero should be this. As a captain, you're like, okay. And all of a sudden, you look at your lineup and you're like, what did I just do? And so what's important is that you keep this overall flow of the game. You have these certain elements that you need. You say to yourself, like Bubba used to say, you need 3 things. You need the ability to team fight, win a team fight. start a team fight, you need the ability to hit towers, and you need the ability to push waves. If you have those 3 things, you can fill in the rest of the spectrum, and it makes it easier to work around. And I think that's your job as the captain, to make sure that people can suggest stuff, but it still hits one of those 3 things.
Still got to fit into what we're trying to do.
Yeah, exactly. And if you didn't, well, that's where things get really complicated.
Yeah, and there's an element always of emotional attachment to heroes. People find that they're playing a particular hero well for a period of time, always tend to gravitate closer to that, I guess, even if it doesn't fit into the meta or the actual draft sometimes. Talking of which, we've got the Legion Commander back. Now, it's hard to believe that we're going to see it as a 5 again, but why not? It worked okay the first time round. I know Pappy was a little facetious in the interview afterwards. I think he was playing with Jake a little bit afterwards just for fun, and saying, no, Legion Commander's it's a thing now, but actually, it genuinely could be, Kevin.
Yeah, it's he scales okay. If you think about trading, Legion's actually one of the better off lanes in terms of trading hits. She has kind of low HP, low armor, but her HP's high, and with Moment of Courage, her passive, then she gets free hits. So it can basically be a solution to Phoenix. You can dispel the Fire Spirit's attack speed slow, and sometimes you're going to get an extra hit back, gaining lifesteal. So from there, and also pushing waves and nuking, to also guaranteeing disables, like being able to duel somebody for 4 seconds where they can't react as long as you cast duel first is incredible, because that means that all of the heroes that do deal damage, the rest of your team, doesn't matter if you have any other disables, it's like duel plus damage, you have a kill every time. So he can farm a blink, he can cover his allies until then, and he can also lane well. So it's got some good stuff going for it.
He didn't go blink last time though, right?
I actually didn't watch the game.
He went some weird build. He went tanky, but I can't quite remember. Oh, that's an Enigma. I think this hero's so good right now.
It's early though, isn't it?
It is, but you have to pick it early. Everyone's banning it out in the second phase, so you have to put that risk in mind. And plus, you can, if you draft it, if you have the second pick, what you do is you draft it second, and then you immediately get the ban. So then you just ban out the silencer. So the first 2 can't really ban you out.
We've seen the answer to this for Team Secret. They like running the Rubik for Yapsol. I don't know necessarily whether Virtus.Pro will let that through, will they?
I'd imagine you ban that out as your second.
Yeah, some teams are banning second phase against Rubik. And they weren't picking it every time, but definitely a lot. Against Enigma, I think Legion's still pretty good, though. If he doesn't have a Lincoln Sphere and you can duel him, it'd be fantastic.
There you go.
And also, just nuking in lane versus the Eidolons, or the Eidolons attacking you at all, means more of your Moment of Courage procs, so it should be pretty okay as zoning him. And you're going to be way faster as a hero, too. Legion's actually pretty speedy, so you can chase down Enigma and score kills sometimes.
I think the Rubik, though, for this team makes a lot of sense. It fills in a lot of holes. It pushes the wave, it gives Yapsor a team fighter.
Did get banned, though.
Yeah.
Yep. Does put the Enigma under a little bit of a as tight a leash, should we say.
Yeah. So now for Secret, it's what do you really do to deal with that? So they ban the Storm, which I think is a very good ban against the 2 heroes that they currently have. Storm is one of the better ways to deal with Weaver, too.
In what ways do you think it's good against Legion? Because I guess my initial thought was dueling him is great, right? Because he's locked down, but is it because you can just super kite, or...
You can kite, and more than anything, if it's a support Legion, he doesn't really represent a threat on the map.
Okay. Unless there's like him plus another hero there.
Yeah, because the blink comes really late, and by that time you can usually farm up Lincolns pretty quickly. And then if you're a support Legion, it's really hard to go blink into Halberd, right? You just don't really have that much farm priority.
Maybe Force could work, but
even then,
yeah,
you're a 5-position Legion. Like, you're never gonna. It was hard for Puppy to find farm in that game to begin with. What he did was he just roamed with the team and would press the attack people.
VP looking pretty confident.
Yeah, and I really like playing Storm against Weaver, so. Because even if you get Lincolns, if you have Orchid, you kill him. If you land on top of him, get the pull off, and time it perfectly, it's really hard for Weavers to instantly respond, especially if you carry Dust with you.
And there's almost nothing Weaver can do in response to.
Yeah. You don't really have kill potential on him. So it's one of those, like, 2 different ways that it works out for you. There's heavy teamfight, though, on the side of VP. And you sort of have to address that if you're Secret. So there's 2 ways to do that right now. It's either A, you go more into the laning phase and try to dodge because it's not a ton of catch. Like, I don't think of Enigma or Phoenix as catch heroes, because Enigma's Black Hole is such a long cooldown that the threat of it is more about a late game situation than it is in the mid game. Like, if he holes you, then you have like a 2.5 minute window where he doesn't really represent a threat to you.
What were we talking about earlier with Puppy's build?
Item build.
Yeah, he went Quelling.
Wow.
And then
very
Lotus.
expensive item.
He went Lotus.
Yeah, he had a 14-minute Quelling Blade and a 29-minute Lotus Orb.
He was against what's that hero? Nature's Prophet, right?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a Pugnat. Phoenix Invoker.
So they took Kunkka, and in response they take Bane. I really like Kunkka as a response to Enigma and Phoenix. I think the boat buff is very good against it. So if you're trying to get executes off, you just throw the boat into the middle, even if he's got BKB going. You'll save your teammates for that extra time second, and it might allow people to get BKBs off and stuff.
And a fresh Coddle pick here. A little interesting.
Yeah, and I think the vision game is also very important against the Enigma. Plus, you just picked up 2 laners, so that's the way that you're going to deal with that.
So now it's basically harder to get your black holes off or your egg setups because they're going to be able to see you first, possibly get duels.
And Coddle, I think, is one of the better ways to deal with Enigma's Eidolons as a support. Because what's happening nowadays, like, I just played a pub, if you saw. I was lying against Enigma. What am I supposed to do there?
Especially if he doubles his Eidolons, there's nothing you can do to zone him, right? I mean, they can do some things with Legion because of overwhelming odds, but yeah, this gives them more options. Can counteract some of the split pushing. In some ways, they could split push much better than their opponents can right now.
Yeah,
between Enigma and Phoenix and Bane.
So far, though, it's not super easy for them to break the black hole. So I feel like they should prioritize on trying to win the laning phase and snowball.
I feel like their heroes are so mobile though, and they can approach from so many different angles because they have vision advantage that all they need to do is spread their opponents out a little bit and then just pick them off one by one, or mana drain them and then force a fight or something like that could work.
So they picked Drow.
Okay, so now VP has a really good-looking Drow lineup. It just didn't look like it from the start.
Yeah, it was well hidden in that regard.
Very well hidden, wasn't it? We barely talked about it. Hasn't got out of the first phase bans very often. Definitely hasn't got out of phase 2 bans very often.
That's definitely very good against Weaver at many stages of the game because you can silence him with Ren's ability usage. There's not that much crazy upfront damage. I mean, things like Kunkka can be good at guaranteeing draw kills, but it's more like a rotation sort of thing.
I think they need some sort of frontliner mid, though.
I feel like it's kind of bad to be a Coddle here, too. Like, Drow can... If he's not careful, he could get killed on laning stage, too.
They've only played 3 Coddles in the last 12 months. Last one was 5 months ago at MDL. They won that match against Infamous. Before that, it was a captain's draft where they beat Vici.
So they banned Invoker. Huh. Trying to think what would be good here.
Yeah, Invoker would have made the gank threat on the map so much higher. With just like Bane alone, you could like solo kill Weaver for a long period in the game. So basically they're probably doing support Legion, but they're not hard committed to it. It'll be Coddle support. It's probably mid Kunkka, and they can put Weaver either off lane or safe lane with either player. Man, it's so hard to even know where they'll place these.
Yeah.
All depends on lane. I mean, is Weaver okay against Drown lane? I would assume so. I would assume it's pretty good.
There is no Mirana ban right now, is there?
Yeah, I think Mirana's pretty good here. It's kind of annoying to play against Kunkka.
On VP side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great with Bane.
I could see Mirana or I could see Lina. I like both those options at the moment.
Yeah, I like that. The only big negative is that they don't have good run at you heroes. Like the Secret's just going to run at them the whole time.
Well, if you take a hero like Mirana or Lina, you can match heroes. Like, it's easy to match the pace for everybody else. So they abandoned out the Brew, which I think is one of the best ways to deal with Drow strats as a whole. And it also makes it really hard for Enigma to play because you can just run the Spear Panda, the Storm one, and just try to find the Enigma.
Why would you say it's good against Drow strats? Brew?
Because you just kind of run at the Drow, and frontliners that can blink, get on top of you, pop the ult. It's hard for Drow to play.
Yeah, and you can't really kill the spirits or the Brewlings.
They don't have easy ways to deal with the Brewlings at all, with the heroes that they have. So I think VP, I'm still okay with Lina or Mirana. I think Invoker would have been a very good response, but...
Isn't there some pick on Secret side that could...
Oh,
okay.
Oh, they take Huskar. That's interesting.
That looks pretty nasty. I mean, it's going to be able to outlane the Kunkka.
Ooh. Did you see that coming?
No.
Yeah, I didn't either. I think VP's draft was really well hidden. Like the Drow pick 3rd or 4th. I don't think anybody saw that coming.
Yeah, very good disguises from Virtus.Pro.
Yeah. And the Huskar is excellent against Kunkka mid. it's just annoying to play. You can't really step forward as a melee hero.
There's a wry smile on Puppy's face as he kind of comes to realise that not only does he have to deal with a Drow now, he has to deal with a Huskar as well.
It's good against Coddle as well. Like I played that recently.
And they'll go Clinks.
Okay, so now they have to switch up their lanes a little bit to try to make this work.
So Clinks' strafe makes him dodge all ranged attacks. So in the right moments, he can easily kill his opponents.
So they'll put Clinks mid, Kunkka safe lane, Weaver off lane to deal with this.
Almost the full pentagram.
Oh man,
almost. 4 lines missing to get the full lane. There are 10 lines on the pentagram, but we've got 6 of them completed.
There's a lot of red though.
Which a lot of red is good, by the way, because it means that Virtus.Pro's heroes are a massive threat to Team Secrets right now. So Clinks is under threat. There's a lot of threat towards Kunkka in there as well, and 4 to the Legion Commander. So in theory, Virtus.Pro should be able to win this.
Wow.
Is that a sentiment shared, however, by the humans on the panel? I wonder. Kevin?
I feel like Clinks is a really solid reaction, but I'm scared. I feel like VP just had this draft planned out last night, and they got what they wanted, so I'm going to say VP.
Okay. Does feel like one of those theory crafted, if we get this, we'll do this, if they do this, we'll do this.
Yeah. I mean, their 5th pick felt like a 6th pick or something.
Yeah. Got 2 heroes at the end. It's 6v5, Will. Who are you going with?
I think they're going to do a lot better than their Twitter account. I'll go with VP as well.
Right then, let's move on swiftly before we get into any trouble ourselves. The boys think that Virtus.Pro have had the much better draft, it would seem, on paper, but we all know that paper doesn't make any difference when you head into the arena. So let's do that right now. Your commentary team for game number 1. It's Virtus.Pro versus Secret.
And what a series it should be as well. And already things heating up, really. This first draft, we're getting Huskars and Drows coming out from VP. And Secret...
Another Legion support.
Prepared? It is.
Another Legion support.
It is indeed the Legion support that we saw them play earlier on. This is going to be a bit of a harder test for them to make that hero pick work in. And what do we reckon? Is this draft where it's over for Secret, or what? Can they deal with a Huskar Drow lineup?
It could be difficult, but there is some very fun stuff here. So the first thing I noticed, even though there's a lot of things to notice, was there's a Kunkka with a Coddle. We could see some Chakra double Tidebringers come into play.
Sure.
That's one thing that I'm like, ooh, that could be really fun. I think Coddle's always just like a little bit of an unknown too. The hero can really make a difference so much because of how powerful Blinding Light can be. It can mess up a lot of combos. So we'll see how much they can do with it. And let's see how much Puppy can do with this Legion Commander. It seems they really like it versus the Phoenix. It also has good purpose as well versus like the Bane. This press the attack, we're going to have to be watching quite a lot to see what Puppy can make happen with it, removing all these debuffs that VP does have. But yeah, what a weird draft again by Secret. It does seem like they are really going outside the box. They have certain counter picks that they did. I do like that they went for though, like the Weaver LC in the beginning opening versus that Phoenix can be pretty neat, and then Clinks versus the Huskar. They're going to lane that Clinks versus Huskar in. Clinks is very good in that matchup, as long as you don't get too stacked up, because the problem is Strafe does have a bit of a long cooldown, so you can't get too far behind. Once you get a couple levels of it, you're a lot happier because that cooldown does start to decrease versus the Huskar's fire spears. So let's see what we get. We've also seen Pasha having incredible success on this Enigma down bottom. Every single game with this build, the quad mangoes that he goes, and now he has Drow Aura too. So Eidolon's Drow Aura can always be pretty threatening. We'll see what this safe lane of Secret can do.
We'll see. Solo is able to grab that bounty rune. 2 for 2 on the runes. Puppy getting chased out by the 2 of them, but he has that heal. Tango as well, so he'll be fine.
Roger should have trouble getting his eggs successful unless they have like the follow-up control in this game, right? They have the press the attack, they have the strafe, they have Weaver, the 3 things that are pretty good naturally at killing it. And it looks like right off the bat, they're actually going to put the Drow just sacked top to begin with, and Solo's going to start just going toward the mid lane to secure no one to have a bit of a decent start versus that Clinks. I love this move by Solo. This is a classic thing that he used to do. All right. Now he goes back top, and he'll chill with Ramses, who is Ramses FN, my boy, as he's tagged up right now.
Puppy, Roger. The Fire Spirits, Roger. But just keep another pushed away from that bottom lane, and yeah, I just most interested to see how well that Clinks can perform, as you say. You know, Solo turning up for a little bit, pushing him back a bit. We'll see how much of a difference that does make as the lane goes on. And obviously, so far, we are seeing the CS rack up for Huskar.
Yeah, that's That's already troublesome for mid one here. You see, no one has actually opted to not get the Burning Spears at the start. We've been seeing this build a little bit more commonly. Is you start with your Berserker Blood, then you just start leveling your Inner Vitality a couple of times so you can just get that lane sustain. Bottom, we also saw Roger, the reason he stepped in like that and was playing so far up was he wanted to block the pull camp. Something really important when you're playing with an Enigma in your lane is not allowing the opposing safe laners to pull. They can't reset the equilibrium.
I'm seeing this sort of the torrent and the illuminate spam.
Yeah.
Quite annoying on that top lane. Ramses to have to deal with.
Oh man, I'm so looking forward to the double Tidebringers. He's gonna have the max level Tidebringer and yeah, just pretty much max Tidebringer and 2 points in Chakra to be able to do so. But that is fun. Do you go Echo Saber? Nah, you don't want to go Echo Saber, even if you're going to be doing that. You definitely just go Nobro. Right? Because if you're going to do like double,
just to have it that little bit quicker.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty bad, but that could be funny.
Bottom. Poppy and Roger just ready, going at one another here. As Roger does have the Fire Spirits, and again with that slow and dive, he's more than fine keeping the distance. Mid lane, 9 for 6, 7 for 1, no one's reign continuing.
The little things matter, right? In these type of matchups, he has Drow Aura, so even like +2 damage can even make a difference sometimes in these. This mid one does get a haste, but starting to fall pretty far behind. 12-7. The animation of Huskar when you start getting low is just impossible to contest with his most ranged heroes. You have to get so close to the creep to actually last hit it before Huskar can. We've already got tips coming out. Mid one getting very aggressive in mid, looking for no one. Doesn't quite chunk him down yet, but
and now no one goes straight back in for some reason.
And now mid one will suicide.
But there's a big win for him. Getting first blood.
Yeah,
and a much bigger chunk of gold. So
the tips all around.
No one's sort of accepting his fate and giving that bonus to Secret.
Okay.
I mean, I guess figured that either way had to get back to base because he wanted to refuel and such, and he felt maybe that he was going to die anyway either way, so it was the only way to play. I don't know, would it have been better for him to just sit back and wait for regen, or is it better to give that up and get back in so you can sort of get the matchup again where you're back in with full health and you can start dominating the lane again? I mean, there might be some sort of thought like that.
It looked like it, right? Because he looked like he walked up and died. I mean, it's a first blood, though. That's the problem. So it's costly, but now maybe he feels like since he has his health reset, he can dominate.
I think it could be something like that.
That's very interesting. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of suicides coming out from the players.
But not really first blood
Not
suicide.
first blood, so yeah.
Especially in sort of a one-on-one.
Oh, that's handy.
Mid one. Oh.
Gets the touch. Has a salve, though. But mid one. Forced to use the strafe defensively. Zai.
Top Zai. Solo should be able to punch him through the Nightmare. The Nightmare is taken off, but a couple of right clicks from Solo will get the kill. Solo securing the place and space for Ramses to find that farm up top.
They're not able to really bully Ramses too much
he's
here.
Still farming.
He's still farming. Like, usually you see these Drow lanes get pressured really hard and they really start to fall behind, but Ramses is getting a good time last hitting. Zai's not falling behind either, though.
No, for sure. Zai is still able to get a fair bit of CS, but yet Ramses is really doing well against that constant Illuminate Torrent spam between these two very annoying heroes to lane against.
I feel like Secret wants to come out, like, they want to have like an incredibly good laning phase because their team fight is just, it's awkward in comparison to VP's once the game starts actually getting the rhythm going.
They do get the torrent and blast onto Solo, but Solo picks up the bounty rune. Zai got torrent back up in a few seconds, could try and chase this one. Solo's couldn't turn. He's got the brain sap mid lane. Mid one will tick down to the fire. The searing arrows nearly enough to get no one in return, but not quite, as no one will survive. Rotation from Roger, helping him get that kill on mid, and keeping no one on top of the lane.
Solo. Is he going to suicide someone? No, Shrine's up. Okay, Solo's going to just use the Shrine as well with Roger. Literally now Pasha's just left alone bottom. We see tons of rotations coming out. Weaver can, for the most part, be okay down bottom here now. I think Puppy's just going to be moving around wherever he deems necessary, and Nisha can just have his way down here.
I can believe Pasha quite a bit there. So he does have a Geminate attack in the Shikuchi, but the Malefice from Pasha will hold him back a little bit from diving. He does go in on the last instance of the Malefice, so knows that he can still close the gap onto Pasha. Can he find the kill, though? Pasha trying to hide, but cannot escape. Nice play from Nisha, playing aggressively as the Malefice comes to an end. At the same time, though, in the middle lane, again, mid one. suffering the consequences of Roger rotating into his lane and setting up for more action, favoring the no-one Huskar.
I feel like it had to have been an intentional death. Like
I think it was.
now that the more you think about it, like
I think it was.
Look at the way he's playing the lane, how much it's actually benefited him, even though he gave so much gold to the Clinks. It's
I mean, that's
very
the thing.
intriguing.
Like, sure, you give some gold to the Clinks, but at the end of the day, does it make that matchup any better for the Clinks, being a little bit of money ahead? Not really, because of how heavily you can dominate that lane. There's no one. No one does now for those. He gets caught off guard, actually, by a rotation from Nisha. Nisha leaving that bottom lane to make that play. Up top as well, Solo just juking out Zai. He'll be fine unless Zai does manage to turn and get a hit. Solo has to be a little careful with the angle that he has. A torrent's coming out, but Solo will not get hit by it. Zai falls as well. Puppey.
Action-packed already.
Can't quite find Solo either. The nuke will come out, but the slow's there from Ramses, and Ramses is getting closer and closer to that level 6, where these other lanes were already Pasha and no one. Sure, no one just died, but overall, they're doing very well for themselves. They're going to get even harder to lane against that extra increased damage from the Drow being kicked off when the ultimate's online.
Yeah. I mean, Nisha's rotation was really clever, though, right? Gets the bottle.
It caught him off.
Goes and gets a DD rune, catches the Huskar completely off guard.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Weaver versus Huskar with the DD this early on. Very fortunate. As Nisha continues his reign down bottom. But yeah, Pasha, like you said, still doing okay. 21 denies, 21 last hits. We'll get that level 6 at a decent time. But Nisha is trying to bully him as much as possible. And Pasha...
He's going to get him again. He's got it.
Nisha?
Yeah, he could be that factor. As you said, not only in the rotation, strong against the Huskar, but as the game goes on, you know, if he can play from ahead, he can be that physical punch that they require to take down the Huskar. Sure, they have got the Clinks, but the game's going to be a little bit slower for mid-1, as he has already suffered having to be the one to deal with the matchup in the middle lane. As top. Bit of a sleep set up onto Zai. It's pretty tanky as this level 5 Concurrent does have Puppey with him with the heal. Puppey charging forward. Zai might still fall there as Ramses persists.
And now
chase him down. And indeed, they can turn their attention towards Puppey and get themselves another one more hit. Solo. He wants it. He's going in for it, and he will get it. He is falling low, but he turns with the brain sap. The backup is there. Solo, the infused raindrop, keeping him alive. He'll get out. He lives as VP crushed that top lane. A double kill for Ramses. More money in the bank for this Drow.
As soon as that 6 comes, just like you're mentioning, the increased power that you can do.
These other lanes are going to be so tough. Level 7 Drow. The mid lane and bottom lane. The difficulty is going to be stepped up. 17 plus damage at this stage of the game, making all the difference. And this play, again up top, Solo just able to sort of bait them in. Puppey desperately trying to find something in return, but by the time he realized he couldn't, it was too late. He loses his life, and Solo just going in. That first instance of the raindrop saving him the once, and then this turnaround saving him a second time, the infused raindrop.
Yeah, and Roger getting the tower aggro as well there to make sure that his buddy can survive.
Very flashy stuff from VP.
Yeah. Relatively early start. Close game here, though, at least in the gold. Zai's falling a bit behind the chorus, but the Weaver, Nisha.
I mean, he's making up for a lot of sort of the other lanes of this. Bottom lane, Pasha has to be careful. 2 times we've seen Nisha be able to outplay the Enigma in the 1v1.
He wants to try to secure the bounty rune. Oh, that looked like a bit of a misclick. He used his TP there.
Yeah, he did.
But he will look to try to get both runes, but Solo will claim one. Will Solo actually die here? He does not have a TP. Solo has a sleep. We'll make Nisha work for it a bit here as Puppey dispels it, but should inevitably die.
More money for Nisha. Dominating on this Weaver. 4 kills so far at the 10-minute mark for this safe lane Weaver.
And there's not the craziest amount of control on either side, really. I'd say both. Like it's like an Enigma with the Malefice and Black Hole. There's of course the Bane spells, but Puppey's you have to expect that Puppey's going to be there with the attack a lot of the time. So Nisha could have a really free time with the elusiveness of this hero.
Yeah,
fun.
He's on track for a good timing on Diffusal Blade. And it's not going to make no one's life easy when he starts getting rotated upon by this Weaver that's going to have these quick item timings once it comes through. But still top lane Ramses able to farm away very safely. Mid lane, mid one, just about under a 1,000 gold behind the No One Huskar at the moment.
So I was talking about how like the Secret wants to do really well in the lanes because VP has this overwhelming amount of team fight. The big thing is now, since they're doing well in the lanes, all's looking pretty okay for Secret. They're not up by any like huge margin, but it's really going to be can they contest the Roshan, right? Because we're going to see VP, they're going to go for Rosh pretty soon. They have a Drow Huskar lineup, and they have an overbearing team fight. So that's probably the next goal we're going to be seeing within the next 5 to 10 minutes on their side.
Bottom an attempt with the bugs, does still catch on. Solo up top, Yapzor able to TP back to base in time before dying. Solo will fall behind the tier 1 bottom.
Roger forced to egg, so he can survive versus mid one.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still very close in the numbers, despite, I think, sort of an early 11 minutes that could have gone a whole lot worse for Secret against this tough sort of Drow Huskar lanes of VP. They're holding their own pretty well, Secret, and now they're looking to strike straight in the mid lane. The Torrent, the bow coming in, mass TP's coming through. They can't kill no one in time, as there will be the backup. Secret have to retreat, cannot commit for the kill onto no one. You see Roger, then obviously the Roger does not have an egg available, but he's back underneath the tier 1 tower. VP here as a format.
Nisha's still stalking.
Doesn't have the bugs though.
Yep.
So hard for him to really go for a kill.
He knows Roger's very low though.
That's true. Roger is still very vulnerable.
They do know he's there as well.
He's going to show mid. But yeah, the wrong side of the tower, so Nisha can't quite get to him. He has got the bugs in a second if he wants to sort of poke around and play with no one. He's got the bugs, he's got a 12 stick charge, 12 charge 1, time lapse 2.
Still a bit tough to go for this Huskar. 11 armor. Still has that armlet too. Could be at risk if you don't get it before the toggle happens. Courier though, yeah.
Not quite in vision. There's top lane. There's a grip coming out. They may have lost the tower, but mid one. He'll take out to the Fire Spirits. VP get a kill. Same time, Ramses and Pash are trying to take a tier 1 tower of their own as they're pushing
wraparound though.
Could catch them off as Nisha. He's in with the bugs. Ramses immediately dueled Puppey on the support Legion, able to get his first bit of bonus damage at 13 minutes in. Not bad at all. Pasha's on the retreat. Nisha does have eyes on him, but Pasha will be fine.
There's something comical about just seeing Puppey playing Legion. Earlier, he had so much dual damage in the last game.
How
when
much
he
did he
played
end on in the last?
I don't know. I glanced a couple of times. He had like 80-something at some point. Just he tells people not to do it, and then he does it again. This guy.
And what have we got? Pasha does have the Midas complete.
So, okay, I'm looking forward to see this. I was talking about it in the other room, but could this be a game where Puppey goes for an Aether Lens and he tries to duel the Enigma if there is a chance for him to do so?
I don't
He's got Arcane Boots.
I mean, but he did before
He did do that
well.
last time, that's true.
Yeah. Roger, he's going to have to egg. Mid one, can he take it down? I don't... Oh, he can just. He knows that he could, and he stood his ground mid one, and he'll get the kill.
Nice little solo kill.
Just enough to take him down. Going, of course, for the Desolator first this game, mid one, to help kill that Huskar.
Definitely. In this game, you want to have as much increased physical damage versus it as possible. How's Yapzor doing? I think he already has like 2.5 pieces of his Aghanims, which is pretty remarkable. He's been farming a lot on this Coddle, more than the Kunkka on Zai, which you see happen quite a lot with Secret now.
Yeah, Puppey at the moment just sort of setting up behind him. If anything kicks off, Solo's starting to come in, look to get some more coverage, and he's bringing no one as well.
They want to claim some. They want to claim tier 1s.
They'll see Yapzor. Set up with the Nightmare. No one moving in to offer the damage. He'll dive forward, and Yapzor, he's gone. The rest of VP also in the neighborhood as Puppey and Nisha. They've got to be careful. And leading forward, Nisha has to respect the fact that Pasha is on the high ground. Could let's come up with the combo. The Fiend's Grip's down, but the boat crash will cancel the channeling, and now allowing Nisha to Shikuchi away. They'll try and commit here, but there's Pasha quickly with the black hole. Just holds down mid one, who tried to come in into the clinks, but Secret that already kind of split up. Nisha trying to poke with him, but I don't know if you can stick around here, as this is not really a fight the Secret wants to take unless they're very careful about it. Nisha still looking at an opportunity to get in. VP are sort of stuck in a bit of an awkward place. They don't have black hole, but they do have the damage. Puppey just melts to the arrows of no one. They've got the Malefice onto Nisha. Nisha, one more right click onto Solo would do it. The bugs, they're going to miss. He doesn't get it onto Solo. A blast from Yapzor sets Solo apart from the rest of his team, and Solo will fall. No one Still low, but he's still scary. Jumps onto Nisha. Nisha's got the time lapse. Did close the gap to get some damage onto Zai, but no one falls. The control's there from Zai. Disabling the Husker and taking him out. As VP did stick around that little too long. They could not get out. Secret trapped them and made sure that they could get some kills in revenge for losing mid one.
They do get what they came for, though. They did claim the tower. I think that's the most important thing for VP. Even though they lose no one, it's really a lot because of that torrent. It's really strange watching these fights when there's not that much control, right? You see everybody just kind of running around, not able to catch anything.
Still a very close game. 16 minutes in, a 1K lead for Secret. I really do feel that's only gonna mean good things when you're against this Drow Huskar lineup, a lineup that you would, on paper, expect to excel from the off.
Ooh. Roger was invis up on their shrine. Looks like Secret went for a smoke, and he actually broke it instantly. He wanted to get some type of duel set up into looking for Ramses. And now VP, they've spread themselves out. They're all kind of just farming for a bit here. Well, they're trying to push their lanes out in the majority. Roger does have to be careful not to get surrounded here, though. Puppy is on a warding mission. Ramses will spot him. Puppy's in a world of hurt.
No way out of this one. Tip comes out for no one as well as Puppy hits the deck.
Yeah, they're setting up the entries to their jungle with sentry wards right now on the side of VP because they know that this is what's going to start happening. The Secret's going to try to invade, and VP just wants to be able to farm jungle a bit here so that Ramses can get his Shadow Blade finished up so that he can actually be a lot safer. Because like we said, there's not a lot of lockdown on either side. Not a reliable one, that is. It's like Kunkka X and the Duel is the best ones for Secret. And like we said on VP, the Bane one is, but there is always going to be that Dispel if Puppy is there. And the full Aghanims is 17 minutes. So daytime, Secret will be a lot happier, and especially if they can get a gem, they can clear out some of the vision. But there isn't really that much on the side of VP, just kind of counter wards right now.
Top. Trying for the setup, Roger. So the Supernova to rely on and go back away and pop it. Puppy down bottom. Trying to see if he can get himself a bit of farm. Pasha pushes in. Solo is there with the setup. They've got the sleep. No one coming in as well as Puppy will not get himself out alive. Zai does turn up, goes for the X torrent setup onto Solo. They're bringing members in Secret, seeing if they can find a support kill in return, but Solo knows he can go for the TP. There's nothing to cancel it. So no trade as VP keep everybody alive as they escape.
And they've got some deep wards down, and during all that, Ramses is farming and pretty much now has that Shadow Blade finished up.
He's been getting so much space.
Yeah.
I mean, we already saw as well, Ramses, his lane, going against the Kunkka and the Terrorblade, it could have been a disaster in terms of the pressure and sort of getting bullied out of it, but he was able to consistently farm, and now just keeping sort of that area of the map safe for Ramses to move around.
They're getting a lot of these big items, to be honest, soon. Like the mech's finished on the Enigma, and they're going to be able to go for that type of roach play. But here, Ramses actually gets collapsed on. Can he actually shadow it? Oh, the Shadow Amulet.
That's going to blow him out of there. He gets away.
His Shadow Blade was coming on the Courier, too. That would have been a very costly death for him. And I believe also no one is going to be getting a Halberd very soon in this game, too. And Halberd is the dream. He's versus a Clinks, he's versus a Weaver. Absolutely perfect item in this game. As it usually is for the Huskar anyway, but versus ranged heroes, even more so because that increased disarm time.
And that earlyish evasion. It's going to make it very hard for them to sort of guarantee that quick kill, at least without no one having the time to kick back a lot of damage.
Yeah, they're gonna want to get some type of like MKBs early on, but now because they've got a Desolator first on mid one, he's gonna be like, oh, I kind of need a BKB at some point, but he might actually just go for raw damage, just Deso into MKB. I
mean, that is could you not make a case this game that an MKB rush would be better than a Desolator rush on Clinks?
Probably. I think maybe he wanted to get this a little bit earlier. It's only 20 minutes.
It's just sort of slowed down.
Got slowed down a lot.
The Supernova comes in. VP starting to poke around for a fight. Secret trying to retreat, but mid one, he's been Maleficed. The Black Hole sucking him in, takes the Clinks out of it.
Uh-oh, Puppy now 2 top. No one wants him.
He should be able to get the jump in, and he does. Straight in on top of Puppy, and this support Legion has not got much of a chance unless the heal's enough. It is.
Oh, the raindrop blocking the damage. The raindrop blocked enough.
Oh, jeez.
Blocking that added
And he'll be able to get the bounty ring on the way out. No one. They might kill him. They've got the X-Mark, the torrent. Nisha does have to be careful. Maybe they're not going to kill him. He is a Huskar, big old Huskar at the end of the day. And those two don't quite have the potential to take him down at this point of the game.
It is also nighttime for another 3 minutes or so, so VP's feeling pretty good about just playing separated across the map. We see them all over the place actually right now. And I'd imagine they have to be setting up their wards and getting ready for a rush soon.
Ramses, he's getting a little greedy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
He sees it. He sees Yapsor. He's gonna go. He didn't count it for the fact that mid one could be there standing by Yapsor's side, as that is going to be a straight up feed from Ramses. Didn't expect the Clinks to be there.
It wasn't even a recall, right? It was just the Clinks being there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Clinks was just there. Yeah.
Getting caught out unexpectedly. But yeah, we do see Solo is placing the wards. They're starting to get ready for that Roche soon. They've got their Halberd, they've got the Shadow Blade, they've got pretty much all the tools to be able to take that one. They might wait for Pasha's Blink Dagger. Wow, I just realized Roger's also already level 13 too, so high level egg. Yeah, team fight around Roche Pit's going to be pretty hard for Secret to take. Daytime might be the thing that can secure it though. Having that extra vision could allow them to set up. They didn't get the D ward though on the most important ward right now, at least the VP has on the map, which is securing that Roche position.
Let's see how much this changed since having that does. So it does obviously open up opportunities to go for Roche.
This is the play. They're going to look for a fight into a Roche or just force the Roche. It's one or the other. So they're just going to start it here.
Okay. I mean, why not? What is Secret going to do about this?
It's going to die way too fast. And I think even contesting it is too hard during the nighttime because they've got a minute 40 till day. So free Roche for VP. And this is the concern we kept mentioning. It's really all about the Roche, especially when you've got... I mean, when you've got a Huskar, it's all about the Roche. When you've got a Drow, it's all about the Roche. Throw them both together. Yeah.
Then one does see Solo, but Solo, he's going to turn. Nightmare's there. He's got his boys coming in as well with the backup, as Solo will heal up with the Brain Sap. Supernova's going to be down. They'll lose Solo. They'll lose the egg as well as Secret. I would say both of them. In fact, Nisha gets himself on top of Pasha as it all falls apart quickly for VP. They'll turn with the three-man Gust. No one jumping forward. He'll find at least the Legion Commander in trade. A buyback's going to be there from Pasha as well as Nisha tries to fight on, focusing Ramses. Doesn't quite have enough damage to finish the Drow. No one has ticking down. The Spirit Vessel upon him, reducing that regen, but he can still armlet toggle. It's going to be okay for now. So Pasha brought back for sort of that little defense there, but Secret able to strike very hard, despite the fact that VP are the ones with the Aegis, as they get themselves in from the top. They kill that egg incredibly quickly. I mean, as you already said, this is always going to be a hard game for the Supernova.
Yeah.
And then the sort of the team fight falls apart. Pasha just in a position where he was not ready to blow the black hole. It's mid lane. Quick combo onto no one, but he's got backup again. Pasha does, as we say, still have that black hole if Solo can find a catch.
He's placing wards to try to get the catch. That's 2 wards he placed for this here.
Let's see what he can get. He has been surrounded. Pasha's going to start walking in, but Nisha's already working on Pasha from the side. As the Weaver gets the bugs out onto them, jump forward for no one. The black hole's going to be laid down. It catches one. As there's the side of VP finding the Clinks. They'll look towards more as they're trying to escape Puppey, but Ramses finds the Frost Arrow, slows down Puppey, kills him. As both teams doing their best. I mean, you can really feel no one really making big mistakes here. It's just both teams pushing and finding those little trades as we still sit around that just 1K difference between the two lineups.
They're just duking it out, honestly. This is just like a game of battles. It's 16 to 19, 24 minutes in. Solo was so ready to take a team fight there. He places the high ground ward, then he places another ward to try to catch. Look at the area right there of the team fight. There's 3 sentries, 2 obs wards. That shows how much VP wants to just take these fights right now when they've got this Aegis.
Secret, even though they lose 2, they don't lose anything more. You know, they're certainly limiting the casualties in these fights where VP are absolutely just charging in and gunning for it.
So there's some fun interactions that I've been seeing too here. It's like we always see the Mana Leak Blinding Light, right, ooming people. It actually did that to Solo and he got stunned, so he got his Fiend's Grip cancelled. I also saw the Blinding Light with the Swarm. We see people hitting the bugs and they can't actually kill the bugs off themselves because of the miss rate. So it could be a bit annoying, and it is daytime now, so Secret, they are going to look to make their own aggressive move. There's still an Aegis on no one for a bit of time left. As we did see that, of course, it is a Blink Dagger picked up by Yapsor too. I think he wants to just keep his distance. Ramses.
Middle. They found the Drought. Ramses, no backup in as he is deleted. Gone from the defense a few times where Ramses has been out a little too far. I mean, he is obviously getting the farm with his aggressive posturing, as you can see, still top 3 net worth him. Nisha and No One all sitting very close to one another in current value.
I mean, yeah, it is really an incredibly close game. It's really just YapzOr being like that big difference maker in the net worth, right? Being that top 5.
It's been lane. They'll try and go for the combo onto Pasha. Defensive nightmare from Solo. Allows Pasha to be safe with Torrent. Tower getting focused though. VP, are they able to do anything to keep them off this? They aren't, as the tier 2 will be taken. Secret, despite being the team playing against the Drow strat, will be the first team to take a tier 2 tower this game, as they've only lost the 2 tier 1s themselves. They've still got all 3 tier 2s alive. Secret, they're pressuring VPs.
What is Ramses going to itemize for here? You see, Huskar has his own BKB now, so he can't. The lockdown is now gone. Pretty much, they only have the duel that can really come out for him. Ramsey's still just holding on to his money. Hasn't really committed forward for anything else. This is the X plus the Clinks. Walks up, takes the tower, and will be safe to back away.
And they're doing a great job of taking these objectives. Secret.
Yeah.
And VP still sort of unable to find that big wombo combo black hole supernova that they hope to find to really sort of set them ahead and allow them the chance to start pressuring back the lanes.
But they do have the positioning items now, right? Pasha has the Blink Dagger after that mech, who's going for the Guardian Greaves next, but the Blink, most important, because if you see them start to set up for that egg, could be those situations where they do get grabbed out, because we do see Secret's lineup and their ranged isn't really the best, right? It's majority of the heroes that are going to be hitting the egg are going to be those that are within the range of that black hole. And yes, 91% efficiency. Very nice. I wonder how does that factor in cooldown reduction? Do we have an update on that? So that could maybe mess with it. Yes, it does. Oh, very nice, JJ. And he catches the kill at the same time. Yeah. Absolutely.
But extra bit of dual damage. What, second dual 1 so far this game for him?
Yes, it is.
On that support Legion commander, so that bonus damage starting to add up.
They've got 10 seconds left until nighttime too, so they're trying to get as much as possible during that day. And the beauty about Coddle is you can always be playing like this kind of splitty game, because you can just recall people across the map constantly, as we just saw there, and bringing mid one. And mid one is committing forward for that BKB, as we said. It felt like he maybe wants to go full damage, but it's a game where you still want to get it. It's too important versus Phoenix in general.
Yeah, and just as you're ensuring, as you say, you can take down that supernova.
Yep. Ramses looking for Puppey.
He'll look for a free kill, and he'll get a free kill. Gets in, gets out.
Solo will walk back forward.
He does have the grip. Nisha's going to be there as well as YapzOr inside. There's a lot of backup. Solo will go for the defensive nightmare. He's been surrounded. Quick brain sap, but mid one turns, has the damage offered to get the kill. Boat comes crashing through onto Ramses.
Oh, he burns all his mana. He walks with the mana leak, so no mana on Ramses. And he's committed forward for the Manta.
VP, they may be without the Bane, but they can absolutely still look for an opportunity to fight with Pasha, having that blink black hole on the high ground. Nisha bugs out to No One jumps across. Blinding light as well, No One getting stunned up for now. He's healed up by the Sunray of Roger. Secret will respect the Legion, the Huskar, and back off. They don't want to look to try and poke at him anymore.
It's still scary for them to take a head-on team fight when you're playing versus the Enigma and Phoenix.
So many counterplays that VP can fall back on. They're not an easy lineup to tackle in a team fight head-on 5-on-5. Ideally, you're looking towards what, like Nisha and mid one, finding these pick-offs to start the fights, getting these quick kills.
Yeah. Puppey's itemized so he doesn't just get killed. Actually, like he just did versus a solo Drow coming in on him. Has a Ghost Scepter, so a little bit of a strange one because he's not going to be able to go for like a halberd or anything now. But he just wants some way for him not to just feed away free money. That is. Once Pasha has BKB, there is no answer from Secret to really get that cancel too. So that's another scary thing, is they don't have anything to do with the black hole when we're there. That's Puppey. He's getting slept up. Tried to get, ooh, you saw that play there? That was actually pretty clever. They tried to get the recall off during the nightmare, but he does get tapped once and will get cleaned up by the rest of VP. Pasha commits forward with the black hole.
He has got the catch. Oh, can they kill Nisha in time? Oh, they can't. They get those. They pay with the silence after the time lapse. A few more right clicks from Ramses will do it. So they do still find that kill. It looked like Nisha might be able to slip away. But mid one, he's been left behind, surrounded. He'll get the strafe off, but that will not save him, as indeed that play from Pasha, quickly moving from top to bottom.
He's feeling more and more confident now at these black holes, with the cooldown being reduced, of course, and he's actually almost caught both of them together. He almost got mid one as well as Nisha.
I mean, they still get the kills, but it nearly was even more fancier from Pasha. Mid lane Noah. Walks up, another tier 2 taken, and he's close on the way to that Assault Cuirass.
He's getting high levels too. Level 20 now, so has the increased cast range to commit forward. And Huskar is a hero that does get... He's of course the scariest in the early game, but he doesn't stop really that hard anymore because of the talents. He still has an avenue to make his way into the late game. But yeah, they go for that sideguard push. 20 seconds, they're trying to force a buyback.
I mean, yeah, it's not going to come out. Mid-one will respawn, but they're without Nisha for 20 seconds, Secret.
They just pop the BKB.
He's committing for this melee racks, and he will take it. VP getting the melee racks. Puppey goes for a duel. Supernova comes out. As that's just going to be free damage given away to no one. Dueling the Huskar is never really going to be a good idea, as no one will survive, and he walks out with a bonus 18 damage. Melee racks taken as well by VP.
Uh-oh, Secret. Don't have the answer.
We always knew it was going to be a hard game, but you sort of have to give Secret credit that we're at the 32-minute mark, and they certainly sort of kept it even, but now we're starting to see the real struggles. You've got Ramses and no one farming ahead like beasts.
There's just so many things that they have to deal with, right? It's just the threat of the black hole, the threat of the Phoenix egg, and then it's like, oh my god, it's a Huskar as well, who now has all these increased items that allows him to just be that beefy frontliner. He's even going for a Lotus Orb, but he's changed it up.
Okay.
Just wanting to get rid of them. I think in like the Blinding Light and the Mana Leak. Mana Leak is so obnoxious to play against. It's an item you see very commonly built versus Coddles, even though we don't see Coddle too much. So next big situation is Secret trying to sneak a Roche. I think this is their best play. They can't let VP get this one.
I don't like this.
They can't let VP even set up for this.
But I don't know if they can they get away with it?
I don't know if they
fast
enough.
There's a black hole and such, and no one. He's leading straight in onto Puppey. Ghost Scepter comes out, quick dive in. Pasha waiting for the opportune moment to jump. And he doesn't need to for now. There's going to be a BKB pop by mid-one, as he will be able to focus down solo. Pasha still keeping the distance. They're moving in onto no one. Mid-one trying to commit with that BKB, but he can't kill off no one. The heal's there from the Sunray. The Torrent does come through as well as the Blinding Light. Can they find that Huskar? They really wanted the boats going out upon him, but he'll instantly take them off. They do lose Roger, though.
There's no buyback on Roger either, as well as Solo.
Secret can go back into the pit now with 2 of them dead. Still a potential black hole threat from Pasha, but it looks like they're heading away. They're just going to let this one go to Secret. With 2 heroes down, they're not going to try and continue to contest it. It's going to be a free Aegis, a free Cheese, and a free Roshan for Secret.
That's the best play, literally the best play they could possibly go for there. Because if VP is allowed to set up for that Roche, Secret's just, they're screwed. Because the team fight, even if it's daytime, it's going to be way too hard for them to take it versus this Huskar as well as Drow with all this team fight. And that, I believe, was the first usage of the mid-one BKB, right? He comes out and is able to get the kill onto Solo.
But I mean, was that VP losing the Phoenix, losing the Bane, but they just, they couldn't have tried, do you think, to get them out of the pit? Was it just too hard at that point? Still having the black hole, still having Ramses, you couldn't still try and fight that?
I think they just weighed the risks and the benefits.
Yeah.
They're probably just like, we can just win this even if they have Aegis and Cheese. We've got a BKB on Enigma.
Yeah.
They've got no way to cancel it. If we just play this safe in the later stages, we'll be okay versus this lineup anyway. They just have to worry about Nisha, who's getting quite massive, to be honest. Has picked up a full Manta now, so he has the way to dispel that gust. He's been using the Hurricane Pike to try to help him, right? Like push himself away from it, but definitely needs something to not allow Ramses to just keep screwing him over. And has a DD in the bottle too, so. Also almost 25, so Nisha could really be an X factor to just weave in and out of the fights and get on top of the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, they almost have to get him in the black hole to have any sort of chance of winning these fights as a team, as he just gets so much done. And can be that huge issue for even some of the beefier cores with the amount of damage and items and levels that he has, nearly reaching that 25 as they're pushing onto the top tier 2.
They can still be pretty set up though, right? If VP's all set up, then they're not that afraid of it. This Aegis Cheese could be a little bit of the X factor here, but Ramses also has itemized to deal with all the right click damage. Has an Ethereal Blade 2 on a Drow Ranger, which isn't your most common, but having activatable items on Drow is excellent because of, that 25 talent. And Yeah. And also versus like Clinks, the high physical damage, you have ways to always protect yourself.
And the full hex as well now for Yapzor complete.
Yeah.
So that extra sort of instant disable that could certainly catch out a No1 Husker jumping in.
Especially like the cast range difference, right? We've been seeing that being pointed out there. And also a new record. Look at that. Okay, cool. 10 minutes faster than normal.
Oh, no, on a call.
On a coddle, yes,
yeah.
of course.
So, yeah.
But he has the increased cast range, so that hex range is actually super far if you really look at it. It's pretty fun.
And Yapzor nearly overtake the farm of mid 1 this game.
VP looks like they're setting up to try to go for a fight here. I believe what Roger is now level 18 as well, so increased egg hits. Gonna be much harder now for Secret to bring it down. They still can, because they still have those, you know, the ways, the tools to actually do so with their heroes, with Clinks and Weaver and the press the attack. But VP definitely feeling still pretty confident, even if they're playing into an Aegis and Cheese, especially when it's nighttime. So 3 minutes until daytime, and they're trying to push their aggression forward, clean out these shrines.
See how hard they want to push in here. Puppey does have that blink, so they're ability to get in, just having sort of that instant disable. Just have to be careful giving away that bonus damage, as can be the situation when you're sort of playing this support Legion. You do die very quickly.
Listening to you even say that pains me. Just support Legion. Just still, it still hurts me a little bit. 1 and 9 this time around, Puppey. Having a little bit more difficulty.
He has made it work the other game, but as I say, that was definitely a different scenario. This time you're doing it up against Virtus.Pro, one of, if not arguably the best team at the moment in the world. So we're always going to be tough, but Secret as a team, they are making it work overall, and Yapzor has got the jump in, the Hex. Defensive Nightmare comes out, and that's going to give Pasha the chance to put the BKB. He can walk himself out of the combo. Solo is going to be focused, he goes for the TP out, and he is going to make it. The X mark's there though. The grab back from Zai will secure them a kill onto the Bane.
How much time left on the Aegis?
50 seconds
50
left.
seconds. So I think VP's actually just stalling, waiting for this.
Yeah.
They're keeping the lanes pushed out, they're forcing reactions constantly, and then they're going to look for a fight right after that's gone.
Yeah, we know they're a very good team when it comes to keeping the Aegis timer, so no doubt at all that is indeed the case here.
Picking up a lot of items too during all this time. Full BKB now on the Drow, a lot more protection. But yeah, they're just calm. Look at all the sentry wards, just typical solo stuff, right? He's like, okay, I don't want to get hunted by Clinks. I don't want to get hunted by these Weavers. I just want to get good information on the map, pick and choose our battles, pick and choose our fights.
But I think at the same time, you know, sort of considering the pace that VP are playing, if this game does go on and on, Secret, they do have a lot of late game they have a lot of late game carry potential, don't they?
But they don't have ways to stop the black hole. That
True.
is
So
always
there's always
a huge threat.
Yeah, the team fight, no doubt. You look at VP's lineup, as you say, the Supernova, the black hole. There's not going to be any point of the game where that really gets easier to play against.
Nope.
As one good positional play from Pasha can just end the team fight.
Mm-hmm.
VP, they can certainly do very well to rely on Pasha to make that play happen.
Yeah, especially because it's not like he's literally just a black hole in this game too. He itemized so that he can actually be progressing. He's got Guardian Greaves, he's got Midas, he's got items to make himself at least tanky as well on top of it, so he doesn't just die to some right clicks during it. Yeah, they're continuing to just pick up their items. The farm continues. Everyone, you know, it's a 7k gold lead, but that 7k gold is actually just in the bank right now of VP. 4k on the Huskar, 4k as well on the Enigma, as they start to spend their money. And do we have daytime coming out soon? We do. So we see Secret, they're already preparing, they're smoking. We do have, of course, the bounties as well coming up. This could be the clash.
Oh, Puppey! He's going to jump forward, but he gets Nightmare. He gets the bugs out onto the three of them. The boat comes crashing through, but the egg's off in time. Can they kill the egg? Oh, Pasha!
The hole!
Comes in, gets the 4-man black hole, and the fight is over. Secret, they've lost 4, they've lost 5. That's the play that we're talking about. Pasha.
Well, boom!
What a black hole. Absolutely perfect. I believe one hit away, I think that Supernova was from dying.
It was close.
As VP, that's what they were waiting for. This calm, this this peace before the storm. VP said, we're chilling out. You do what you want, Secret, because we know you're gonna slip up. We're gonna jump you. We're gonna wipe you.
The heroes that have to hit the egg, we were mentioning it. They have to get kind of close, and Pasha just waits for the perfect opportunity.
I mean, that's the angle as well. Up on the cliff, getting 2 from the river, 2 from the high ground. Fortifications coming out, but VP, they're ending the game.
They're absolutely ending the game.
It's game over.
It's game over.
It's game over. Press
One.
that GG, press that return key, Secret, as this game is over and done. VP.
Kaboom! Enigma, what a hero.
Ending that, just the elegance of that game as well from VP. They didn't rush it.
Nope.
They just said, we're gonna chill.
Wait till the Aegis is gone.
So, that's cute, Secret. You did it right in the laning stage. And then, bam! That one play, we're done now. We'll move on to game 2, says VP, and they certainly will with a win under their belt. What a way to finish it.
That was beautiful.
What a way to finish it.
Yeah, that was,
I mean,
it was a picture-perfect moment by VP. Like, that's just...
That's what you dream of when you have the Phoenix and the Enigma. Just those moments. Everyone's hitting the egg, and then finding that position and on the edge of that cliff. 2 on the low ground, 2 on the high ground. Doesn't matter. Pasha's right there in position. And that one, I mean, it's hard to sort of say it's a mistake because the black hole was so perfect and Pasha coming in like that. But Secret, they've got to be kicking themselves. They're like, right, we grouped up as 4. We fell for it. We fell for the trap. The VP was preparing for it all game. And it cost them the game. It was game over as soon as that black hole was there.
That's what those situations happen, though. The Phoenix starts getting those levels built up. The egg takes so many extra hits to get offline, and Pasha comes in absolutely clutch.
What an ending. Probably one of the most abrupt endings that we've had here at ESL1 Hamburg so far, and a scary one too. Because, up until that point, Secret were never thinking, we're about to lose this game in like a minute. It was just over. It was just...
The threat, man. The threat of the Enigma.
The threat was real, and VP instilling fear into Secret as best as they can, as they will take that game 1, and Secret, they got to shake themselves back in and get ready for game 2 as VP 1-0 up in this best of 3.
Yes, thank you very much. And yeah, we had to pick it back from the green room. It was like, whoa, hang on, this looks like it might end. And it did. A very abrupt ending indeed. And that's just what happens sometimes when you're playing an Enigma. Sometimes it's what happens when you're playing Virtus.Pro. Secret go down by 1, but this is a best of 3. It's the upper bracket semi-final, so plenty of chances still left for them to come back into it. Let's get some thoughts now from Blitz and Purge alongside. Will, Secret losing or Virtus.Pro winning?
I think it's Secret. No, I think it's Virtus.Pro winning. Because I feel like their draft was just better overall too. Like, I thought that game had this air of inevitability because they had no real easy ways to stop the black hole. Eventually he's going to get it off. You've got a Phoenix, so I think is still the best team fight position 5 hero in Dota 2 because he adds so much value to your lineup. I just felt like there wasn't a whole lot that their lineup could do in the long run.
Yeah, I think what Secret had and what they had to do with the Klinks pick, I think that they were kind of forcing that by there being a Huskar, and he did sort of outlane the Huskar. He got the solo kill, and then he ended up dying, and then he got ganked a couple times. But the problem was that from that moment on, there just wasn't a good solution for him. Like, he can't gank Bane by himself. Bane will just turn and nightmare him. He can't gank Phoenix very well. They tried really hard, and successfully they forced a lot of eggs out, but very few times he got the kill. And he can't kill the cores, so Klinks just had a really rough game. He, yes, the lane wasn't awful, but the rest of the game was really hard for him to do anything. And then they also had a Legion support the whole time that they were trying to make work, and it was useful in the laning stage. Yes, there were some good times with the duel. He did a smart thing with the Ghost Scepter, but the reason they lost that last fight is because smoke broke, he blinked in, and he got nightmared. One basic skill from a low net worth hero on Bane means Legion is nullified for the whole fight. And then they'll have 4 heroes they feel like they had to kill the egg, and that set up the beautiful black hole from Enigma.
Just shows you. Can change in a moment, can't it, Will, this game?
Yeah. I think Secret actually played this game very well, considering the lineup disadvantage that
they
I thought
went long, didn't they? I mean, what are we talking, 41 minutes?
Yeah, I thought Nisha and especially Yapsor were both standouts. Like that bottom fight, I thought determined a lot, where they were able to kite forever. They were able to pick up 2 kills as a result. I thought that was a little bit of a turning point for them, but they had to do that consistently from start to finish. It's such a scary thing when you know.
It's a tall ask, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's like if you. By the way, if you mess up at any time and 2 or more people get black holed, you've lost the fight.
Yeah.
Those are your conditions to win, and they surprisingly did a very good job of that. I think it helps when you do have the vision advantage at all times with the Yapsor, because when it's daytime, they can walk anywhere. It's very easy for them to avoid these bad team fights. But at some point, I felt like you just have to get caught. You can't play perfect game. That's not how Dota works.
Yep. We talk about MVPs a lot, obviously for Virtus.Pro, because they've won so many Mercedes-Benz here at the ESL once. This man rarely gets the MVP, so maybe it's his turn this time around. It's Pasha who's picked up the MVP for this particular game. Who else on the Enigma?
Yeah. You know how I feel about it? It's like if you won that was the play that won them the game.
Yeah.
It was the same with Misery Stun on the Knicks. I felt like that 4-man black hole definitively won them the game. Why not?
Yeah, no, there's other people that have better stats and have more impact and everything else, but
he had a beautiful play. We're going to be looking at that kill for a long time in the history of Dota. But Ramses was robbed, damn it. He was 9-3-6. He won his lane, and then he kept dodging ganks. He hard carried Drow Rangered.
Kevin, are you using logic here?
Did you guys watch that laning stage? Like, Kunkka looked like a shit hero, and very often he does look like a shit hero. But like, and I'm a little upset that people are picking him so early and then keep forcing him in these side lanes and all. But like, Zai didn't go X, and Zai looked like a scrub because he never landed a torrent, just because Ramses and Solo played so well in that lane. Like, that lane was so deterministic for the game outcome. Not that Secret didn't play amazing, and Zai still played very good, but they were just constantly on top of things. And they won the laning stage, and Ramses got to be a real carry.
Yeah, plenty to take out of this, Will, from a positive point of view of Secret, looking at this as a whole series, isn't there?
Yeah, I think the Drow and the Huskar definitely caught them off guard, but I felt like their play, it's hard to really flame them for anything, because I did think that they kept the game going way longer than it could have. They did a very good job of kiting around those two supports as well. They made it really hard for the Phoenix to ever get good eggs off. They had to be, it was contingent on getting the black hole off, and that's why I still think Pasha was the MVP. But
all right, well, I'm going to leave these two to argue during the break, which is where we're heading to now. But don't go too far away, because this one's heating up rather nicely, isn't it? Best of 3, upper bracket semi-final, Virtus.Pro versus Secret. Game 2 is coming up after the break.
Intel technology powers the best of esports, and the best demand a superior level of performance. So we're introducing the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processors, designed for the world's best gamers. In celebration with our community, we're hosting the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor Dream Stakes. We want to bring you inside our world of esports for once-in-a-lifetime experience that only Intel can provide. Enter for a chance to win a trip to one of 9 world-class events across 3 sweepstakes. We're taking the winner and a guest behind the scenes for a one-of-a-kind VIP treatment. Winners will also get the latest 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor and walk away with exclusive swag. Enter for your chance to win starting November 5th, 2018. Visit corei9.intel.com to sign up for more information.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing or esports. Become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
The more information you have, the better the decisions. Data is crucial to do important decisions in Dota games and even before the Dota game in preparation. It's really cool that a big company like SAP is investing into esports and that I can be a part of it is amazing.
Bitburger 0.0. Select your favorite. Containing vitamins, isotonic, and with unbeatable freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
ESL One Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Alienware, Logitech G, and PaySafeCard.
Back to ESL 1 Hamburg 2018, powered by Intel and run by the teams and produced by Blitz. I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyway, welcome back. It is late in the day. We have had a long 3 days in this group stage. It's been very interesting, actually. But we're now moved into the upper bracket semi-finals. They have begun on both sides of the bracket as well. The other match going on between the two Chinese teams right now, Vici Gaming and Asta Gaming, is already underway. Vici, I can see, are down a little bit right now, but there's not much in it. There's 129 gold in it right now at 44 minutes. Actually, that's just ended, literally just ended on my screen. It may have ended already where you are. I've got a slight delay on that one. And Asta have won the opening game in that one. Of course, went 9-1 during the group stages. So well done to Team Asta. 1-0, but it's best of threes, as it is in our game right now. We'll drop you right into the draft as we go ahead. Blitz and Purge. Not too much to fix here for Secret, you'd imagine, but they do need a better draft, don't they?
It's just more like watch out for the gotcha moment
yeah,
that happened last game.
Where it was so well hidden, though, wasn't it, with that drought
Yeah,
and the Husker? No one saw that coming.
When you see these first two teamfight picks of both Phoenix and Enigma, not only are they super standard in the meta, but they're ranged heroes, but they don't scream like, I'm going to dominate the lanes. You know, they're the heroes that you expect to see. The third pick was a Bane, which was not that weird either. And all of a sudden, boom, drought comes out, and you realize what you're up against.
Yeah, very, very, very well played by Virtus.Pro in that draft. Let's see how they get on in the second one. Standard bans so far. Slightly odd from Virtus.Pro, but not massively out there.
They look weird on VP side, but against, against Puppy, this is probably the normal thing.
Yeah, the axe is definitely towards Secret. They've been favouring that a lot, and the Tiny Wisp has been banned pretty much every game. I think we've had every match so far has had the Tiny picked or banned, and Wisp is every game bar one.
So these are almost the same bans, only difference is there's a Bane in first phase instead of a Broodmother. Otherwise, both teams ban in the same way.
Yeah. And Phoenix opener from Virtus.Pro.
All right, round 2.
Here
Let's see what they can do this time.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I love these drafts when this happens.
Yeah.
The repeat.
The Enigma works when you're the first pick, because you can set it up for the second phase really easily.
So you're saying Secret should grab it?
It's harder because it's harder to do it from second phase, because what ends up happening, like I'll explain it. You take the Phoenix first, right, and then Secret. You can now you have to think about the option of just taking the Silencer to dissuade the Enigma pick. But if your next two picks aren't the Silencer, then VP take the Enigma again, and then they just ban it out in the next phase.
You're saying Silencer is like the only hero that can.
I think it's the easiest way to deal with both of them. But they take the Rubik.
Rubik kind of stops them, doesn't stop them taking the Enigma, it makes them think about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, so the Rubik plus the Brewmaster, I think, is a very nice way to dissuade picking both those heroes together. It's like you have a pre-built-in response. And I think this is what Secret did really well during the regular season last year, when they were just taking the Rubik straight up.
That's an early Invoker. It's a no-one Invoker, so we have to treat it with the utmost respect. But it's very early, gents, very early. We don't see them that early anymore, do we? And if we do, they get countered.
I think he's one of the better mid-heroes right now. It's hard to counter him. He's just such an effective mid-hero. A lot of the other heroes that are good against him, too, are kind of just meh.
I like those ban suggestions. It's all heroes that kind of required pretty good lockdown and good single target to deal with, so Seeker would have trouble against him.
Quick bans. Virtus.Pro know exactly what they want to do here. Brood Conquer gone. Void gone from Secret.
Void is really good with Phoenix and Sunstrike too.
So Secret, I think, are reacting towards the way that the last game draft went. I think Rubik, though, like I was saying, is just a good first two for them. I think YapzOr might be the best Rubik right now. He's certainly the greediest, and he transitions into a core himself at some point. It's really annoying to play against. And what it's going to do later on in the tournament, Paul, is that people are going to start first three banning it, and then it'll reopen up the other heroes that you want to take, like the Axe. And
that's partly what Puppy's plans is when he picks like this, isn't it? He's trying to force other things to come to the fore.
Yeah, and this is more of a long-term thing. Yeah. If you look at it, it's like you have to worry about this again.
Yeah.
So if you
that's what we got to with Liquid last season, wasn't it?
Exactly.
You ended up going, well, look, do we focus on banning 6 GH heroes? and ignoring the rest of it. Oh, that's no good because they've got this and they've got that.
That's kind of what happened during their TI run, where you would ban out the GH heroes, and then Matoma Man would always get one of his 3.
Absolutely.
The Veno, the Necro, or the Broodmother. You just have to throw a lot of different looks with your openings. That's why Virtus.Pro, I think, is also really smart for them to just keep opening the Phoenix, because what you're telling teams is, we're willing to pick this, try to beat it. And as soon as teams start to ban it, then it'll reopen up the rest of their hero pool. Like, that's how you do it. That's how you become a scary team. You become solid with these openers, you get teams used to the bans, then you just flip things on a script.
Shake a ban from Secret. Alongside the Void.
Which would allow them to counter a lot of easier to burst cores, like I'm thinking Weaver is the first one. Still very good against Phoenix. Sometimes good against Invoker, I feel like.
PL is also there, yep.
Okay, yeah, that's that's a PL counter.
Yeah.
PL is really nice against Invoker and Phoenix. Really easy to get on top of the egg, and it's hard for the Invoker to get the combo off because of your walk, just doppelganger away. And it's nice in the link phase, high armor. Not an easy hero for Invoker to lock down. Plus, eventually you'll get a Diffusal Blade, which destroys Invoker. And you have a gap close in the Phantom Rush too. There's multiple ways for you to deal with the hero.
What was the most recent nerf to PL? I can't remember. It's been nerfs, and I think, pretty sure the doppelganger one was one, but I think he also got an edgy nerf. Something like that, or it was like they lowered his starting it. I don't remember. Okay, so guaranteed cleave if they got a melee hero, that is, and then yeah, RP for team fight stuff.
The only scary part is that you are picking a big team fight ulti that has a slow windup against Rubik. I would imagine at some point there's a pretty decent chance that YapzOr steals that RP.
But if he, as long as he uses it to defend the egg, for example, I don't think it's going to matter too much because the egg will always do the follow-up.
It just depends on how much farm YapzOr gets out of this game. So right now what we know about Secret is likely that it's going to be a Brewmaster support. They've been doing that all the time, and a Rubik support.
Answer you earlier. Yeah, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say, there's absolutely no way that Secret are going to do like PL support or something like that. I don't want to...
You can get Orb of Venom on him again.
I don't want to eat my words, but Puppy's been doing some wild stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but more likely they're going to use that brew as this 4.
Yeah. So you have your 4 and your 5 position.
Yeah. Yeah, to answer your question earlier, Kevin, 7.19D, Spirit Lance cast range was rescaled.
Oh, yeah.
From 750 down to 525, 600, 675, 750.
Yeah.
Oh man, I would have really liked Legion now.
On VP side?
Yeah. Just the Veno pick.
Veno.
Why just offset? I guess you can remove Gale now. That part's pretty good.
Now you need some kind of core that has mobility, that doesn't get just completely crushed by the Veno Gale.
The same way though, don't Plague Wards, won't they just make it hard for Legion to get in?
TB Magnus!
That's
TB Magnus Invoker.
You also don't need to rely on his... Like, when you're meta, even if you're empowered, the extra damage alone is helpful. It doesn't really matter that you don't get the cleave.
You buy so many agility items. Although, historically, as we've watched a lot of TB and PL, since TI especially, I feel like PL is still the better late game hero. Like, I think with Empower it could be different, but generally I've felt underwhelmed by TB versus PL. Like, Reflection is not the same as it used to be. Is a straight-up counter, for example.
Do you feel like he tops out earlier?
It's more like he just doesn't always have the right tools to deal with PL. PL can disengage easier, he can re-engage. Like, Sunder's amazing, obviously, and it's also got a nerf. It requires mana now. So in super late game scenarios, there's just a lot of little things like that. PL can overwhelm his allies, but he can't really stop the PL kind of a thing. But maybe this game, with these heroes and with Empower.
Secret have the built-in way to deal with the TB2 though. They've got the Brewmaster ulti. You just dispel the illusions.
That's true.
So they get Ogre. Oh, I like this pick a lot. This is what transitions your TB into the best core in the game. You give them both Empower. If Empower wasn't enough, Kevin, now they've given a Bloodlust.
This is a VP special, man. A Bloodlust and Empower, and then they'll pick like a Sniper and like some other really hard carry. In this case, it's going to be an Invoker and a TB, but I don't even think TB wants to use Metamorphosis this game. Just don't skill it. Just grab Empower and Bloodlust and just slap away all the PL illusions. Although you can also dispel Empower. That's another thing that's going to be caught. And Bloodlust, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, if
so, an early BKB is going to be the name of the game for this TB.
Yeah, it could be huge.
BKB is massive in this game against Secret's lineup.
Yeah, it really is.
So for Secret now, you're most likely looking for an offlaner or a mid, depending on what you feel like the situation calls for, and they take a Zeus, which was their in the group stage. It was their counter to the TB.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, yeah, that's what they felt more comfortable. Now they proved that it can work as well. Just as a coincidence, perhaps or not coincidence, Vici have started running Magnus Ogre together, and they played it in their first game against Asta in the other semi-final.
Do you think that was a pentagram for a second?
Yeah, I got hyped.
Nearly.
Dude,
Nearly. It looked kind of good because all 5 are in there in green, and you thought, oh, that's okay, that's the whole thing.
I
It's
want a
not
pentagram
quite the whole
with
thing.
Doom at the top, and then I'm going to be happy.
Or a Shadow Fiend. It looked very good, and it's because both teams have good synergy with what they've picked, don't they, Kevin?
I can't relate it to the graph now. I'm just thinking about what the best Doom would. Shadow
Doom, no, you're right. Doom would be good.
His ulti is literally pentagram.
No,
Get that
right.
stuff out
Yeah,
of there.
No,
Get the hell out.
Okay, all right, you win.
Draft-wise, all I can think of is pentagrams, but I think the dispels can do it. Honestly, I think the dispels will be able to mitigate the bloodlust and the empower. So I'm going to say I like Secret's draft better.
Interesting. Okay. Too much damage for Virtus.Pro, Will?
I think VP will do it. I feel like the Phoenix is going to be still pretty effective this game. They have multiple ways to help out their TB too. Like they can protect them with Magnus ult, with Phoenix Sunray. I think VP will do it.
Okay, all right. Good. Split decision across the middle between our two experts. Time to head back to our commentators for game number 2. Secret up against it. Can they come back and draw things up? Let's find out.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yeah, Secret versus VPA. Game 1 that was sort of started slowly and ended all abruptly. We're going to see some change up now in game 2 as, yes, sort of the super duper Terrorblade build really is going to be the plan from VP. Get this TB to a point, buff him up to an insane amount. And he's going to be a pretty scary raid boss. The question is, do Secret have the tools to deal with that?
I don't know. Alacrity, Bloodlust, Empower. He's gonna be feeling pretty good on the Terrorblade, but glad Kevin did point out the dispels, of course, from that brew. Could be a solution. However, you can't actually just spam it because your Wind Panda does have a certain amount of mana. I believe you have 2 usages of each spell when you are actually in that Wind Panda, so we will see if that is a factor. And also, they did do some like counter picks, right? They went for the Veno to deal with the Magnus Blink. They went for the Zeus to have the damage versus the Terrorblade. So Secret definitely chose certain heroes to be able to deal with the VP's draft, but will it actually be enough is the question. Can a PL actually lane really well versus Invoker? Because in the past, PL was great versus Invoker in the lane. You'd always be able to like bully him, you charge him constantly, but from lately, I've been seeing especially no one just dominate the mid matchup, no matter what it is.
Let's have a look. Oh, so indeed that. So the end of that last game was a scary one for Secret, so we'll see if they're able to recover themselves and strike back here in this all-important game 2. Of course, loser of this won't be out of the tournament, just be knocked down to the longer route to success.
It also is important that, it is a Zeus, which is one of the heroes that people like to counterpick the Terrorblade with, but it's not the mid Zeus. It is an offlane Zeus, which could get sacrificed a bit. You see a clash.
He's got a few fire spirits onto him. Sunstrike's gonna come in. Oh, it doesn't connect. But he may take down. No, he will survive.
Solo forced to TP.
Oh, that would have been quite the start if that Sunstrike did hit, but just a little too far ahead of Puppey.
That could just completely change the mid matchup even more, right? A free null talisman.
But indeed he doesn't. And we'll get to see what lanes we've got coming out from both sides. And looks to be pretty much as expected. Sunstrike, nicely done to secure the range creep.
Already down low on mana because of missing the first one too, but we'll see if that actually affects him inside of the laning phase, because he wants to be able to keep his Forge Spirits up, and he's going to have some difficulty in the mana department since he's Clarities is not really likely versus a PL.
And I'm interested to see how well Zai can do this game, because sort of as the panel said, in terms of the situation Zai was in last game as the Conquer, he didn't really get the chance to play as sort of a core. He did sort of fall off the wagon a little bit. Do you think he's going to have an easier time as the Zeus?
As the Zeus too, because Solo is there.
I mean, he does, yeah. Solo's just going to run him down a bit, give him a good few punches.
One more hit and he's dead. He's dead.
Oh, Solo. Just, I mean, I ask how Zai's going to do, and he doesn't make you look very good from the off. Well, he gives up first blood.
He's an offlaner as the Zeus versus a pretty strong damage-dealing lane. Like, this is a great lane for VP.
I mean, okay, but is there you've sort of got this Brewer and Zeus. I feel like in other situations we see the Brewer as the core, the Zeus as the support.
It's true, but the Ogre is one hero that really is a big X factor. A lot of the times when you're laning versus pretty much anything, it's like, oh god, we have a Weaver or a PL versus an Axe. Ogre's there, and he just changes the matchup.
They're just getting a second kill.
Look at him. He doesn't care. He's got 6 stick charges too.
He's like, go on then. Throw your nuke out. I'm okay. I've done the maths. I can regen off and walk away. Solo is just absolutely toying with these boys up top.
And that's the majority of the Zeus mana pool too, which is very, very costly. Yeah. As no one has started to, I mean, he's regained his mana pretty much. He hasn't really been using any spells, been safe, only used the one Forge Spirit at the start, now playing the lane very nicely, tied up, or relatively tied up.
That's the thing, yeah, to bear in mind, you know, Solo getting them as low as they were up top and killing them, that there was also potential Sunstrike if needed, and that they didn't need it. You know, Solo just finding these kills on his own, so again, if he gets them even anywhere close to where he had them before, Sunstrike kills can certainly be set up.
Bottom could start to get troublesome though for VP. They've got this, you know, Secret's got Venomancer and Rubik. Venomancer, one of the most annoying heroes to play as melee heroes. So every single time they step up, they're gonna get Gale, they're gonna get right-clicked, and Roger can't really commit too much to help because he's a Phoenix. So his right-clicks are pretty pathetic until he gets levels.
They are both heroes that I guess can sort of play away, that they have a skewer and a dive to create the distance, but good plays with the telekinesis could certainly still set up and punish those attempted escapes. So we'll see how that occurs, and deep top Zai suffering in CS. He really is. He's not getting much out of this lane at all with the way that Solo is able to play.
No one's gotten, I think one more range creep than us so far, but he's also given up, I think, at least one of the Forge Spirits, so experience is even in the mid.
Bottom, they do catch out Pasha. They get the kill on Pasha with that play, as talked about. They had the telekinesis from Yapzor. Yapzor does fall low. Roger still with some spirits to throw out. Won't find the connection there with that last spirit, so Yapzor will survive.
This is the big lane for Secret. I mean, this one and mid. Mid should be pretty okay. He's doing just fine still versus the Invoker. Top, though, it's a complete free farm going to be happening for Ramses pretty much. He's getting slowed down a tiny bit, but they're getting kills because of that.
But this mid lane as well, you know, as you say, it's okay for the PL. In some sort of player versus player matchups, the PL would just straight up beat the Invoker, though. This is no one playing the Invoker really well to keep it a consistent farm with Nisha.
He's got the raindrop. Will block the damage.
He did turn a little bit there.
They're pinging for Sunstrike.
Is he going to come out?
I haven't heard it yet. Ramses kills Puppy top.
No attempt with the Sunstrike? Okay.
No attempt.
No attempt. Okay, focusing on the farm, I believe what the creep wave was underneath the tower. So
I haven't seen the PL versus Invoker matchup that much after the quelling or the poor man's shield got removed.
In the day.
But now, like with the skilling of the 3 points in the doppel, I think it's still PL favored. But now I've seen Invokers just getting better and better at the lane. So with this double null build, with you using your Forge Spirit micro a bit better, it seems like Invokers can do just fine. Puppy up top again, getting pressured.
On Solo, Puppy will turn, and Solo does tank a few hits from the tower.
Yeah, he goes for the Drunken Haze build. Prefer that much more. I mean, it is a support brew, but getting the Drunken Brawler can sometimes backfire when you're playing versus Terrorblade with that reflection.
Yapzor tries to take the bounty ring away, but Roger is able to pick it up in time, and now Yapzor in trouble. Roger quick with the dive, and with damage over time, Yapzor's going to be taken down. Nisha trying to find Roger. In return, Roger's got the Fairy Fire.
He spends his gold. Pasha doesn't care. He wants the bounty run instead. Roger accepts his death as Solo. He might also have to accept his death, or he might just make them go for a walk. Oh, he's even taunting them. Look at that. He walks right back. He identifies they use the shrine, and he's just going to walk away.
Yeah, such a beefy nuisance on this Ogre. Not really a lot that can get done. Mid lane, TP's going to be coming in. They've got the cold snap, but mid one doppels. There's Solo with the wraparound too, as mid one in a lot of trouble. Set up with the Fire Blast. He does avoid the Sunstrike. Tried to turn towards no one with the illusions, but cannot kill off the Invoker, so will lose his life as Solo and Roger come on with a smart play to catch mid one by surprise.
And we say Solo's just going for a walk, but he's actually setting up a gank. He probably calls for Roger to TP mid. They get that nice wraparound.
Very smartly done. Yeah. 6 minutes in, 5 for 3, favoring VP. They do have the 1k lead as well.
The Vano, Nisha's not actually getting the most last hits down bottom because they're actually just like getting ran at for kills constantly. He's only at 17 on the Vano in comparison to Ramses' 30. So far a great start for VP. They should be very happy with this one.
There's no one.
With this haste rune.
He's made sort of this surprise rotation that Puppy was not prepared for, not expecting Zai will be able to get back underneath the tower.
Might have to be careful though, Zai. There's a wraparound coming here. They're putting the ward down too. They have vision of him.
They want to go for this one and get themselves a second kill from this movement, and with the Sunstrike coming in, they certainly will. No one secures both kills. More money going the way of this Invoker.
With who already has Tread's double null, he's got the clarity going too, walks his way back mid, is full HP and just enough mana to be able to continue that laning stage versus mid one.
So I will get one of the walls, at least the other observer still standing. I believe didn't quite see it there with the lightning bolt. So that ward will remain there for VP. As VP, they're ready to dive in again. Ramsey's heading forward. He's got the reflection. Does have the stick charges to Zoe with the zone stick, trying to throw damage back, and they do get Ramsey. Solo and Roger now sort of caught in an awkward position as Yapsor's coming with the counter rotation. Solo tanking the tower. Roger trying to get out from the trees. Will be able to kill off Sai. Roger, Sunray, TP attempt to keep his distance away from Puppey, and it will work. Gets himself out of the map and out of the lane as he'll TP to safety. Solo still able to survive as he runs back towards the tower.
That was great. He hits level 4 off the kill, skills up the Sunray. Usually don't see the Sunray skilled anymore that early on, but just to survive, Roger decides to get it.
And you can sort of see why Ramsey went for it, because if you look at Ramsey's, he is like, I don't know, like 1 XP away from Sunder. So he was relying on diving in and hitting that level 6 maybe to have that sort of clutch counterplay, but he didn't quite get the level 6.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, that was a solo kill mid, right? No one actually is able to find mid one by himself. I think what I saw initially when we saw the kills happening top was knowing he used the cold snap, which allowed the doppel happened, right? Yeah. And then after the doppel, I think mid one overplayed a little bit and then got ice walled and chased down. I believe that's what happened, because doppel level 1 is still very, very long cooldown, so you can get baited a bit by the cold snap and chased after.
Top lane Solo back in. I mean, again, though, you sort of throw a lot of damage at this Ogre, you're not going to kill him.
He's happy with this anyway. It's like you're using your spells on the Ogre, instead of on Ramses. Ramses does have to be a bit careful. Rubik is level 5 already, so the damage coming through from that Fable is quite high. He's just going to push Solo out. Ramses holding skill point.
No, that was pretty cute there as well, underneath the tower. I mean, Ramses, he gets drunk and hazed, and there's a range creep by the tower. He uses the mirror image, gets the CS with that instead.
Beautiful.
That's why the tips were being traded there between him and Puppey.
How's bottom been? Pasha is still only level 5. Nisha is 7, and as soon as I say that, sorry. Sorry, JJ.
Lose Solo. The 3 of them staying persistent up top. Yapso will now move down towards the bottom as Nisha's in trouble. He's getting chased here with the Sunray. Sunstrike coming down, and BAM! On point. Pasha will die, but they get Nisha out. So 1-for-1 between the two cores. Roger should be okay as well. Yapso not with any other firepower to throw down onto the Phoenix. As VP still with the slight lead this game.
And it's important that that they get kills in bottom, because then Pasha, who's already kind of struggling on levels and money, he gets kills out of it, so the gold and everything kind of gets stabilized versus that Venomancer. If we look at the net worth, it's, Veno's still going to be high up there, but Magnus isn't in the most dreadful position possible. He's in a horrible lane, right? Magnus versus Veno is never any fun. We do see Yapsor, typical Yapsor, getting all those secured kills. Level 6. Already majority of the way toward that Yule Scepter, up in that top 5 net worth. So even though there's 10 kills for VP, Secret has a slight gold advantage off that. But the big scare is always, of course, this No One Invoker who's off to a phenomenal start.
And he's not been punished at all.
Yeah, already that point booster, high levels of Exort too.
Roger, with this Inv, there's not a lot he can do on his own. So some of the XP getting himself closer and closer towards the 6. He's got a tome on the way out in the courier, that'll do it. Let's talk constant spam onto Ramsey. Zai's starting to pick it up a little bit on this top lane, but still, the farm, it ain't great for this Zeus.
No, and he is going to go for a hood though on the Terrorblade, which is a little bit different, but does make sense because of what it's worth. And Sunstrike...
Not quite enough, we'll split a little bit.
Yeah, split on that catapult.
As Bibomb does survive, but certainly being kept on his toes by No One's Invoker.
So I was wondering if this would happen though. That hood that I was mentioning on the Terrorblade. In a bunch of games, I do see when you're versus these like hard like counters that just kind of mess you up as a Terrorblade, like the Pugnas, the Zeuses. I was wondering if we'd see players go back to this, because we did see it for some short period, right? Some players were opting to do that.
Just get the hood first. So feel like something, you know, Envy would do a lot of games.
Yeah.
Back when he was playing carry.
It slows you down on your item progression, but allows you to actually play your hero versus your counterpart.
Yeah. And especially in a game where, as we talked about, because of all the buffs anyway, even though your sort of items are slowed down, there's still going to be big potential for you in the fights.
Yeah, and there's a lot of magic damage coming up from Secret. Whenever there's a Zeus and a Rubik, there's going to be like that aggressive null field that can come out too. It's bottom side. Ramses is just looking to use this meta to farm the triangle here. He has big stacks already starting. They're going to be really wanting to use that in power with the Terrorblade at some point. As Solo is just given the top lane, he's just going to be soaking the pressure from the Zeus.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And no one gets the deny on his own mid tower.
Puppey wants to get wards down. He wants to try to set some up here to watch the Terrorblades farm. Usually the most important thing to do versus TV is get those deep wards down in. The Zeus ult?
Ooh, kills it with Roger. Niche able to get that last bit of poison damage as the Zeus ult brings it down low enough to tick out.
Gonna be a Vessel Rush on the Venomancer too. High magic damage gonna be coming through. So much burst on Secret.
It's Puppey. It's deep, no one. Getting the kill onto Zai there.
Jeez. He's just all over the place. He was walk top, found the kill. Alacrity Cold Snap versus Zeus. Can't really walk away. 790 HP. The circle is drawn by Solo that he wants to be playing on the left side of the map, I would believe, instead of playing near that Venomancer. The Veno is always a scary factor when you're playing with these type of heroes, when you have a Magnus in particular on your lineup. Can't actually get on top of him easily. It's like the Magnus can charge, you can skewer in with the Phoenix, but can be a bit scary. They could set up for some kills though, if they do make a rotation down with the Invoker. But I do believe they want to be playing around that top side, not allowing them to. Because if they're making space on top, then it's going to draw the attention top, which allows Ramses to just play around that triangle.
No one. He's got his eyes on mid one. That smoke can back up, so they can be there to help out. No one have a bit of a go onto mid one. Mid one getting cold snapped. He's got the doppelganger. He's going to head up towards the north. There's going to be a telekinesis drop down, but the supernova's out with the AoE from the Chaos Meteor. They'll find mid one's PL.
Melted. Ramses mid though. Spotted.
He does have Sunder available. Can he find a target to use it? Zai keeping himself to the edge. Roger will offer up his life if necessary, but the charges with the hood, keeping Ramses alive for now. Do they actually have the magical to burst through it? He still has that Sunder to play with, and he's got it. Sunder's Roger. He's going to be okay for a little bit of time. Does get thrown up into the air. Solo comes in from the side. Has the fire blast. The sun rays there from Roger to offer the heal. Pasha with the skewer finding another target as Puppey being focused as Ramses. He's out with the metamorphosis. Gets the two of them. The double kill comes through. The sunstrike. The fire blast connects onto Yapzor as Yapzor will fall as well. No one now wicked sick on his Invoker, and they were just desperate for that Terrorblade kill, but Ramses with the hood, it really made all the difference. He would have certainly been burst down before he gets that Sunder opportunity, and he hesitated with the Sunder. He knew that he could draw them into that spot by those stairs up to the high ground and then go for the Sunder on Roger that would allow the rest of his team time to come in and come out on top of that fight by a mile.
Yeah, I mean, the itemization there alone was just fantastic, and also the way VP played around it. Solo made the call even a minute before all that happened. He's like, I want to play on the left side, be sure to be backing up everybody. Roger is that tool to make sure that Ramses has a target, and this hood just doing so much work. He would have absolutely died.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, 100%.
He was totally dead. And even at this point, you know, they're like, well, he's still low, he's used Sunder, maybe we can still find something, but the beam set up, Pasha, no hesitation with the RP, securing themselves an extra kill out of the play. And it's just picture perfect from VP.
Yeah, great teamwork.
Sunstrike being used as well, giving, I believe, that sort of vision to get that Fire Blast through to allow the control to get Yapzor too.
Is that one of the faster Aghanims we've had on an Invoker
15 minutes in, it's got to be.
He got it a little bit before, right? Yeah. Look at that.
So 7 minutes faster than the average, which is 22 minutes and 24 seconds.
And it's not a naked one. He's got treads, he's got double null, he's got the wand as well. I mean, that's more of like the standard build now, but that's incredibly fast. He's also level 13 in this game. I mean, he's tied up with the PL, so there is that, but still pretty remarkable.
I mean, there's a reason why this team gets away with picking the Invoker early, as the panel said. This is a no-one Invoker. You don't want to mess with it, and how do you? They have got the Diffusal Blade on mid one. So mid one and his PL still in a good position, but in terms of coming to these team fights where you're wanting to control the Invoker, there's not a lot of it. If they don't have the primal split, Puppey doesn't get the primal split off, it's pretty much a telekinesis. Other than that, no one has the ability to dance in and around the team fights without too much threat to himself at all.
And the Zeus has been... Zai is only level 8. Look at this, the Sunstruck's just gonna kill him!
Oh no. Zai has... He's had some rough games on the offlane. And this is certainly one of the roughest. I think he's behind Japsor on the Rubik.
I mean, do you expect to take 600 pure damage at the 17-minute mark?
Yeah, but I mean, I mean, you're the expert. You know, Zai, he's on the Zeus. Should he be doing it as rough as he is? Like,
he's an offlane Zeus. It is much harder. You don't see it often.
So you're saying this is the hero, this is the draft, this is the situation Zai's been put into. You're not saying Zai's just having a bad game.
Oh, he's not having a great game either, of course, but he's put in a position where it's tough to succeed as the Zeus, right? You're playing versus an ogre who's going to bully you out of the lane constantly.
Because I mean, at this point, it really does feel like the Zeus brew lane, it did absolutely nothing this game.
It definitely did not do what they wanted it to do, not at all. But it's also because of the itemization, right? Like if Ramses didn't go for Hood, the Zeus would have absolutely gotten the kill earlier.
I mean, they said it in game 1, the panel, you know, Zai ended up being another support, and I think he's ended up more of a support this game as well. His impact is going to be minimal as the Zeus at this stage. You know, the Hood obviously on Ramses, he's getting the BKB next. Like, this Zeus, I don't think anybody is scared about the Zeus on VP's lineup. The best thing that Zai can offer at this point is the vision from sort of the Thunder God's Wrath. Damage is not going to do anything at all.
Or a blink canceller to the RP.
Sure, sure, the blink cancelling could be nice.
But he's not going for one. He actually just went the Dominator. He had the blink gold, but Pasha's like, I'm playing versus Venomancer Zeus. Yeah. I don't even want to get a blink right now. I'm going to play the farming game, and you know what? I'm not even going to get one anyway. I'm actually clearing up a pipe. That's how we deal with Venomancer. That's how we deal with Zeus. That's how we deal with all this magic damage. Just get magic resistance. Solo. If he gets a multicast here with the Sunstrike.
No. He's going for it. They've got to spread the damage.
They do spread it.
They do. They keep him alive. And they will pop the ult and take down Solo. That's a good attempt. Why not try for it? But indeed, Secret were there with the backup to share that Sunstrike damage and make sure he didn't die.
It might not have been enough anyway. He had the cloak. I didn't notice. But it would have been close. Good share, though. Good share, though, by Yapstar, making sure that he tanks it with him. And because of all these aggressive movements, as we see on the map, the very deep vision coming out from VP, so they can actually see all the moves that Secret is making when they're even coming outside of the base. I mean, some of them were there for quite a long time, but this is just typical VP. Whenever they see these situations, when they're making deep plays, they put this deep vision. As like you mentioned, the double BKBs will be coming out at a pretty early time on both that Invoker as well as that Terrorblade, which will negate a lot of the damage from Secret. Even the PL, a lot of the damage that comes out from PL is the mana burn.
I mean, overall, it does say it's just less than a 1k lead for VP, but it feels like they are so much further ahead when you look at the overall picture of this game.
Especially when it's not just a Terrorblade in this game, like Panel was talking about. It's a Terrorblade who's going to have Bloodlust, Empower, Eventual Alacrity. Ooh, that was scary.
Oh boy. At least Zai's got that 25% XP gain talent, so
that could be the saving grace.
Help him get back in, get those levels. But it's still going to be a long road to recovery for Zai.
He's buying small items, just so he can at least set some mobility out of his items, so he can stay in the back lines. If he can actually survive in the team fights, it's still a Zeus who does high damage. Pasha?
Well, they will finally catch it. Telekinesis onto Pasha. Pasha tries to skewer it down to low ground, but he'll be trapped on the cliff. They get Pasha.
Zai gets the kill, so some experience for him. That last hit.
There's the BKB for Ramses. This boy, he's not gonna die. He's got Hood, he's got BKB.
It's so early to have it.
How do you kill him?
205 last hits already.
BKB as well, coming out for no one. It's, oh yeah.
And look at another one faster. Then this one's not the average. This is the fastest. Thank you for pointing it out.
Sorry,
we saw it, JJ. Before you pointed it out.
Only 31 faster than the average, but this is 31 faster than the fastest. My goodness. Oh, I mean, yeah, terrible. Who needs to step it up, Ramses? Come on. Woke up with that one. Poor Ramses. I mean,
it's still a fast BKB.
The game
There's just a
where
lot of times
got...
people rush it. This one he went for the little bit greed. He went hood and
he's got loads. I mean, this is still great item timing, of course. It's just, you know, it's not the record-breaking BKB rush, as you say, that some other player obviously did. I mean,
some other player. The way you say it.
Some other player. I mean, 15-minute BKB. Does that actually sound that good? That sounds like you're getting it way too quickly.
Maybe he needed it. Don't judge.
They might have lost that game. Can we check down the stats?
Don't judge.
That game where there's a 15-minute BKB on Terrorblade, the Terrorblade lose. We need to know these facts.
Secret still has prioritized putting aggressive wards down, so they want to at least try to stalk and look for the kills on the Terrorblade. But as for invading, VP's been playing very well around Ramses, making sure he doesn't actually get set up or surrounded alone. They always seem to be there with him. At least one or two of their heroes. As the Bloodlust and Empowers continue. Puppey going for a small item here, at least a drum.
For the drums.
Yeah, so it's something in particular for him to get the benefit with his Primal Split. He's not getting anything bigger just yet. So it looks like majority heroes gathering around that mid. Mid one is the highest level in the game still currently. He has Diffusal and Manta finished stuff, so he's
doing very well. I mean, both him and Nisha are really keeping themselves perfectly in the game as a treat. And Zai he's starting to catch up. Pasha's also starting to fall behind, so Zai is catching up to the pace of Pasha.
One thing we do have to watch out for is, though, the Phoenix, right? Phoenix is level 12 too, so high level of Egg, and they have combos to be able to break people hitting it. They have, of course, the RP, but they also have the Deafening Blast, which is a huge one to protect that Supernova, which could be a huge factor as well in the upcoming engagements.
And we really could see... Ooh, top lane, no one. Tornado. TP out. He's not going to make it. He's going to put the BKB. He turns with the Deafening Blast. Nisha and Zai are there with the wraparound. Can he escape with this BKB? They're popping the ult. The Sunray heal will come through from Roger. No one's still trying to get out, but he can't. Spirit Vessel's there, and Secret get a big pick-off. Getting no one. A lot of money for Nisha. 756 bonus card to ending that 8-kill streak that no one was on.
Looks like he misinvoked to a Tornado instead of the Ghost Walk, but I think inevitably he still dies anyway. The sentries are there, and there's a Zeus there constantly spamming the Lightning Bolt. That's a massive pickup.
That's a big one for them to find.
That's the BKB too that he used, so the 10 charge. As they make their way into the Roche Pit immediately after that.
Well, that's what Ramsey going the S and Y. We're seeing S and Y make a bit of a comeback in some of the players' eyes.
He wants to battle.
Yeah, it's a great amount of beef for him to have. That's sort of, you know, that inexpensive mid-game item you can pick up, and he's battle ready.
It's 10 seconds until Invoker pops up. We hear the early Brew Split popping out to try to protect this.
So, Solo!
Solo walks in.
Walks in and dies.
Invoker in 2 seconds.
Ramses.
Solo buys back.
I don't think they can do anything to stop this Roshan, though, as a Secret.
They back out of the pit, though. They're looking for a fight.
Okay, so maybe see if they can get Ramses. Does a BKB Sunder and Hood.
They got a bit scared because Solo bought back and also...
How low was the Roche? He got pretty low.
He's not that low.
Okay.
He still has 3,000. It's relatively low, yeah. I think they're afraid of the Invoker.
He wants that Sunder. He's BKB'd and he's walking in to find a Sunder target, but he doesn't find one. If you can't find a Sunder target during the BKB, that's not great news.
That's a BKB wasted, for sure.
And now he can't find easy Sunders. We are going to see them find Puppey outside of the pit. They know he hasn't got the Primal Split. Nisha popping the Gale onto Roger. Setups there for the Tornado to come in, and Supernova as well committed. Heals up from Yabso, but he's stuck in a bit of a tough place. The Deafening Blast and right clicks from Ramses with the Metamorphosis will finish him off. The buyback comes out from the Rubik. Zai has burst down Pasha on the side. Pasha does have buyback available if he wants to commit for the fight. He certainly does. Buys back, and he's heading over to join the rest of his team as VP are pushed back towards the Shrine. The Shrine is unavailable, though. Secret will move back into the pit. Sunstrike's going to check out the current situation. No, and they do have the team fight ready still. They've got that RP, but so does Secret. They're just without the Primal Split themselves.
The meta is almost gone on Ramses, too. He has BKB up in 8 seconds, though. So that panel mentioned
he's heading in again. Mid one's going to be there. Can they find a good jump? There's the RP coming through, but it doesn't catch anybody. It doesn't catch anyone at all, and mid one's already killed off Solo. Secret gonna get the rest of them out of there. The Sunray's out onto Nisha. Puppey heading in from the side. As the VP, they've not managed to find any kills out of this engagement. They've now got to try and retreat. Sunstrike's down, connects onto Zai, but there's the burst. Mid one chases down a second, double kill as he picks up the finish onto Roger. Not the fight at all that VP were trying to execute, as they're now without Metamorphosis. They're without RP. Secret will happily go back into the pit. And I don't think they've got anything to worry about at all when it comes to getting this Roshan and an Aegis, as that is a hefty team fight loss for VP. And some very nice gold and glory secured for mid one on his PL.
See why that Magnus is so difficult to play versus Venomancer, and even throwing in a Zeus on top too. Just, you can't find opportunities to go for your RPs, and when he does try to go for it, it's a PL who I believe gets the doppel off.
Yeah, he did. Was able to jump away amongst the chaos of that all.
That was great way that Secret kind of played that, and just like walking in and poking and then walking back and poking again. Brewmaster, the split by Puppey was really nicely used in the beginning before the fight even starts, just to kind of give vision, and then Zai throws down a Zeus ulti to give vision as well. So they've just had so much information inside the team fights in comparison to VP, who were kind of running in blind, right? We see Ramsey's BKBs and runs in the pit like, wait a minute, no one's here.
No, that was a very sort of awkward start to the fight from VP that Secret absolutely punished. As the game goes on, and Zai continuing to certainly make that recovery. He's getting back up there in the goal.
You doubted.
I did. It was a rough start. As I said, we have seen Zai struggle recently, but this game, he's getting back on track after a tough beginning.
He's halfway toward Aghanims. Yeah. That can be, I mean, even more annoying to deal with inside of the fights.
That almost makes it impossible to play the Blink Magnus.
Yeah, it's just so Bueno Wards, Nimbus, Brewlings.
Like, what is Pasha getting next? He needs what, either the Shadow Blade or the BKB?
He's gotten the hood. So at least he can absorb like the Zeus ulti.
Okay, he's gone back for the hood.
I mean, he can hood, pop the hood, absorb the Zeus ulti, and still blink.
Still blink. Yeah, that works.
He has to be able to get something off, because it does seem like them walking into the fights is super difficult versus what Secret has. Secret just has such a great way inside of like that big area whenever they do set up for it. Mid one. It's a long chase.
Roger does it the supernova if necessary, and we'll some raid TP out.
So VP, just like last game, do think that they're gonna chill for a little bit, wait for that Aegis to tick down unless they see a very superior fight that they can try to take. Because they still have high farming mechanics, as we've mentioned. Alpha Wolf has been following Ramses now for a while. They're gonna be throwing Bloodlust and Empowers on him too. So look at that damage, delicious. Solo getting spotted out here. This does not look like a great place for VP to fight. Yeah.
Now let's get Solo.
Just near a shrine. I mean, it's uphill. Too risky, as Zai could get picked off here though with no defensive item, has to hide in the tree line. Will he get found? It's a long TP. He TP to the shrine, but no one does not.
Fine. No one's not going to come hunting.
That was scary. Whenever you see those long TPs, it's like, oh god. Hope he doesn't look here. Puppey just uses the split.
Maybe see if we could force a BKB charge out of Ramses. As he will chase him down, set up with the Wind Panda. It's already out from Ramses. See if Ramses does get spooked. The rest of Secret are heading over under the cover of smoke to get there that little bit quicker, but is by the shrine, so TP's come in. Pasha's there. Roger as well. See if Secret really want to try and push for more. The Tornado coming down as well as the EMP as Puppey looking to get punished. The Sunstrike's going to be off the mark. The ult comes out, but Ramses moves in with the BKB. The Supernova's there. RP controlling mid one, making sure he can't hit the egg down as they'll kill him once.
He did steal it. Yapsor also has the Blink Dagger.
Let's see if they can make a big counter play here. Now VP indeed are having to back away. Yapsor jumping in. Oh, Yapsor! Absolutely beautiful. Comes in. Stolen RP onto 3 and VP. Oh boy, they're getting knocked back yet again. Yapsor indeed on his Rubik. Plays like that. And what give him sort of that title as the best Rubik in the world. Oh man, they weren't ready for that one, VP. Did they see that it was stolen, do you think?
I do think they had to have known it was stolen, right? That's like
they were grouped up, the 3 of them. I guess on the retreat they had to sort of get away.
Costly Zai though.
Couldn't have been better there.
Will get set up on top. Will easily be brought down at no one. So they will at least get 1 kill out of it, which is worth a lot of gold. 668 for no one. But the high ground is already being breached.
There's no RP. There's no supernova. Ramses used meta, right? So he's not even going to have that, is he, when he's back up? How long a meta? 80 seconds without Metamorphosis. Secret are pushing it.
They had to commit so much just to kill the Aegis. That's the big benefit for Secret. Yeah. Solo.
He goes forward, but he's just going to get ripped apart straight away. Telekinesis there. He's surrounded. Solo's gone. The Meteor does get dropped down.
Who 4-stepped him in? I think that was Nisha. Yeah, it was Nisha. The aggressive 4-step pushing Solo out, even more out of position.
They're losing this tier 3 tower. Pasha's back in. We're saying no RP. The Prama split up again. Puppey using it to keep VP at bay, making sure Mid-One's got the space to take the range tracks and the Mayday Rex as well, as it looks to be. As he pushes on, can they do anything to keep him off? They've got the Sunray and he does play careful. Doppelganger's out, and there's that item we talked about. Zai has now managed to finish off that Aghanim Scepter, so another potent component that Secret have ready for the team fight and for the anti-team fight as well. We'll see it here.
The beauty.
YapzOr comes in and whoo, we've got to go back to the real time because...
Do we?
No, we don't.
That's okay.
I guess that was quick. We saw what we needed to.
We did. He hit it. He hit
the
off already.
replay was as quick as sort of YapzOr's reactions and setup there. Fantastic.
It seems just really difficult for VP to start the fights.
Yeah.
That's just what it seems like time and time again. Secret just has this area that they just surround that is unable to breach. Nisha 8-1 and 8 on the Venom.
Oh, let's see it again.
Okay,
It was so...
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, a little slow this time. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Beautiful.
Thank you, production. I do love that. It was a great play.
I mean, it's picture perfect.
It was.
Yeah, the slow motion sounds as well. You hear the Terrorblade
nice.
dying
I do
in
love
slow
the slow
motion.
motion audio. It's very nice, very fancy. Oh, and YapzOr again getting another use out of it. Not as fancy as the 3-man, but it's able to trip up Roger as he catches out the bird.
It's going to be gone anyway.
Yeah,
It's probably
get a use out of it.
about to be gone with that duration being 240 seconds. So what's the next item? I think Ramses almost needs a blink dagger. They might even need. They just. It's so weird because you're playing versus Venno and Zeus and stuff. It's so hard to actually be using blink daggers at all. I don't know how they really get this fight started themselves.
They've got to. I mean, how do you deal with sort of this PL army? Is there not even sort of the temptation for someone to get him a Mjolnir? So you make it harder, but then who's going to build that? You don't really want to get it on TB, do you?
No.
No. So
I mean, you can't go for the blinks, yeah. You actually just can't. I don't know how you get the fight started.
What does Ramses get? I mean, the one thing that we're really yet to see is if they do find their own team fight, their own RPs. You know, Ramses, he has a ridiculous amount of damage and setup, as we said, with the buffs.
If they can, though. Yeah. That's the difficulty. It's really getting the start.
Split from Puppey, starting to poke at them. They catch out the Phoenix again, as Roger's going to have to buy back. Can't afford to lose another team fight, VP, as they're now 9k behind. Secret taking a strong lead in this game. Solo leads in, chasing down YapzOr. YapzOr backs up with the Lotus Orb above him. There's the Sunstrike, but it's going to be off the mark. Solo getting trapped in by the illusions. The Spirit Lance comes in to finish him off as Mid-1 gets the kill. Ramses heads in with the BKB and the Metamorphosis. The Reflection out as well. He's got the Vision onto Nisha. Up, he's going to be popped just for the Nisha kill. They do manage to get away with it. But it is just the Venomancer. Again, they're having to blow a lot for this VP. YapzOr starting to come back in, jumps forward with the telekinesis. They're trying to burst Ramses down in time, but they can't. Gets the Sunder off. Mid-1's on top of him, but no one's able to get him off there with the Tornado, the EMP laid down, and Ramses can keep the distance. The Ice Wall slowing down Mid-1 a little bit. He's still got that passive charging forward. He's got a big army building up as he's on top of Pasha. Pasha trying his best to run himself away, and it's enough. Keeps the distance. Ramses can turn. Sunstrike will not connect Zai. TP's to safety. But Secret, they threw away quite a bit off the back of that fight, losing 4. I believe Ramses at least getting a triple kill out of that fight as well.
So that's the way you start the fight. You wait for the Bruce split to be down and you just hope for the best, and you can just charge. They actually just have to charge into the backlines. It's still very difficult, but somehow they make that one work. That was pretty remarkable.
They do. That's a big step up for Ramses, as you can see now, jumping a little bit. Couple of thousand ahead of Mid-1's PL, despite Mid-1's fantastic performance so far. And you know, you did see sort of how scary that PL is at the end of the fight, nearly bringing down multiple members of VP, but not quite, as he was sort of on his own after the rest of Secret have fallen by his side.
There's no buyback on the PL.
There isn't.
He spent his gold on an Eagle Song.
Let's see how much VP can poke out of them for that. As they are about by the outside of the base. Roger's got a full Shiva's Guard as well.
They got so much gold from that one. Yeah. It was like 8k gold lead for Secret swings. 9k, right? Okay, so yeah, 8k gold swing off of all of it. As Pasha now has a Blink Dagger, will almost finish the Hood too. Several big items, so BKBs could be a very big success. I mean, they've already got 2 on VP, but if they also get a BKB on Pasha as well as Roger, then they can just really charge forward and allow Ramses and Noan to use their spells at the most efficiency.
I mean, so sort of that play down at that tier 2 tower, do you think, was that just a bit of a mistake from Secret trying to force that fight?
Yeah.
They didn't need to do that?
It did seem like it, because they just picked up like the Eagle Song, they just had like a couple successful fights. It seemed like a really awkward location too, right? They were like inside the tree line fighting.
They're sort of at the very edge of the map.
Where it's like
tier 2 tower.
It's like Secret, they can fight in open areas really easily, and even in like some of the confined ones. But in that type of area where it's like along like a side route, that's where you'll give the avenue for VP to actually collapse and get on top of you. But it's still, I mean, it's still very hard for VP to get those off, and it's remarkable that they were able to there. As they just picked up so much. It's now just completely swung.
It really has. And Ramses, he's going to go for the butterfly. He's got the money, so full butterfly
Best item versus PL.
On the Terrorblade.
Yeah. Best item versus PL. PL also is going to have evasion, but Terrorblade can itemize to deal with evasion a little bit better, in my opinion, than Phantom Lancer. Sure, MKB gives you the accuracy on your illusions for PL2, but it's not an item that you ideally want to have.
Terrorblade with the butterfly, and obviously Pasha by his side with the full pipe. There's a lot of ways to keep that team alive. They're smoking up. Thunder God's Wrath will scout out the movement. They know that VP's around that mid lane.
Smoke is also a very efficient tool for them to actually set up onto fights and collapse on top of Veno as well as the Zeus, as the Roche is spotted by VP. They want to try to catch them on the high ground here. Roger is level 18. They look to commit forward.
We'll see what they can get started here. Mid one sending in a Spirit Lance. There's going to be the Supernova popped immediately as Mid one will jump forward onto the egg in an attempt to get it down, but can he actually hit it? He's not got enough hits. He commits for it, but he doesn't have enough attacks to take down the egg. Now the turnaround's there with the Sunray out. Mid one has to retreat. On the side, Pasha blows the RP just onto the solo Zeus as Mid one is focused down by Ramses and Roger. He's still alive with the doppelganger though. Mid one will finally fall. He buys back those. He knows that they're low on VP. Ramses turns to Puppey. Ramses is disabled by the telekinesis. They'll lose the Terrorblade. They'll catch out Solo as well. As Solo left behind by the rest of his team. This did cost them the buyback. He's Glimmercaped.
They gotta go for Roche on Secret. They
wait, Solo's actually gonna be able to... yeah, Absol knows he's still around. Not quite able to out-juke him there with the Glimmercape as they will come back and finish off Solo. But yeah, Terrorblade is dead for 70 seconds.
Straight to
Roshan is up. You've got to get in there as Secret.
Yapsor still has RP stolen as well.
Oh, he got it.
He did get it again.
Oh.
He got it literally instantly as soon as Pasha used it. So that buyback, well worth it for mid one.
Absolutely, if they can get this Roche, 100%. A great instant buyback. There's always going to be appealing with VP sort of drawing out the fight around that shrine. No one's seen that opportunity to get straight back in and get into the pit, into this Roshan. Is there anything VP can do? They've got 3 alive.
Man, these fights are
they can't get over it. They've got to let us go.
These fights are such absolute chaos, with everybody's blinks getting cancelled constantly by Veno wards, Veno Poison Nova as well. Just so many different things to try to keep track of. And the fight just keeps getting split up. We'll have the Cataclysm. Okay. Doesn't do much, but it looks pretty.
We go mid one with the Aegis. Cheese is going to go the way of... who's going to take it? Nisha? Yeah, Nisha, to make sure he does always get off that ult in the center of the fight, especially with that Axe. A lot of scary damage over time, especially with the BKB charges. What, getting a little lower. What are the BKB timings at the moment on the Terrorblade and the Invoker?
It should be down to like 5 or 6 already.
6 on the TB and 7 still on the Invoker.
Okay. They do have level 20 on Veno with Aghanims now too, so that damage is pretty ridiculous.
And do you like this approach as well from VP? You know, I said obviously Roger got his Shiva's Guard. No one as well as we've seen, he has a Shiva's Guard as well. So having 2 just to help deal with the PL army.
Yeah, I think it's a
good approach.
I don't think you can ever really be mad about
having
multiple
2
Shivas versus PL. I think in some situations you can be, but if you're Phoenix, you want to have Shivas just to protect your egg. That little bit of attack speed slow can always be incredibly useful. And then, yeah, just to be able to clear out some illusions to know which one's real is fine. And no one absolutely needs an armor item in this game.
Absolutely, yeah. And you don't want to get AC on Invoker.
No, definitely not.
Not at all.
Ramses spotted.
Something with the ult. You have some Puppey having a bit of a poke at him.
They don't have any other. They don't have a core near them though, so they don't want to actually use their RP to try to set up. But bounty runes, all 4 will be claimed by Secret as they get their gold lead back. Back and forth game. In gold and experience. I don't know if my win probability hockey works. Okay, my win probability hockey does work. And
what does it say?
It's only like 20% for Secret. It's been up and down all over the place as well, similar to the net worth and gold.
20%?
Or in experience.
Wait, you can't be reading that, right?
I can't be reading it right, sorry.
60%. Bottom left, look at it's at the bottom left.
61, sorry.
61%.
The number was darkened, apologies. I couldn't see it. I was like 20%. Wait, what?
20%?
How does that mean that they're winning? I was like, how does that mean that they're winning it?
Pass it. He's in trouble, Puppey.
Nope.
He's going to be able to run this one down. Pash is hiding. He's going to go for the TP. Not going to make it. Good size there. Lightning Bolt comes through, and that's Pasha dead.
Row.
Has got buyback if the push comes in from Secret. And it certainly could with how big mid one is at the moment. This PL, Butterfly Heart, Aegis. He is a nightmare to deal with, and he's in. Straight away, they're looking to kick things off as they get themselves on top of no one.
The RP?
The stolen RP indeed holding him down through that BKB, allows them to kill him once. He'll buy back. for this defense. They really don't want to let these melee racks go, but is there anything they can do to get Secret off them? The fortification comes out from VP. Secret, they're pushing on, and they're taking it. As Ramses can't do anything to stop them, they're really holding on to the buyback from Pasha.
I mean, especially
it's going to come out now, though.
When mid one is level 25 with this low-level doppel, reflection is pretty much, it's just not going to do the same as it used to.
Puppy.
You just keep removing it over and over again with that doppel.
Does get EMP, so he's a bit low on the mana front. Dive forward here, and that's going to get him into a perfect position with the Supernova there. Roger with the placement. The skewer back, the doppelganger is not going to save him from the Supernova stun. Woo. He's still going to try and play his way out. He's incredibly tanky, but they've got the AoE to burn through that Aegis, take down mid one the once, and with the meatball down upon him, they're ready to try and go for a second time, and they can clear through these illusions. Mid one looking to get on top of no one, but he's outnumbered and surrounded by VP.
He's dead for 120. He used his buyback earlier.
Oh, they should know this, right, as well?
They should definitely know this.
They should know this. They knew that he bought back around that Roshan fight. Now is the time to go for VP. And, I mean, Roger there, well, that dive range. Sick. Coming in with that long-range dive, able to find the brilliant... Because you saw that, what was the play there for Secret? They can't hit the egg. They have to run away, but they're losing the fight either way. As soon as that egg's gone off, that's the fight won.
They can't kill the egg at this point.
They can't do anything about that.
No,
those sort of
not.
Phoenix play. This is why VP, they'll take that Phoenix straight up in the draft, as it can just pull off plays like that that really there's very little answers to.
No, there's like no way for them to kill the egg. And now also no one has the radio deafening blast too, so he has got another way to protect the egg. Even though he had to expend his buyback, so the Invoker has to be careful.
And he still
has meta on Terrorblade.
Yeah, he's got meta, and this is the buffs that we talked about. The alacrity, everything they can buff him up. And there's no PL for a full minute to help for this defense from Secret. Nisha's going to go forward, try and come in with a big ult. You are going to see on the front, they catch out Roger. See if VP can push on still without their Phoenix. They're without Roger for 100 seconds. Ramsey's still with the BKB, but they are a little scared.
Ramsey's. The spam, the Rubik and Zeus, it's so much damage to clear out the creep waves. And all these Venom wards being placed down too. The Poison Nova is gone now.
Pasha's got an RP though, but again, they're getting hit by these wards.
I know, so annoying to play against.
You cannot get that jump in. I mean, this is a big win for Secret in the sense that you just lost your PL for 2 minutes, but you don't lose any of your base. You're able to push back the enemy, even though when they first came in with that push, VP, they had a full 5-man ready. They had Metamorphosis, they had RP ready to go, but they weren't able to break the base. Secret are able to repel them.
I think VP's also, they're trying to be a little calm too, because they did use the Invoker buyback, they did use the Magnus buyback as well, so they're like, we want to force the issue, but it can come at a huge risk to just losing the game abruptly, so they play a little bit more discipline, and looks like they're going to just back up, pick up their next big items, because the Invoker had a full Octarine ready to be purchased off the Courier, and I think Ramses also had like 7,000 gold or 6,000 gold when they were going for that push.
What is he getting next, Ramses?
Satanic.
Okay, Satanic.
He's getting rid of the hood. He popped the Satanic immediately as soon as he got it too. There you go. He had full health, but he was just clicking it.
And he took the Sun to cooldown right this game, Ramses?
Yep.
Yeah, he did.
We have to watch for that mana burn, of course, since now it does have a 50 mana cost versus that PL can actually become a bit of an issue. But this could actually be important. This is random, but there's a haste rune on Pasha. Okay. This could actually give him an opportunity to get him in. He's also got the level 20 for that skewer range as well, so we're going to watch for that one. But both sides, Secret, I believe they do have the PL with buyback now. VP, they still don't have theirs, and no one did spend
How long is it until no one's got
about 4 minutes, I believe
4 minutes still.
3 minutes 40, and he doesn't have the gold 40, so.
Okay.
They're going to try to push out the side lanes. You see Solo's actually the one dealing with bottom right now as an ogre. We'll watch him.
He's got a fair bit of money, Solo as well.
I mean, he's got a big push.
Gold.
They're going to have to deal with this push bottom, actually, because it's a double catapult wave. Secret has to back up to deal with this creep wave, or they will actually lose their racks to an ogre. The Manta Illusions are being sent down bottom. They should make it in time to at least start a little bit of an army, but...
VP there, starting to head out a little bit up top. Secret are still around this area of the map. It's Puppy. Maybe looking for potential to start something off. The Primal Split's going to come through. Roger puts the Shiva's Guard, goes for the ult. They're trying to take this egg down. They're bringing in the PL. The up is coming in. Can they get the egg? They can't.
Get it off.
The egg's successful. They're going to be able to burst down Nisha. Now they turn their attention towards Mid-1. Mid-1 trying to doppelganger away, but he's been disarmed. Meteor comes down, won't connect with Mid-1. Another doppel, another turn. The telekinesis, they grab no one. He's out for 2 minutes. He's dead for 2 minutes. Solo's dead as well. With no buyback on the Invoker, no buyback on Pasha's Magnus. This is going to be game over, I think. There's no Terrorblade can buy back. But Mid-1 just picking up an Ultra. They have to defend a 3. I don't think they can, Fog. There's no Magnus, there's no Invoker, and Secret, they've got the full 5-man ready to go as they made the call to make that jump. And no one, he didn't get the BKB off. He did get the BKB, but it's just so short at this point of the game.
He just gets shredded. One lift and gets surrounded by the illusion, and he's
it's
dead.
over.
And they just
GG,
yep,
game over.
What an incredibly back and forth game.
Woo. Secret able to do it here in game 2, and
I'm pretty surprised. I'm pretty surprised that VP was able to take some of those fights. Like we were mentioning, the area that they can actually set up on the side of Secret with these Venom wards and just that control made it so hard for VP to actually start and just get into the fights. Bottom was like miraculous that they were able to get that off, but then afterwards we saw the beauty from Secret's lineup actually really starting to come to fruition.
And well, what do you know?
That was crazy close. One
of the best teams in the world. They can't win with Magnus. It's as if that hero just isn't very good.
Seb's gonna get you. Seb is listening right now. He's waiting for you to say something about it.
My goodness, how dare you say that? And I love you, Seb. But no, the Magnus, it really does have its issues, especially in a game like that. It was a very hard game to play the Magnus. You have all these sort of damage over times, cancelling the blink. We like the build that he went for, so the helm, the pipe, tanking up, so we could just look for maybe an opportunity to walk in, at least survive and get the spells off. But I don't know.
Maybe the Shadowblade could have actually been an argument, right? Because there's still just so much. With the Zeus is what makes it really complicated. And he didn't really. It's not like he had the space to be able to farm as a Magnus. He has an Invoker and a Terrorblade who's taking majority of the space on the map, and him getting like a BKB, a Shadowblade, like all these items is just unlikely. And Secret, they played really calm and really patient. It was really nice to see.
Good recovery from Zai. Nisha playing solidly, and Mid-1's PL just top of his game the entirety of that match. Is the series at a draw at the moment, 1-1 between Secret and VP, as we pass you back to the panel.
They like these sudden GGs, don't they? Well, game over, 1-1, all square. Good stuff from Secret. And Will, what do you make of that?
I mean, that was just kind of a weird game because I thought that once the TB got to the point that it did, same with the Invoker, that the game was going to be pretty over, but they did such a good job of neutralizing the Magnus. Like, he was never really able to get online. I mean, we saw Yapzor have the best RP of the game by far. So when you're put into that kind of position, I feel like Pasha, in the Enigma game, he was given all the tools in the world to succeed. In that game, as Magnus, didn't really have any opportunities.
Yeah, and definitely lacked impact.
And even giving him power to TB just didn't matter that much. Like, it helped him farm and keep ahead, but TB already farms so fast anyways, that past that, it's like, and it gets dispelled, so it's like his entire hero's purpose was like buy defensive items and occasionally be helpful. But like towards the end of the game, it actually felt like Yapzor's Rubik, Magnus, RP steals were better than what Pasha could actually do.
He was definitely the better Magnus, that's for sure. Yeah. Where did it start to go wrong for Virtus.Pro? Because on paper, when we came out of the draft, it looked a powerful draft, didn't it? It looked a dangerous draft, very had a lot of damage in there and a lot of potential with the two on the side of the Invoker and the TB. It looked great on paper.
I think what happened largely is that Secret just did an amazing job in most of their team fights. They were always knowing what the threats were. It's like keep Plague Wards all around so that Magnus can't jump in an RP, and then from there they just need to kill the Phoenix, and they did that effectively in so many fights. It was one of the really big benefits of Rubik that was more multifaceted than just steal RP and use that. It's that he was always looking for Phoenix, and then Peel would go on him, and Phoenix didn't necessarily want to egg just for that because he knows he's going to die. And then at the right time when he's at like half HP, that's when Yapzor jumps in, lifts him, throws some spells, and then boom, Phoenix is dead. And then they know that they can take a fight because there's nothing to protect with RP or Deafening Blast. So it's like VP's win condition was like get us a big egg down and then defend it with Deafening Blast and RPs. And if they could do that, they could win the fight, but that's a lot of difficult things to do for them.
I was going to say, it's a tall ask. Lots on the list to get through on that one. Talking of lists, there's the list of players that did very well on the Team Secret side. Pick out an MVP, I guess, from that. Nisha 10, 3, and 18. Mid-1, 13, 6, and 7. Also some very useful stuff from Zai in that game as well. He had a much better game. Alongside Puppy on the Brewmaster as well, 4, 8, and 17. And over on the other side, Virtus.Pro 13, 5, and 6 for Ramses, 10, 3, and 11 on No One. Their two cores doing work in the game, but not quite enough, Will.
Yeah, I think actually this Puppy Brewmaster is making me reconsider how this hero looks in his play, because as a 5 position, he looks incredible. You don't need a Blink Dagger. You just kind of pop your ult off in the middle of the river, catch up with the Storm Panda, and it makes it really hard to take a fight, because you don't want to devote your resources as a carry to just killing the Brewlings. It takes a little bit too long. There's just too much to deal with. It's annoying. One goes invis, so you can't really kill the hero. Whereas your typical 5 hero, you walk in there, you die in 3 seconds, that was your teamfight contribution. Whereas it felt like Puppy was always useful. Even when he just uses ult defensively sometimes, that's normally going to be a kill on a 5 position support, whereas Puppy just kind of runs away.
Yeah, I did think it was weak in the laning stage though. Like during the laning stage, he had like 3 times. Like VP really pointed out the problems with it there. But I know you were a little unsure about YapzOr leaving the safe lane to go help the offlane, but I do think that it helped Puppy get a faster level 6, like a reasonable level 6, instead of just kind of go even. And then when he did get 6, then yeah, he absolutely benefited a lot. But I was not sold on it until he got like Drum's area. That's when things started going better for him. But I thought Puppy outdrafted himself at first.
He wasn't super poor in that game as well. Had a reasonable amount of fun. In fact, more than Solo in that one. So slightly ahead of him. MVP time. Let's take a look. It's mid 1. Okay with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he was basically the guy that had to stand in the fire, basically, and basically just try to face check his opponents and make the right moves in the right moments. And there weren't a lot of times that he made crucial mistakes, and so he's basically constantly in danger, basically. And he also had to play 1v1 versus no one, which is not an easy feat either. And then also just continue to scale. I think he played really solid.
Yeah, good stuff. Well,
I thought mid 1 was also probably the MVP in that game. Him or YapzOr. I could make an easy argument for YapzOr too, because I felt like the 3-man RP when he went over the hill, that was incredible. I felt like that was the
moments, isn't it?
Yeah, this is just you. I've demoralized you. Yeah. I am the real Magnus now. Look at me, Pasha.
And as soon as it's off cooldown, he gets like another kill on the Phoenix. Later on, steals another spell. Like he was actually setting tempo so good mid game. It was incredible.
Yeah, good stuff from YapzOr again. Right then, break time for us here at ESL 1 Hamburg, but we do have one more game to go because the best of 3 has gone all the way. You knew it would do as well, and it's Secret and Virtus.Pro. We'll see you in a bit.
Intel technology powers the best of esports, and the best demand a superior level of performance. So we're introducing the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processors, designed for the world's best gamers. In celebration with our community, we're hosting the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor Dream Stakes. We want to bring you inside our world of esports for once-in-a-lifetime experience that only Intel can provide. Enter for a chance to win a trip to one of 9 world-class events across 3 sweepstakes. We're taking the winner and a guest behind the scenes for a one-of-a-kind VIP treatment. Winners will also get the latest 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor and walk away with exclusive swag. Enter for your chance to win starting November 5th, 2018. Visit corei9.intel.com to sign up for more information.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Horizon.
No matter what your passion is, soccer, rugby, racing, or esports, become a part of the experience with the moments we deliver.
The more information you have, the better the decisions. Data is crucial to do important decisions in Dota games and even before the Dota game in preparation. It's really cool that a big company like SAP is investing into esports and that I can be a part of it. It's amazing.
Bitburger 0.0. Select your favorite. Containing vitamins, isotonic, and with unbeatable freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.
Hi, I'm Boxy from Alliance, and we're chilling here in the Snipes Lounge. When it comes to sneakers, I really like shoes that are kind of subtle and not really plain looking, but they don't stand out too much. But if you get in closer, I like some dashes of color and some detail that makes them stand out from other shoes. I mean, you see these ones I'm wearing right now. I think they're pretty cool. I bought them in Las Vegas when we were there for the last LAN, and I'm really happy. They're very comfortable. You can't really tell that it's Lacoste shoes. Like, the brand is not very obvious on the shoes. It's not very standing out, so I really enjoyed these ones. As a gamer, it's really important for me to be comfortable when I'm playing, but it's always fun when you're on the camera to feel a little bit stylish and feel like you look good on that day of the tournament. So sneakers are important for me.
ESL One Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Alienware, Logitech G, and PaySafeCard.
Best of threes are always best when they go 3, and that's exactly what we've got in our upper bracket semi-final between Secret and Virtus.Pro as we head into game number 3. We're all tied up between the two great teams as they vie for a chance to play in the upper bracket final, a guaranteed top 3 spot, of course. We're back at the desk once more. We've got Blitz and we've got Purge to break it down as we head into the draft. Momentarily, I'm hearing that the players are ready to go, so hopefully we'll get you in there straight away. Gents, what are you looking forward to in this third and final game? Because it feels like it's been a very even match. I know it's 1-1 and therefore it is even, but both games have felt pretty even, and even though we've seen that one team has a clear advantage. I want to see if the who picks first. I want to see if that stays the same, and if we go for the same opening, if it's going to be a Phoenix again, are they going to let them get Brewmaster and Rubik, or are they just going to try to go a different way? Maybe pick a melee core against the PL could be a solution, perhaps. But, yep. How important? Sorry, Kevin. How important is the Rubik? Because it seems that not only is Yap sort of exceptional on the hero, it seems to fit most drafts for Secret as well. So do Virtus.Pro prioritize that? Do they get rid of it? Does it just like, let's just get rid of it in the first phase and remove it? Or does that play into the hands of puppies, what Kevin was talking about earlier on, where he wants them to start banning certain heroes so he gets the chance to get other ones?
I think it's hard, because considering that question, because I was thinking what was more annoying in that game and the series in general. Is it the Brewmaster or the Rubik? Because I feel like even though the Rubik was flashier, the Brewmaster was just annoying. Like the laning phase was whatever to deal with. For the most part, they just kind of ignored him. But when it came to the actual team fights, he had so much potential as a 5 position. He did so much more than the Ogre did on the other side of things. It's just like the Ogre throws out a Bloodlust, he stuns once and then he dies 2 seconds later. Whereas the Brewmaster, you get the full split duration off, you come back, and by the time you come back into things, BKBs have run out, people are low, it's hard to get focus fired. I feel like the potential for that hero is just a little bit too much. So okay. I'm wondering if you first 3 ban it, what you open up. Maybe...
That's the problem, isn't it? What do you let through?
Yeah.
And from Virtus.Pro's point of view, Kevin, I mean, when you look at that draft on screen right now, in theory, it looked great, didn't it? The Magnus, the Bloodlust.
It did, but I mean, it would be better if it was a melee core. Like, I wonder if some of those fights, they might have been able to deal with the PL a lot better if TB just didn't use his Metamorphosis, for example. Like, because if you do cleave damage and you have all this empower damage, like you're doing physical damage that doesn't get reduced by armor, so you're just instantly dealing like a third of the PL illusion HP every hit. So you can figure out which ones are real a lot faster, and it gives them a better way to control or deal with him. Not an easy way and not an easy solution, but possibly an advantage. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean you can for sure take TB and say, just throw a melee carry in there. Yeah, sure. Because then you don't have Sunder, you don't win the laning stage as well, you're more pressurable, there's so many others, you don't take towers easily. Like, there's a lot of other problems that it would come, but you know, it could be different, it might be the same, we'll see. And the last one I want to talk about is the Zeus pick, where we've seen this a number of times from Secret. Is there, I don't know if it's necessarily a counter per se to Terrorblade, but they pick it every time they've got a Terrorblade against them.
Oh, for sure, it's a great counter. It played really well into the Vision game too. I think what they took away from that Coddle game is if you want to play against VP, you always want to be able to start the fight on your terms. So being able to ult with Zeus, they wouldn't even use it to execute all the time. It'd be like, start the fight, zap, see where everybody is. It makes it really hard for the Magnus to play too. You get hit by that ult, everyone knows where the mag is, Yapsor positions himself accordingly, and then it's a little bit more difficult. Plus, in the team fights, it's really nice against the TB. You clear out his illusions really quickly. If you get on top of him, 1 bolt, you force a BKB. That's the annoying part about playing BKB carriers that don't have some sort of gap close against Zeus, is if you get bolted once, you overreact. You're like, okay, I have to BKB, and then you can just reset the fight. It's kind of worse than that too, because you had to buy a hood first and also get a BKB. So it's like, if you don't, I mean, the BKB becomes more like an anti-disable thing, but then it feels bad because then you have to spend all this gold on a hood that doesn't even do anything while you have BKB active anyway. So it definitely counters a lot of things, but either way, VP did an amazing job keeping Zai a little underfarmed, ganking him a bunch of times, and delaying his effectiveness. But as a whole, Secret kept it together for long enough that they got to the strong position with the Zeus, got the vision advantage, got the ultis, got the Nimbus. It made the game more straightforward for them if they played right.
What do you want to see Virtus.Pro change up?
I think the Magnus was it was their third pick, right? It was just a little early, I guess. I mean, they didn't necessarily expect a Venomancer because the hero's semi-rare. No, not like super rare, but it's kind of an occasional pick. So with that being in there, it kind of just super countered them. I think that was part of the issue. They felt comfortable going with Mag, and yeah, it's not going to do. It'll be good against the PL, but it was completely undermined by the Veno and Zeus.
Okay, I'm hearing that the lobby has failed a couple times, so we'll get that fixed ASAP and get the third and final game underway. Worth checking in on the other stream if you're not watching it as well. That's the all-Chinese affair of Asta versus Vici Gaming. Asta took the first game in that one. I think that one's in the second game right now, or at least it should be in the second game right now, although I'm not seeing anything on my screen right now, so we'll skip that update for now. Instead, we'll get more thoughts from both of our panel members. Now we've got Purge and we've got Blitz here as well. Blitz from...
can I follow up on the previous
yeah,
one?
absolutely.
One thing that they maybe could have done differently was the PL was picked in the first pick of the second phase by Secret. Instantly, VP responded with the Magnus, and then Secret was able to respond with the Veno. If they swapped the TB and the Mag position there, where they picked TB third, just thinking like, oh, they picked TB versus PL, there's a real possibility that Secret just doesn't even grab Veno there, and then maybe they don't have the Veno problem against the Mag. That could have been a possible full solution there as well.
Okay, draft is underway. We'll let the first three bans go through and see what we get out of this one. The Bane is the same for Secret, and Morphling as well. It's been a very popular ban. Have you followed the meta through, Will, from the start of this tournament? Has it made sense to you? Is it kind of reasonably predictable?
I think it's one of the better anti-carries. It's good against TB, it's good against Invoker mid, it has a lot of versatility. It doesn't really have a ton of weakness either. Like, the usual weaknesses that it has no longer really exist. So I think it's one of the strongest carries right now. And it's a hero that Nisha plays exceptionally well.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Isn't that all heroes? He's been playing pretty awesome.
He's been playing very well. The Wisp and the Tiny, staples of first phase bans. It's been let through a few times. I would argue that the Tiny hasn't been that impressive, Will.
Oh, I think
when it has come through, or do you still feel like it's a very dangerous hero to have?
I mean, maybe on certain teams, but Tiny in good hands is such a game changer. The hero does a lot.
It feels like it dominates the lane and dominates the next 10 minutes for sure, and then it falls off a little bit.
Yeah.
But that first 20-minute impact is huge compared to the average hero.
Yeah. Okay. It can just almost straight up win most fights for your team just to get started. The laning presence of it is really good too. There's just too many good upside types to the hero.
Do you still think it's a viable first two pick, and then you can kind of move it around if you need to? It kind of throws off the other team. They're thinking maybe it's a support.
I mean, you can play it mid, you can play it support, you can play it off lane. I have seen it carry rarely, but I just think it's just too versatile.
Yeah.
The question right now, I think they're wondering is, what of the three do we ban? Axe, Brew, or Rubik? Which is the same questions that I was asking, because if you're going to ban the Morph and the Tiny, then you're left with one of those three options. Or do you just leave one of those in and take the other for yourself?
And Secret gets first pick as well, and so they banned Silencer in the first phase, so now they're saying well, we'll grab Enigma here.
Yeah, it's really cool the way that these two teams have kind of adapted to their own meta.
I mean, it's a huge match here. This saves you a lot of games played if you can move forward in the winner bracket here.
Yep, guaranteed top 3 position as well.
That's huge.
No one's rather excited right now.
Taking a lot of time burning the reserve. I mean, this is really a huge part of the draft trip.
Yeah, that silence has it's not always been featured in that first phase ban, but has made its way through. So that was the decision we were talking about earlier on, was do they take out this Rubik and just get rid of it? They've decided they do feel it's too dangerous to let through.
Did you see the disappointment on his face? I could see a little. It's kind of like,
I mean, Yapsul's already made it very public that he doesn't think there's enough for. I think his words were, most fours are trash right now. Yeah. And that he doesn't believe there's a deep pool for fours. And Rubik is one of those signature heroes for him, so it would make sense that he would be disappointed regardless of whatever we end up playing in this game. So Phoenix first pick again, this time on the Secret side.
Okay, so they leave Enigma in, which is interesting, because that must mean that they feel comfortable having banned the Enigma, that they'll let their opponents pick it and pick some counters, or that
even
they
without
might
the
take it
Rubik
themselves.
being available.
I think you just, yeah.
There it is.
So you open up with the Enigma yourself, which I think is a very good pick here. Both the counters have been banned out by both sides. Plus, I mean, if Secret were planning on picking the Silencer, then, or the Phoenix, then it makes sense that they ban out the Silencer anyways. but it does kind of, it's like a double-edged sword in that regard. And now the axe has also been taken by Virtus.Pro, a very popular pick by Team Secret.
So does Brew still work here? That's the other hero that we were talking about being banned.
I think Brew is still okay. But your laning phase, I think, would be pretty weak. And I think against VP, it's very easy to get overrun. Because then you would have Phoenix plus Brew, potentially as your support duo. They have run it on Sai before, but I don't know option-wise what you decide to take once Rubik's been taken. And so they take a combination that EG made real popular about 2 years ago, which is the Phoenix tree. It's a guaranteed way to set up the Phoenix ulti, and more importantly, it is something that breaks through the Enigma ult no matter what, right?
Yeah.
It's like BKB, doesn't matter.
It's one of the most annoying things to play against, actually, because you can cast spells while staying invis. So most of the time you're in the fight, but you don't always know exactly where he is as the Enigma. And he just pretty much just waits until you cast your ulti, and he's instantly there to overgrowth while still contributing other spells. So definitely a good solution. This is, they've been ready for this here since the draft started.
You have to be. That's what Sunbee's job should be in this position, is he has to consider that VP will react to the previous game and ban one of the three, and what your response will be if they do take the Enigma. Because both sides will get a hero that they won with, essentially.
He's laughing a lot this draft.
I mean, they were last game too, and see what happened.
Yeah, it doesn't always equate in terms of how much fun they're having in the draft and how much they have in the game.
I do think it's important, though, that somebody wants something like you have to be even, regardless of the game. Like, if you're having fun before the game, just like you can't completely switch off your emotions and be different people. Like, if you're suddenly all upset at each other and stuff like that, people read into that as well. So you have to keep that same calm. They're up a game, they're having fun, they're a good team, they know it. This is just a good series, win or lose.
So they ban Invoker, another way to protect the eggs. We saw much last game. Tornado, Deafening Blast, good for that. They banned out Earth Spirit, maybe a Tell from VP that they wanted to pick it, so they banned Invoker as well.
Yeah. Plus the Earth Spirit's really nice against the Phoenix. You have two different ways to catch him off guard.
Can be pretty good against tree too, damage over time, break trees. Not that you really need to counter tree with everything, but...
Weaver ban on the secret side.
Core good against Phoenix Egg. Been seen a lot. I mean, Secret can really go everywhere, right? Like, they still probably want maybe a little bit more team fight. That way it's not just Overgrowth that can cover the egg, but past that, I mean, those two heroes kind of combo with everything. It's more like who's the tree going to lane with in the offlane, I guess is the bigger question. Or it could be vice versa too.
Brood ban for Virtus.Pro. Something they play a lot of.
Yeah, Nisha plays it too.
Yeah.
So you're just giving yourself options right now.
No cheese for us in this last game.
It's hard to read right now in this meta, because anything could be anything. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's a solo axe. That's going to be an Enigma played by Pasha.
They don't play a huge amount of axe either, do they? Not really renowned as an axe team.
You could take like Ursa or something.
It's not bad, I guess, because you'd have an Overgrowth solution. If you get Overgrowth, you just turn your ulti on.
Yeah, it's good against the Phoenix Egg too. And it's not bad in lane against the tree, because you can trade hits with them. You're like one of the few heroes that can. I don't know how likely it is. They have banned out the Invoker, so I don't think it'd be the worst idea in the world. But it would hard lock you, and I don't even know if you pick it here.
It's definitely pretty early. Like, if they get a better core matchup, Ursa can have a lot of issues.
So they take Skywrath. A silence deal with the Phoenix.
Is this a support for sure?
Roger's played it in the past.
This hero's not touched very much lately. And against a tree, I'm not super sold because it's got so much HP. I feel like the increased mana cost won't be doable, but Against Phoenix, I could see it working in lane. Pretty okay. And then they pick a Pangolier on secret side for teamfight, which looks excellent, especially against like a Skywrath mage. He's got low HP, needs to cast spells, and Enigma.
Doesn't do anything either to his ulti.
What, the Sky doesn't?
Yeah.
Means he can still get Black Hold, but I mean he's gonna be able to lane against Enigma really well too if they want. Once he gets wave clear, he can just blow up the Eidolons.
I'm down for like Void Ursa though.
That's true. That was banned all the other games.
I haven't played that Skywrath at ESL 1, but it hasn't been that long ago. Just 12 days ago they played it before. Before that though, 5-month gap all the way back to the Super Major where they played it 5 times, winning 4.
That was right before it got nerfed a bunch.
Yeah.
There's not a ton of synergy though between Void and the rest of those heroes. Like, you'd almost be overdoing it, and you're not really a setup for the Axe or anything. The only person that takes real good advantage of that is the Skywrath. Plus, I think Void is just one of the better heroes against Pango.
Fun stat for you. In the last 3 years, Virtus.Pro have played 16 Skywrath, only lost twice.
It's a good stat.
How many years? 2?
Last 3 years.
Okay.
Yep.
I was like, that's the last 8 months.
No, it goes all the way back to May 2015 at Dream League.
Easy call.
And there's the bear. Okay.
I liked it from the second pick, and then the third pick just made it even better.
On secret side, you're saying, right?
On VP to take the.
I mean, third pick from secret side.
Yeah. So once you see, like, once I saw the Phoenix in the tree, it was the hero that made the most sense. The only annoying part is that you don't get to see the offlaner then, and it doesn't like. Taking the Phoenix doesn't necessarily mean that's the offlaner, right? Same with the tree. And so you take the Ursa once you see that last one. And you also get last pick for your mid. So you have a pretty advantageous position. The only downside of picking it in this position 4th is that you get counterpicked like this, which is what happens. But I do think that it's still good against the other 3 heroes. Like, this is just a really nice, like, high-level chess match, essentially. Like, you trap them by showing the Skywrath 3rd, so then they feel comfortable taking the Pango.
Yeah.
And then it just affirms your decision to take the Ursa. And as a result, Secret's like, okay, well, we have one more pick too.
Yeah.
We'll take the Venom. And it doesn't really matter what the pick is here because you have to pick before VP does.
So what do you pair that Ursa with? What works for Virtus.Pro?
It depends on what the 5th core from, or the last core from Secret is. You'll see what the best matchup is.
They need damage and they need burst, which is why they banned Alina. I mean, right now they've got Veno for damage, they have Pangolier who's kind of bursty, but Tree and Phoenix are more like damage inconsistent in a lot of cases.
I think Storm is really good for VP. I would take something like Storm.
Okay, yeah, that looks pretty solid.
Yeah, I really like
counters.
And for Secret, if I saw what I did, I would take...
It's basically their mid hero.
Yeah. I'm trying to think though what works well there.
Something that's good. I feel like something that's kind of okay against Ursa, doesn't get super countered by Blade Mail, and builds Manta ideally against Enigma, Skywrath Mage, Manta or BKB. Heroes.
That's a hard last pick.
Some of the more successful pairs of Virtus.Pro with Ursa have been Kunkka. Doesn't necessarily fit here. And I've lost my page. Always good to lose your page.
You want something that can... Oh, so they banned Storm. I think it would have been a perfect Storm game for VP.
Was the cooldown, wasn't
it?
Yeah.
Like, I think if you take Storm there, it's real hard for Secret to do anything.
The other one was Pugna.
For VP?
Yeah, which doesn't really fit here either. That's I'm just talking most successful pairs with Ursa for Virtus.Pro.
Pugna sounds kind of okay actually. It's good
Pugna
against
sounds
Sky.
pretty good against for Secret.
You got decrep options against Ursa. You're just not super good late game, but I mean...
Decrep's great against Axe too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. I like that idea.
Okay, so they take Monkey.
Monkey.
Alright, so if you're VP, I think you guaranteed wanted the Storm based on what you saw, and the Monkey King would have made the Storm even better. But you still want some kind of mobility hero because the amount of catch that Secret have is pretty bad, and you need something that is able to fight. So take Huskar.
Wow.
All right.
Okay. What was that I said about no cheese this game?
I'm not sure how the lanes are going to go, right? I think they want to put the Monkey against Axe, I assume, or maybe put it mid, but they can't put it mid now because it's going to be Huskar. Surely you lose that lane. So I guess they have to put like Veno mid now?
Yeah, Veno mid's not...
Doesn't sound fun at all.
I don't know. It's a good draft.
Good draft by both?
They both have
For
their
different
strengths.
reasons? Yeah.
I mean, like, Secret has really good like team fight and area control. Basically, it's going to be a little hard for them to get good black holes. So, like, if they get like a Monkey King ulti off on a bunch of people and they can keep them there, like, they should be able to win fights. But I feel really conflicted about the lanes because of the Huskar. I don't think they have a hero that does that well versus him, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see how they get on. Will, start with you. Which way?
I'll go with Secret. Yeah. But it's not like a confident pick. In fact, no, I'm going to go back for VP.
Wow, okay. A changer, Kevin.
I was going to say VP.
Okay.
Even regardless of that. I just feel like
You weren't swayed by Will's indecision.
I think the Huskar is going to be able to win his lane. He's almost invulnerable against magic damage, so Veno's kind of worthless. There's a lot of good things going for him.
Alright, good stuff. Thanks, guys. Time to get into it then. Third and final game between these two teams to decide who goes through and guarantees themselves a top 3 spot here at ESL 1 Hamburg. Virtus.Pro Secret. Yeah, makes your beds and your lies in it. Our commentary team for this one, Fog, Donodi, Pixel.
Thank you, Red Eye, and what a Game 3 this is going to be. An interesting draft between the two teams. We see one side raise an Ursa, the opposition says, hey, we've got a Venomancer to cut your Ursa, and then VP's like, Huskar. Yeah. Again, it's got through. A little bit of hope against the Huskar this time, though, would you say? Or is it still looking pretty rough for Secret to deal with this 5th pick Huskar?
I gotta look at this a couple more times. So Venomancer rushes Spirit Vessel, right? Which is pretty good. It's decent.
But then he's a Venomancer.
He's a Venomancer, so it's still not the greatest thing in the world.
No. I don't know, man. This Huskar.
I think that might have been the only pick that I saw for VP, because I was just looking and I went back quite a while. I've seen Ursa lose to Veno a lot.
Yeah.
Like almost every single. I don't think I've actually seen an Ursa unless it was like support have a good game versus Venomancers. So yeah, this definitely looks like the bailout.
But it's a good bailout. It's a good bailout.
Torn. Yeah, I'm torn apart by this. I liked Secret's whole setup they had for it, and then this Huskar just really may change everything.
I think, I mean, sort of the question, do they have enough Disable for the Huskar?
They don't have that much.
I mean, they've got the Overgrowth, they've got the Rolling Thunder. That could be nice in sort of, you know, the right areas of the map where they're able to get those double bounce backs with the Rolling Thunder.
I think a lot of, like, overall grand scheme of the game, I think this Monkey King has to have a good game in order to actually get farmed so he can actually have the damage to go through a Huskar.
It's not going to be easy because we've seen a fair few Monkey Kings have a pretty bad game.
We sure have. And he also is versus some good kiting abilities too and ways to cut his trees. We have the Enigma.
And what, oh no, so sort of the panel. So what is the who are you putting against the Huskar in lane?
I almost want to say you like
because you can't put
I think you have to put the Monkey King. I don't think you want to put your Veno versus it.
Does that? I mean,
I think you have to put the Monkey King versus it. They've itemized at least to have the Monkey King versus it too.
They really have. They really have. I mean, do you put someone with the Monkey King tab up? Because surely, once there's a couple of levels there, sure in theory, you know, the Monkey King, he can get the Jingu up. He's got that sort of lifesteal to punch back, but 2-3 levels in, that Huskar's going to out DPS the Monkey King every single time in that matchup.
Yeah.
You're just going to die too quickly as the Monkey King.
I don't know. I'm incredibly torn. I think this Monkey King is, I think it's like, you have to go for like suicidal plays in order to win the matchup. And
like, yeah, you may kill the Huskar,
plays.
But you will absolutely take out to the Burning Spit. I do not see you killing that Huskar without the Huskar killing you as well.
Yeah, the biggest thing is like, it's the lane. It really is. Like, who is going to match up? And look, no one is even giving them a heart. When do you see this man give hearts to anyone?
Have fun and a heart.
Have fun heart. How brutal.
Oh, I love it. Have fun.
You know what? No one.
I tell you, if a Huskar picker does that against me in my games, he's getting a report for that.
You know, my mother is watching this game right now, and she's seeing this Huskar. Oh god, she's probably disgusted.
Have fun. I love it. It's so dirty.
Let's see. Solo is actually going. Oh, he's going for a courier snipe on X. Okay. He's already going for it. They know that they know that there was only one tango on mid one because they used the initial nukes on him, so they know he's going to bring Regen out right away, and Solo is prepared. He wants this courier. Is he going to get it? It looks like he will.
It's just gonna
They're pinging it already.
Oh.
Let's watch him kill it.
No, it's not being microed. It's just going straight down.
1 and 2.
has been
Okay.
killed.
So now not only you're a Monkey King against a Huskar mid, you're a Monkey King against Huskar mid without a courier.
Yep, level 2 is going to hit, and we're going to see mid one probably have a very sad time.
No, I really.
Okay, let's look at the other lanes. Let's look at the other lanes.
Sure, we'll look at the other lanes from there.
So they've set up Zai down bottom, and Pasha's actually playing down bottom, it seems, and they're having Roger and Solo up top. So some... Okay. TPs, I guess, were used, so on cooldown.
But, oh yeah,
Pasha's down bottom with no TP.
I'm sure we'll see this change, because I was going to say, you don't see Pasha and Ramses in the same lane every day.
No, you sure
At sort
don't.
of minute 1, that's not always the plan from VP, so...
He's denying creeps, though. Look at him. Pasha's just trying to set up this lane nicely for the Ursa. And Ursa's getting free farm.
So he's taking the farm top.
Look at mid one. Mid one. He's going for the suicide play. Is he going to get him? Oh, God. The tower hit. Is the Fire Spear enough? It's not. Okay. He's got a salve. That's what we're going to see.
I mean, that's what's
you have to go for those type of plays.
I don't think it's going to get any better faring the Monkey King in sort of those trades as like level 3s there.
He's got
like
6 last hits, though. You know, that's not bad. So
Top
once
lane,
those levels build up on Huskar.
Roger and Solo trying to go for the kill
Roger.
on Tanisha, but Roger's taking quite a few punches from Puppey. They're denied from
Very
Solos
nice.
there, though.
So is Solo... Okay, now Pasha made his way up here.
Okay, there we go. So the lane sort of reset. And that denied kind of nice, because right now Roger's sent back to base, and he can choose to go straight back to the bottom lane now.
Or wherever he wants to. He can even go for mid to look for kills. He's got level 2. Mid one?
Boundless strike's already been used.
Oh, God,
He's
mid.
already used the boundless, so he doesn't have it there to throw down, to follow up the Jingu stack up, and no one gets first blood. And
because of the deny, too. He gets a first blood.
I really feel that is sort of a sign of things to come in this matchup mid. It's not going to get prettier for the Monkey King.
Roger gets an invis. He can just sit around mid. Mid one's
if
gonna
they
play.
get him a
He's gonna
second
play
time.
aggressive too, because he kind of has to in the matchup. So they're pinging. Roger's like he wants the range creep when he goes for it. Roger's calling it here.
Have some mercy on
All right,
this
he didn't go
Monkey
for the
King.
range creep. He didn't go for it. 2 points in concussive.
And there we go. They'll start to lay down the damage, kiting him
Oh,
up.
mid one.
He's got the living armor, but
is it enough? No, he's gonna get kited.
no, it's not. No, it's not. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Midbom. There's a Huskar, and he's got your number.
I mean, your number. It's not even just they're just ruining mid one because they kill his courier and then Roger's just sitting there. And Roger, I've seen what he does on the Skywrath mage. I've seen him carry on Skywrath mage in official games. This was when, of course, Skywrath was incredibly meta, but Yapzor dropping incredibly low. One more nuke will actually seal the deal on him, but he should be able to distance himself. He does. He's safe.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed.
They didn't have anything to match up with that Huskar mid.
And they immediately switch. As soon as the Venomancer is seen, they bring the Enigma to play versus him. They don't want the Ursa, of course, versus that Venomancer, and Nisha.
Blocking him off. Gets the kill.
Oh boy.
VP. My goodness. What do you do about this mid?
Now you set up for kills onto no one with rotations. Yapzor ports mid. This is the best thing they can go for here. Some slow so they can get the boundless mid one. He wants him.
If you get it, they're going to dive in for it.
He gets him.
With Yap, so they've got it.
But now Roger, he's hasted. He's low on mana though. That was the only nuke he actually had. Mid one.
Nothing else to throw out.
Still has the Jingu.
Okay.
Alright.
So that's what they need. They need that +1 to get that kill. Open up the lane.
Nisha's going to have a really rough start in this game, though, because of having to move around so much. Solo's actually be able to put a decent amount of pressure with this high-level Battle Hunger versus low-level Veno. Pasha's also just non-stop denying creeps. We see 16 denies from those Eidolons.
I mean, look at Ramsey's farm as well.
Yeah, he's got. I mean, he's versus a Pango, and playing Pango versus Ursa is, if any Pango player knows, not so fun until you start getting your levels built up. The laning phase is just not too much of a treat.
I mean, at the moment, 5 minutes in, it really does feel like, if you look at the numbers, that nobody's farming on Secret's lineup.
No.
But the pressure that VP is putting on, the way they're reacting to the lanes.
Roger, also going to get both bounties. Is Solo going to get this one too? Okay, so 3 for...
Should die for this. Mid one's here. As mid one will find a kill. As
making him work for it.
Oh, Solo, surely not. No, can't play his way out of that one, can't juke away. Solo will die, but this is time where mid one's drawn away from that middle lane. I mean,
Ramsey's full free farm as well. Phase Boots almost level 6 completed on this Ursa. And they've got the level of silence early on because Roger's so high level, they can actually set up for kills onto the Pango quite easily, as well as that Phoenix. And mid one's just done with mid lane. He's like, I'm out.
Okay.
I'm roaming.
I mean, I feel like it's not a great thing to have to do, but it may be the only thing that you can do at this point. as he is finding Pasha.
He will find him. He secures it.
He's getting these kills.
He wants more.
Try for Solo. The living armor's there, and they do have 4 down. His Solo gets the call. Can they finish him off? A lot of focus on this axe support. They dive around. And they will get him. Okay, 4 heroes though. 4 heroes for a support, and up top Zai
is dead.
We'll go down to Roger. So, a sure secret, they're using 4 heroes, they're getting kills,
if they can get the tower.
Huskar's getting free farm, Ramses is getting free farm.
But the mid one does not want to go mid. He's still going to play down bottom. He's like, alright, let's go round 2, Pasha.
Okay, they're on Pasha. They're making sure.
Oh my god, the 3 TPs.
Get out, Secret. You gotta get out, boys, because you're all about to die.
Pasha? We'll go. Oh, they deny him again.
Oh, I feel this almost from the play, we're seeing, you know, this was an outdraft. They got the Huskar, and Secret, they just can't play Dota 2 in this game.
So they're going to have to rely for level 6s.
What do they do?
That's what. They rely on ultis. They need to work well with their trio, their Pango ult, their Reno ult. They're going to hope for the best that they can deal with this massive Huskar and enormous Ursa. But look at these last hits.
Yeah, man.
41
look at
38.
When have we seen it be that different?
He has 9.
Across the lanes, across the roles.
Mid one has 9.
Yeah. It's... I don't know.
Not 0. I didn't mean 0. I know we're in Hamburg, but 9. Just 9 last hits. It's pretty close to 0 right now. But
9 doesn't technically mean 0. I believe 0 in German is actually... do I know what 0 is? I think it's
Do you know it? Don't you speak some?
Is it null? I don't know.
Yeah, he said yes. Okay, JJ.
Someone said yes? Oh, it's null.
I tried.
Alright, there we go.
9 is no, isn't it?
9 is just no. Yeah.
Oh, well,
but I mean, that's also apparent for this game. Just no. Okay, Roger.
Oh, Roger. Okay, he gets
okay. I mean, Midbone's getting the kills. So he is definitely doing pretty much the only thing he can do as a Monkey King that had to go in lane against a Huskar.
It's just really the problem.
Walk around, get these kills.
The Ursa and the Ursa and Huskar are getting absolute free fun.
I mean, this is the thing. Like, it's a feel-good thing from Secret. You know, they get to say, hey, you know, the lanes were bad, but we're getting kills, we're making stuff happen, but they're just trying to sort of close out of their mind the fact that there's a free farm Huskar and Ursa, because, let's be honest, can they really do anything about these 2 heroes this game with this draft? Probably not. It's probably over.
Spirit Vessel and team fighting around the Roche Pit, if they can try to snipe some Aegis play, that is the saving grace, but it's looking incredibly difficult. That is for sure. But they do have control. They do have the ways to control the hero. It's just the damage that's going to be a bit difficult.
Okay. Ramses goes for the ult and the TP out.
That's it.
He is indeed.
Oh.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, he is. Bounce in just enough to heal him against that damage.
He didn't even buy a Fairy Fire. Playing life on the edge. So mid one is level 5. Also compared to the level 8 on those other 2 big cores. That's what's going to happen when he's forced to just run around. I mean, he still only has... He's got 13 last hits.
Okay. But no one, and Ramses not a completed armlet.
Setting up for Pasha up top.
Alright.
Connects.
Roger is there for once Zai comes out, but indeed with that connection and the swashbuckle, they'll get the kill on Pasha.
Maybe Zai's the key. Because he can, maybe he goes for damage.
I mean, a good swashbuckle can be that final sort of finishing physical damage needed to push the Huskar over the edge.
It is physical. That combined with Boundless Strike,
if you get the right sort of items with it.
They could try to set up for the kills once the Huskar gets those items, but Huskar's already got armlet.
Yeah,
he's already on his way.
He is big. And there we have it.
Faster than this event's fasted.
2 minutes faster than that. And, you know, the game where it was got 2 minutes later, that was almost certainly a game where the Huskar won as well. It's... I mean, number-wise, you see 10 minutes in, VP only 1k ahead. A lot of that down to the fact the Secret have been able to sort of keep on par with the kills, finding the action. And they have been able to sort of slow down Pasha. Yep. But it really is just the fact that no one and Ramses have not had any issues at all this game. You can see on the individual net worth as both those cores over 1k ahead of the opponents.
But the next four are Secret, and it is a Venomancer versus an Ursa lineup. That's the thing, is like Veno is incredibly good versus the Ursa as long as he doesn't get killed in the 1 blink combo. They can get the kiting out to happen. And Pasha keeps getting found out.
He does.
And they actually finish.
He does have a black hole, so he could just turn and pop the black hole. I mean, they knew he was 6, and they will kill him, but Ramses gets a double out of that.
And that's a blink dagger pretty much finished. They get a kill top at the meantime, but
Roger.
a very early Blink Dagger on an Ursa is absolute chaos for everybody on the side of
I feel like plays like
Secret.
that, where you're just sort of running in as two against an Enigma with Black Hole, you sort of, I feel like maybe Secret have accepted their fate. I don't know, it must feel very sort of demoralizing to have to play this game against this Huskar and Ursa that you know are going to be borderline impossible to deal with as the game goes on with the start that these two heroes have had. It's got to be just mentally very hard for Secret this game. And yeah, indeed, in this 399 games, the lowest last hits.
That's that'll happen when you get your courier sniped. You're in a disadvantageous matchup, and you get ganked.
Yeah.
That will happen. So Secret, I mean, they're gonna have to make those type of plays though, where they run around pretty much as 2 or 3, making some suicidal plays to make sure they can at least try to get some farm on their right clickers. I want mid one to be the one that gets all these kills though, but it's very difficult for them. As they're trying to set up some vision now in the meantime, so they can at least set up to maybe prepare themselves whenever this VP does inevitably go for that Roche play, which Secret does have pretty good fight around the Roche pit, but it is an Ursa and a Huskar who are just tremendous at this point. I'm being hopeful.
Oh no, Solo. He's able to call mid one out of the tree as he sees him jumping between.
And they're trying to force this tower because tree armor is being used. They've noticed that Puppey has leveled it up a few times. Zai.
He's going to go in with the ult. Trying to jump forward with the shield crash. Does catch out No One once with the stun. He's got him in a good position where he can get a few bounces onto No One, stunning him up, but No One is very tanky. Swashbuckle not enough to finish off No One as now Ramses jumps in, punishes Zai after the swashbuckle's been used, so no more mobility for Zai to get out of there.
They want Yap Sword too. Ramses has Blink in 5. Solo throws out the Hunger.
There's TP coming from mid one back towards the lane.
They have a feeling that Ramses up there too. They're pinging him. They saw him make the way up with that ward they have on the side. As Nisha's just continuing to pressure bottom. He's trying to itemize too to be able to distance himself from both that Huskar and Ursa, going for early Force Staff. And they're just, I mean, Secret's really emphasizing this mid tower.
Oh, the courier nearly gets taken down there.
Tree.
So they'll just try again to call mid one out of the trees. Won't quite get him this time though. Silence comes out as Roger looking for the burst onto the Phoenix. Can he finish off Yapsa in time? He can't. Yapsa will stay alive now with the counterplay. Dive Sword gives the vision for mid one to find the boundless strike. They'll get the kill on Roger. Zai, swashbuckles forward. Got the overgrowth. Can they get anything more out of this? As Solo, he'll be focused. Slowed down by the Gale. Secret get 2, only losing 1.
Decent. Pasha gets space from all this though, as he did die a couple times in the early game. Now able to get that Dominator finished up and apply pressure on top tower too. And you see, I mean, Secret's having to bring 3 or 4 heroes every single time. That time, yes, VP did have several around there, but Secret just has to bring so many to deal with VP right now. Zai.
Getting Pasha.
They're bringing 3.
Ramses is going to try and chase down a little bit.
He's got Blink up.
He can look to chase even further.
Doesn't have any points in clap though. Actually goes for the talent instead. Still at this point. Yapsor pretty much has Spirit Vessel finished.
Okay.
So that could be a tool they could use to be able to go for this Huskar. And they've kept all their tier 1s alive. I think that's probably the most important thing for me for Secret right now.
I think that's one of the reasons why we aren't sort of seeing that net worth lead zoom up for VP. Yeah, Secret able to keep hold of the map.
Very important versus this lineup too, because you want as many access points as possible to that Roche, which, as we said, it's going to happen inevitably by VP with these hero picks.
And still VP just with these 2 enormous cores. At 15 minutes, both Ursa and Huskar, Ramses and No One. So hard for Secret's heroes to deal with.
They're bringing everybody bottom. They're just going for kills, it seems. They want to just secure bounties and get as many kills as possible, but there's no tower to get here. It's still a pretty decent kill, and they get both bounties.
Pasha's been found again.
They don't get
has he? Ramses jumps forward. There is the supernova. Ramses is going to start hitting into the egg, but they've got the control with the rolling thunder. Ramses will fall.
Big kill. And
get
Pasha.
More maybe out of this as well, and they do. Zai with the swashbuckle and the shield crash finds a second.
They're bringing everyone to go for those bounties. They're making really good moves versus what VP's got right now. The number advantage. As I believe, Spirit Vessel coming out on the courier. Full thing. That could be the attempt to go for that Huskar. Still is not the, you know, not the greatest, but it does help. He's ready to battle here, though.
They certainly are. Secret stick around, Roger. Coming in from the side, quick silence, and there's Solo, who would follow lockdown if need be. The Wukong's command comes out, but Secret jumps straight forward onto mid one. The dunk's there from Solo to get the kill, but they have lost both No One and Solo off the back of that attempt. Pasha, ready to fight on for more as he looks towards Puppey, jumping from Ramses, trying to get his claws onto the bird, and a couple of swipes will do it. Yapsaw taken down. Do they have detection for Roger, for Puppey? It doesn't seem that they do.
Immediate dust has been purchased by Roger after they don't get the kill on the tree as well. Tower is killed. Is it denied? It is not. Dire actually gets the last hit on it there. So surround play coming up, but they do get the Huskar.
Their Secret certainly keeping things together despite how hard this game is for them.
The wraparound from Solo here was pretty nice. They get this combo to finish Nisha before he's able to get anything off. Oh, actually does get the ulti off, but the control coming out, they're able to actually focus fire the Huskar decently. And Puppey's already stalking Pasha again here, and they're bringing 3 heroes. They want to just keep going for kills.
There's the opening. Puppey gets the punch in onto Pasha, dive forward. As they'll slowly burn him down with the Submarine and Spirit Vessel, and they'll get him once again.
It's going to be a very farmed Phoenix, I'll tell you that.
And a very sort of sad game for Pasha so far. He's died 7 times on the Enigma.
Roger. Dropping low. Will be brought down as well. I mean,
Secret, they
kills all over.
They are maybe showing us that it doesn't matter if you don't have a mid laner in the laning stage. If you're able to sort of pick things up as a team, and they really are, as you say, sort of these 4 heroes that are doing very well, all above, for instance, Pasha's Enigma's net worth. I mean, it doesn't matter about that lane that you have to give up to a Huskar.
I mean, they're really just running around as like 3 or 4 heroes looking for kills non-stop, trying to make space. And it's going to be a pretty decent item timing on, you know, on mid one, all things considered. He's going to have an Echo Saber pretty soon after, like you said, not really having a lane.
This approach from Secret says something a little different, something that I feel like a lot of other teams, when they have to face the Huskar, might not have the fortitude to pull off, but Secret, they absolutely are. They're making changes to the way that they play the game.
Yeah, and they're prioritizing too. It's just a lot about that group up mentality in this game. Phoenix almost level 12 too, so with the Root, with Phoenix, like they could have the potential lockdown and control to actually bring down this Huskar. As well as, of course, with Zai, with that Blink Dagger that he picked up now. So let's blink into Yules. I think Zai is probably the one that does this the most. He's probably the only one that probably plays Pango that much anymore, but he loves to do that Yules trick with the Rolling Thunder. As tier 1s are pretty much all full HP on the side of Secret, right? Yep, all 3 have been fully healed so far by Puppey with this skill build that he opted to max the living armor first. And they're forcing the side lanes constantly. Look at this, Nisha's keeping one lane possessed because of the Venom wards, and we see mid one is just non-stop spamming at another one. They're not actually giving VP the opportunity to push out a lane, get a tower, and look for that map control that they ideally want to get, and it's already starting to get a 1k gold advantage for Secret almost.
You find Puppey. Comes underneath the Sentry Ward dust as well to make sure he can't get out of range.
That is the rare thing this time around. Is like usually you see like the sentries and the wards riddled around the map by VP. This time around, it looked like Solo was trying to save a bit of gold here, but now he's realized he's like, screw it. I'm just going to buy as many obs and sentries as possible as an axe.
So I'm trying to jump in for a bit of a play. He's
committing forward.
He is seeing if he can get this kill on Solo. Blinks in. Couple of Rolling Thunders. Bring him low, but not low enough to get the kill. Zai will safely TP out. Doesn't want to stick around and pop that extra spell, as it would have cost him his own life.
It's a crazy game. 32 kills, 20 minutes. Bounty runes coming out. Dire scan on the high ground though. They know Ramses is lurking, who has a blink and a basher, so this Ursa is still extremely threatening. The Huskar also still super farmed, but like you said, Pasha. Rare to see him with 7 deaths this early on.
He's struggling. They, you know, Secret, as we say, with the way that they played, you know, they ignored the 2 lanes pretty much with the Ursa and the Huskar, and they just put all their pressure onto killing Pasha over and over again.
They're itemizing to try to deal with the Huskar. Right? I see Puppey has also gone for a medallion, which, of course, that armor always going to be pretty good to negate down versus a Husk. Even though we could have some interactions coming out with the, what was it, the Swashbuckle, right? Or yeah, with the Heart Piercer, I mean, which sets you to 0. Even if you are negated, it sets you to 0.
go, VP.
Going for a smoke play. They want to get a fight into a Roche. Solo does get spotted here by the Venom ward. Puppey is invis, so he actually breaks the smoke from that low ground. Sentry gets placed as Solo seems to be aware of that. Rolling Thunder. Found Ramses.
Just get the jump in to start things off. Midway's going to put the Wukong's command. The Supernova there as well as they have the control, locking down Ramses. Ramses turns with the ult, but the disarm comes through. He can't kill off the egg. They'll lose the Ursa. Let's see if they can get more. Solo gets the call and the dunk down onto Zai. They're by the shrine. No one than Solo starting to heal back up. Nisha will try for the TP out. Is there the damage in time for no one? There isn't, as Nisha will be able to escape. Mid-one trying as well. He'll also get back to the fountain in time, staying alive. Roger focusing down Puppey in the trees as he's running, but he's dusted. They've got the vision. Living armor comes through, but the battle hunger and the final nuke, can it quite kill him off? They don't have detection again though. The dust has worn off, and with the living armor,
Living armor plus Spirit Vessel. Yeah, the armor blocks the damage instances so he can actually get his heal going. And Trinkle Boots kicked in. And also the itemization. We saw the Venomancer there. Not really taking much damage from the Huskar. He has a full halberd finished. All that evasion kicking in. They even throw the medallion on him too. He's getting tanky. A very successful fight there for Secret.
Secret are playing these fights absolutely perfectly. I mean, getting out with just sort of one loss, getting 2 cores, getting both the Ursa and the Enigma. They're showing us that it really is possible.
Solo gets the kill. I think this is actually really important for VP that Solo gets a Blink Dagger, because then they actually have ways to make plays besides just the Ursa being the one who blinks in first. As we see what happens, if Ursa gets initiated on, he'll just die. But if Solo has a Blink Dagger, then the whole difference could be made. If he gets a jump on anybody and they're able to actually combo them, then VP's actually able to take those fights. But yeah, Secret's making it show that those level 6s and all these team fights together, just really together, are pretty successful versus what VP has right now, since they've shut down the Enigma so hard. And Roger has become the full 5, as he now has to buy all the Obs and Sentries to make sure that Solo can get Blink.
Ramses jumps forward, Nisha forcing himself away. TPs are coming in, the disarm, slowing down the damage that's going to be coming out of Ramses as the Venom will live a little longer. The nukes of the Battle Hunger do come through to finish him off. Zai with the Rolling Thunder trapping Solo in the river. The Wukong's command down as well as Solo gets burnt out by the Sunray. Quite a quick swashbuckle from Zai onto Roger, brings him down to half health. It's going to be that buyback from Solo. The Black Hole from Pasha holds down the Phoenix. They'll kill him off before any opportunity of a Supernova is there. Ramses finds Puppey in the tree line. They get a 3rd kill. As VP now with the full 5-man alive.
They want to go for Roche right after they get this tier 1 finally. They know that the big ulti, the Rolling Thunder, was used, so Solo, no hesitation. Even though he's like 100 gold from that Blink Dagger, he buys back. He knows that he wants to just go for this Roche.
They get this tower. I mean, he's still very close to the Blink Dagger because of these objectives taken, and if they get the Roche as well, which they certainly will, Ramses and no one, that's you know, VP. They're certainly being pushed to the limit here by Secret. I think, you know, any other sort of team that VP get this lineup against, they're running over. But Secret has managed to find a way to sort of have an answer to this incredibly hard lineup and lanes that VP were playing with.
Definitely.
And they're keeping the game even, Secret. There, though, VP able to start to sort of get that scary momentum back under them with the Aegis now. Ramses and Solo with it, but it's pretty much got the Blink Dagger done.
Yeah, he's pretty much has it done, and they're also going to be getting their double BKBs at a similar timing on the 2 big cores on the side of VP.
Zai. He's got the swashbuckle, but he's stuck up by the Ancient. As that will be it. Yeah, as you said, the BKB timing, the Blink Dagger timings.
Do they go BKB and Manta? I'm wondering. Not on the Huskar, but I think maybe on the Ursa they might anyway. It's not like the most fantastic item, but if you're versus this tree, you're versus Veno as well, it's actually pretty nice to be able to remove Gale and all this obnoxious stuff. It could be a possibility. It's not like an absolute necessity, but it's something that you usually tend to see versus those heroes. Maybe BKB they feel might just be enough when they've got this Enigma, who now is starting to actually be able to build up some items, almost the Guardian Greaves finished. Because then they can just kind of waltz into the fights with these double blinks and BKBs, and if they're actually able to kill one of the heroes, then they don't have the follow-up from the tree or...
Well, this is still... This Huskar and Ursa will always be a big problem in this match.
Yep. Midone has to be careful how he's hopping through the trees. Solo is in position here.
Oh, he is.
And looks like Secret, they might want to try to bait this. The pings were coming out from Midone, seeming like he knows that VP is down here. He brings 2 other heroes. Puppey has to be careful how far he steps up. The sentry's in position. Ramses looks like he just wants to make the go. Hit one.
Here we go. Jump forward, look for the call, but the Rolling Thunder, the Wukong's command is going to be down in return. Solo looking to get those spins off as the taunt comes in, but Zai comes crashing through once again. Another Rolling Thunder pass by, and the Swashbuckle is going to bring Ramses down and out. That's the Aegis popped. And without Solo for 60 seconds, no one is heading over to try and help out Ramses. The punch comes through from Puppey. They've got the root, the control. They'll jump forward, but the disarm there as well. On to no one, as he's just not doing any damage at all for now. Now he can finally look to fight back as the disarm ends. Black hole from Pasha just onto the one. We'll make sure that they get Zai. No one. Still very hard to punch down. Jump forward. Ramses looking to get on top of Nisha, but again the disarm holding back his damage. No one turns towards Yapzor. It is this Huskar effect that is still very worrying, where they just cannot kill him.
They can disarm him and control him for a while, but killing him is a totally different question.
It's the Huskar, boys and girls.
It was looking great for Secret. They had a really good read of the plays coming out from VP. Like, mid one wanted to bait them. The instant jump forward from both Zai as well as Puppey were there, but VP just still showing this Huskar is just a bit too powerful. It did cost him some buybacks, though. It was Ramses, right?
It did cost Ramses getting in, as you say, with the buyback.
But now they can claim a tower out of it, so well worth it. And they might even continue forward a bit more here. Yeah, this Huskar is just such an issue.
They had to throw everything at him for a chance to kill him, and in that last fight you saw everything was already thrown onto Ramses to get Ramses out.
Yeah, I feel like if they don't have Wukong's command, they just don't have the physical damage to kill the Huskar, unless it's like literally a 5v1. But he had some team backup.
I mean, even then, it's not like, you know, there's crazy damage items on.
No, definitely not.
On mid one.
But it is the physical damage. Like, besides that, they really don't have much.
That might be the chance to get the last bit of damage. Zai trying to go for the Yules onto the two of them. The root's going to come down. He has got the enraged Ramses, and no one jumps straight in. He's got the BKB out as well. No, he cannot be disarmed for the moment, but he is being rooted, held in place here. Pasha hit punching for the sideline. Midnight Pulse down as they'll find Zai. Zai's gone.
Pasha has the troll creep now. I think this is the most important creep to have versus a Pangolier. He had like the Satyr and the Centaur before. I don't think he was able to find the Dark Troll Summoner, but when you have the Summoner, it makes playing Pango incredibly difficult. You just get rooted instantly inside every single team fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under
But yeah,
attack.
they've got the control for the Huskar, but the damage, it's just not quite there.
There's no way of killing them, really.
As they're grouped up, they've got the Greaves available again in 2 seconds too, and they might want to be able to at least threaten high ground for a moment.
See how far BP get pushed back. They've got BKB back up in 15 seconds. Solo actually able to find the courier, but he was making a trip at least towards that secret shop by the looks of it.
What? That was VP's courier.
Oh, what am I?
I think it died to Venom Wards.
Wait, the overlay debated me then.
Did it?
It said Solo killed the Dire courier. Am I blind?
It just said Radiant courier
Am I
died.
an idiot?
Maybe.
It said Solo. Why did what? Ah, okay.
Did it? Maybe Solo. Did Solo kill it?
Am I I don't know. It says Solo killed the Dire courier. Or am I blind?
I mean, I'm looking at the Dire courier live right now. It's flying in the base.
I was just looking at my screen. I was trusting the overlay here on this one. Maybe it's late. Maybe I'm tired.
It's been a long night.
I swear it says Solo killed the Dire courier. Or maybe it says Solo had something on the courier that could kill by the Dire. I don't know. Probably
I don't have a courier hockey, actually.
I'm probably an idiot. No, it said the overlay probably. It says Solo, and I swear it's a Dire courier, but I think it must have said that Solo had something on the courier that got killed by the Dire.
Or that Solo bought the courier and it got killed by the Dire. And it was Solo's courier that died.
But Solo's not on the Dire.
Anyway.
What? Am I what?
Nothing. No, anyway. There's a fight. Solo's calling people.
He's got the call. He's
Gets
got the
Nisha. You're distracting me.
No, you're distracting me. I was like, hang on, is Solo on the Dire? No, he's not on the Dire side, he's on the VP, he's on Radiant side.
You fool. So BKB finally finished for Ramses now. So he's got at least some type of way to be able to get out of this control, but 3k gold lead for VP is... They are finding quite a lot here now.
So able to blink out just in time as Ramses gets close to him.
Oh, he cuts the tree! Midwin's tree! Zai cut it!
What the?
Zai just cut his own tree. I think he might have gotten... I think he was gonna get cut down by the Midnight Pulse afterwards, but he absolutely Rolling Thunder cut his tree.
No, that is a report. That's a report your teammate for ability abuse, that one. Zai!
I didn't see that wrong, right? He definitely cut the train.
No. He rolling thundered that. What? I think, right?
Yeah, he definitely did.
Wait, are we? I don't know.
The pulse happened after.
It was definitely the rolling thunder breaks the trees, right? Yeah, of course, yeah.
All right, that happened. As they go Hydra now. There's no Pango. Or there's no Monkey King.
What
and Pango is down.
I feel like we've entered some sort of Twilight Zone.
Oh, Yapsor gets silenced on the way in.
Oh, Ramses is in. That's going to be the Phoenix dead. Oh. There's no Monkey King. Can we get a replay? I want a replay of that.
We'll get a replay.
We'll get a replay after this, but obviously there's still action going on. The real action is the fight there from Pasha. Just get cancelled straight away by the Yule Scepter of Zai. His mid one's back in the game.
No one's focusing the Rax. Pasha's the distraction.
They'll let Pasha die. They'll say goodbye, sir. You can go to the next life as we've taken the melee Rax.
And now we're going to be able to see him cut the tree and kill mid one.
Can we see that replay? I don't know if we get. Well, it might be action. We're still going to hang on.
They are sitting outside the base still, so just be wary.
Come on,
okay, they're back.
VP, back up. We need to see the replay. VP,
he definitely cut his teammate's tree.
I just want to see it again because it was quite funny. I don't. Maybe we can't.
That's just you're mean.
Maybe we can't.
You're just mean.
Why? It's not mean.
Oh, okay. Let's see it again.
Let's have a look.
They're pinging him. He definitely cut his teammate. Okay, just making sure. The Midnight Pulse was coming out immediately after, though, but still.
Sure, but yeah. He did. He had Primal Spring available. But always entertaining to see. But you're right. Zai, I mean, Zai,
you don't see that too often.
I think Zai knew that you said the Midnight Pulse was going to be coming in, so he's like, hell no, you're dead anyway.
I think as a team, you probably laugh anyway to that. But oh, Solo gets caught out here by mid one.
He's got the call. No one is coming in from the side, and no one will commit. He's got the disarm at least. Zai is going to get the roll through, but no one's popped the BKB. Starts to punch back into Zai. Doesn't want to jump into this though. Well, just leave it at that, letting Solo die.
Use the BKB charge. Down to 6. So much evasion coming out on the side of Secret. They've got what? Solar Crest. I see one halberd. I think I saw a second halberd being built. Yep. Really trying to itemize to deal with this Huskar's damage, but the problem is they can't kill him. They don't have the damage to actually kill this man.
It's big old scary Huskar.
Yep. Mid one is still not quite at that point. He's going for the Maelstrom build, which it'll help kill everyone else.
It is not, yeah, it's nice with the Wukongs, but yeah, not going to help you with the Huskar problem, that's for sure. But it will help you sort of farm that a little bit quicker as well and get closer towards that bigger item that is going to help you against the Huskar. So Secret have just got to look to keep the game going, and Maelstrom will certainly help with that. As long as VP doesn't come running down a lane and forcing team fights.
But as we know, time and time again, the next Aegis and Cheese is where the Huskar lineup has its biggest success, because that's when you look to end the game. And they've already done some pretty structural damage with that melee Rax done in the mid lane.
I mean, we can probably get a stat on that. What is the average time a Huskar wins a game?
I bet it's usually like between
it's around
between like 28 and 42, I'd say.
That's a pretty big range. Quick Huskar games. I feel like it's probably quite low. The average win.
It depends on how early you get the first one, so you can get the second one.
I don't even know if that's a stat we can bring up. Nox is probably saying, if we can't bring that stat up, we don't have the means. Maybe we do.
He's coding. He's typing some code right now.
He's typing some code. He's making the magic happen. So 20 to 25. 3k lead at the moment for VP. They do have all their 3 cores at the top. Pasha, of course, making a great recovery. He got bullied.
He really did. I mean, he still has 9 deaths.
He's up there at the top in terms of farm, though.
But he's got the items. Look at that. He's got the Greaves, got the Pipe, almost has the Crimson Guard, too. And they've already lacked damage to kill the Huskar. With all this thrown in there, I don't see how the hell they kill that man. But Ramses is being chased.
Top Solo! There's the call. They've got the setup. In walks Pasha, but the Supernova comes through. Pasha will come in with the Black Hole. It buys them time to at least kill off 2 of them. The Supernova will still be successful. Nishi comes back in. Ramses goes back forward with the Enrage. They've still got no one with his BKB ready to fight on.
He doesn't care if the Supernova is going to pop. He gets enough control for them to bring it down. And again, this Huskar, he can't die. He actually just cannot die.
They cannot kill no one in many shapes and forms in terms of the hero and in terms of a general rule. It's hard for Secret. As VP, they'll start to push on the top lane. Their last lane that Secret's got tier 1s and tier 2 standing. VP are ready to take them.
Roger versus Yapsor.
Oh, we'll find out after the break. It's back to the replay. So, like, it is a lovely call from him there. This sort of kicks things off, baits Secret into a fight, and as you say, Pasha, he knows that the egg's going to stun him eventually, but he just wants to disable mid-1 for that time, whilst mid-1's got the BKB up, because he knows that's a good chunk of time the rest of his team's going to just be able to bring mid-1 down low enough to get the kill. So a heads-up play there from Pasha, securing them that team fight indeed.
And Roche is up. Full Abyssal Blade finished on the Ursa as well. They've got, yeah,
there's no contrast here. There's no Supernova.
No, they cannot. They cannot go for this. They might try to go for a steal. Yapsor. We're watching him. Oh, he's already dead.
Oh, his tree gets cut.
Mid-1.
His tree gets cut. Mid-1. He is just going to die outside of the pit.
Oh, the long jump.
Indeed, no one leaping forward onto Zai. Zai is not escaping as in they go with the Abyssal Blade.
Dire's top shrine is under
In this
attack.
game, I
they
feel
tried
like
their best.
That's
they actually put an amazing effort.
This is probably one of the most impressive losses I've seen against a Huskar, in the sense the Secret really did have a great showing.
Especially when they didn't have a, mid-1 was forced to roam.
They didn't have a mid laner. They made the mid game look very close.
They had some really good team fights, but it was still, they were killing Ramsey. Their problem was just, it was the last pick Huskar that they just could not actually kill whatsoever.
And I feel like this really was always going to be the case. But as I said, absolutely, all my hats off to Secret in the way that they did hold their own. But now 37 minutes in, 10k lead, VP pushing on the top lane. Modification comes out. Do have the buyback on mid-1, but not really wanting to expend it.
His eyes down for 40. He's such a crucial part of their team fight.
His Rolling Thunders have been huge in terms of just having that disable for, against no, just slowing down the damage output of Nolan and Ramses. Ramses,
jump forward.
He's in. Nisha will be able to slide away. Again, just keeping them away from this top lane defense, so VP as a team can get away with pushing in onto another set of racks. The Living Armor is there, slowing down no one a little bit. Yaps are trying with the Shiva's Guard and the Fire Spirits to slow down his attack speed, but it's not enough to stop him.
You can just see Roger and Solo just chilling in the back, and the three cores just staying together. They know that as long as these three are together, they're going to be just fine inside of that fight, especially with Aegis and Cheese too. That makes it a little bit easier and a little more relaxed. But on the way toward that final set, VP.
The old Huskar.
Yep.
Guess we could never get that stat, actually.
No.
Nox fail.
No, I don't want this. Mid-1. Commits forward. They got Pasha.
And they do.
Do they get him?
They do surround the Enigma, and they do find the kill. But the BKB's out on no one. He's starting to punch back. There's the Overgrowth buying some time with the disable. The Supernova comes out as well. They have managed to hold down no one. They'll take him down once. They'll get the Aegis out of his hands. Jump back forward for Solo. He has the call, the disable, allowing Ramses to turn. Burst down Zai with the physical damage. No one. He's back with his second life, and he's back with a vengeance as he jumps in, takes down mid-1. And Secret, they will again, they push them back a little bit, VP.
They did a good job of taking the fight and kind of ignoring the Huskar, but yeah, the Aegis and the Cheese really coming into play there for Ramses to survive, as well as, of course, that Huskar to respawn. That was, great execution of fight there by Secret, but that's such a deficit. And versus that Aegis Cheese, you can see how impossible it really is.
Oh, he put it up and he gets taken away because they changed the camera
shot.
Well,
it said in wins 33-02, in losses 35-08.
Okay, there we go, back on the screen. Okay. So what did you say?
I said between 30, I said between 30, 32 and 40-ish.
So an average 33 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for the stat there. Top
I wonder how much that also includes.
I like that.
Does that include before talents and everything too? That's whatever.
It doesn't matter. I didn't specify that, so they gave me what I asked for. So
that's very fair.
Kudos there to the stat team behind the scene. Excellent stuff.
Disarm's coming out. No one. We'll get rid of that Vandal Gale with that life break.
Oh, Ramses, he's just straight in. Sees an opportunity to take the Phoenix out of the fight, and he takes it. That's going to be a buyback straight up from Yamso, but they've lost Puppey too.
I love seeing that. I love the interaction with life break, just dispelling stuff. So he just dispels that Vandal Gale, and he's like, okay, save my BKB.
Dire's bottom tower.
Living armor. I'll only provide a little bit of safety for this tower.
They've got Wukongs. This is going to be the last chance for Secret.
Yeah, it really is. And this best of 3, this game 3 where VP looking to get away with this Huskar once again. Zai is going to leap forward with the Rolling Thunder. The Yules play as well. Knocking back, they get a good position with the Supernova. No one's popped the BKB, turns towards Nisha, but Pasha, he's gone. They'll get one kill out of this. No one was outside of range of that Supernova stun, so he's able to turn and start to push Secret back up to the high ground.
The top and mid, though, the creeps are starting to push forward. And that was that absolutely everything committed? They still have Trio, but they used absolutely everything else.
VP, they are just pushing as a 4-man, but it's still a face call, and a solo gets the call onto the two of them. Jump forward from Ramses. He's got the bash to take down the Monkey King, but Mid1 has a buyback. He'll buy back. Punch comes in. Can Nisha get in position to do the big stuff? He's got the slow down onto the Huskar. Do they have the physical to beat him down? They're focusing no one. Can they kill that?
Can they kill him?
Oh, they can! They've killed no one. They've got an overgrowth, but they've lost Mid1. It's a dieback on the Monkey King. And Huskar, no one, he has got all the money in the world to buy back with, and he certainly will. The Ancient in trouble as well, as the creeps are starting to beat down upon it.
But they killed him. They finally got the Huskar.
They managed to do what was potentially impossible. They killed the Huskar.
But now it's time. It's go time again. VP, they just want to end this one.
They know that there's no Mid1 Monkey King for 80 seconds. That's a long time.
And he is the majority of that magic damage. And the call comes out. They've got the high ground vision.
They've found Puppy. Puppy's out now as well without buyback. 2 dead. Only 3 left to hold. VP ready to push on. As they've found success once again, it seems, with the Huskar. The big jump there as he comes in on top of the dive, takes down the Phoenix. Zai does manage to get the Rolling Thunder onto the Axe, does come across as well, onto another. Zai with the swashbuckle trying to buy Roger, but there's GG indeed. As VP take the game, take the series. The power of the Huskar. And I said, I think it's going to be a long time till we see a team fight as well as Secret did against such an almost impossible draft to play against, impossible lanes to play against. They really gave it their all, but at the end of the day, VP with the Huskar lineup, they had the outdraft, and at the end of the day, the outplay as well. Secret just couldn't keep it up. They couldn't swing it back round in their favor. VP looking as hot as ever.
Yeah, that was... I mean, just from start to finish, right? They died a couple times. I mean, Pasha died a lot in the game, but overall their game plan was incredibly successful. They got this Huskar to be absolutely enormous, and Mid1 could not do anything. His courier got killed. He gets ganked immediately from the rotation from Roger too, and then he just has to roam as the Monkey King. Yeah. I thought they did. I mean, I think they did like everything they could in this game, but it was still just so difficult. And yeah, the Huskar.
Indeed. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That last bit of action, last bit of game and series of the day. 2-1 for VP as they'll knock Secret down and they'll move on at the top, as we'll pass you back to the panel to break down today's going-ons.
DB Will, thanks very much, Owen, ODPixel and Folger commentators for the final series of the day. A 2-1 victory for Virtus.Pro Huskar in the final series to make their way through to a guaranteed top 3, and they'll be playing Vici Gaming in the upper bracket final, who've come back from a game down against Asta to inflict their first series defeat on the Chinese team. They'll drop down to the lower bracket alongside Team Secret. Let's catch up now with our panel members, Purge and Blitz, once more here to break down the game and also just talk about the day in general, really. Blitz, where do you want to start? I mean, the Huskar is the standout, isn't it, from that game?
Yeah, for sure. I felt like today was just draft victories. Whoever outdrafted the other team felt like it was going to be... I mean, it was still hotly contested games. Like, the teams that I thought that outdrafted still put up really good fights. Like they said, Secret against the Huskar, that was one of the most impressive ways to lose. And I think Kevin said that too, even though the Monkey King had nothing to do mid. He had something like 9 CS in the first like 10 waves. He went out, made stuff happen on the map. He gave his team a fighting chance. Which is kind of reflection of how he's played in the past as well. It's like I'd seen him play another performance where he actually stomped his lane and then he bought a Midas and then he also roamed in a similar way. So it's like, it seems to be like something that mid-1 excels at. Like a typical mid player might have to say, well, I guess I just go jungle or something. But instead he just gets on the map and he basically starts playing support at level 4, which ended up giving them some space. It's just once they got to that point of the game where Huskar had like 3 survivability items deep and they hadn't been able to get Monkey King have like a real right-click damage item, which he just wasn't going to be able to get. They just couldn't win anymore.
Yep, and it's proof on the scoreboard right now. The 2 standouts, Rams is 15, 3 and 16 on the Ursa, and no one's Huskar 10, 3 and 15, almost unkillable towards the end of the game as well. Shout out for mid-1 as well, 14, 12 and 15 for him on his team. Also, there was a moment in the middle of that with Zai. Our commentary team felt like he'd made a bit of a mistake.
I think that was Zai being so next level that he realized that they were in danger and about to be jumped, and mid-1 could have pressed any of his buttons to leap away, but he just didn't. So Zai was like, leap,
go.
Boom, dead. Yeah. And then he's like, okay, well, too bad, man. Get better game sense, you know. That's what it looked like. It was kind of funny. But, I mean, VP as a whole, every single one of those guys played ridiculously good. Solo sniped Courier, had like 2 other kills at the start of the game, denies his allies so that they don't get first blood. Like, no one just super stomped his lane, and from every other moment in team fights and ganking and movements, he played fantastic. Ramses had crazy good KDA, was always the guy that was trying to start fights for their team because he was the best way to do it.
Yep.
The only person that maybe played a little weak was Pasha, but they really focused him a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Secret. I mean, when you look at the averages, Will, the average win time for a Huskar game is 33 minutes. That went 42. This is quite a lot about how Secret put up a decent fight, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure. And I think what extended that game so long, and I was talking to Kevin backstage about it, is that they were able to keep their mid tower alive for as long as they did. They just kept glyphing, tree healing, so it forced VP to just continuously go as 5, and it made it hard for them to just get broken because there's still a lot of team fight on the side of Secret. And so you probably wasted a good 5 or 6 minutes right there. And so Secret, I think, had a pretty good game plan around what they were up against. They're like, we'll take the mid tower early on, we'll try to save ours, but at some point it's hard, especially when you give up the Roshan. You're gonna get overran at some point.
Yeah, and that happened, didn't it, Kevin? I mean, I think they took 2-1, 2-2 mid, and then they took 2-1, 2-3, I think, maybe even top. I can't remember. They pushed on very hard. They suddenly realized it was almost like they woke up and went, objective, yeah, we need to do those at some point.
They just didn't. I mean, they were always putting pressure on. They just didn't always have the opportunity. It also helps when your Huskar gets more and more levels and more items, because with Armlet alone, and not a huge amount of points in inner vitality, or maybe not on your passive, like, you're just still a little vulnerable to magic damage. But when you get into those super late game scenarios where he's walking around with like almost 4k HP, he's not going to die to like Supernova and Veno ulti. It's going to do almost no damage, and when he gets low, he'll out heal it anyway. So, I mean, Secret still had the right plan. They were using their teamfight ultimate, focusing on the Enigma to guarantee there wasn't a black hole response, but at best they were able to kill maybe like one other core. They couldn't kill the Ursa and the Enigma and the Huskar in that teamfight ultimate without Monkey King being super farmed and maybe like a faster 25, and he was just never going to get that game.
I'm going to hear more from both of you in just a moment. That we do have a interview ready right now, so let's hear. Apparently not just quite yet. Let's do the MVP screen first. MVP screen on now is Pasha.
That's the one here I would not have given it.
Yes, I'm not entirely sure why. Will, have you picked this?
No.
This feels like a Will MVP pick, Kevin, doesn't it?
I mean, look,
he did this one good thing, therefore gets MVP. Isn't that what Will does?
Whoever picked it was remembering that beautiful black hole he had like 4 games ago against a different team. They're like, you know what? Let's give him a second. I know he already got one for that.
Hold on. I've got it. No, it's from day 1. Do you not remember when we said he got MVP in game 1 on day 1, and we said he just never gets MVP, and someone said he's played so well in this game that actually deserves another MVP later on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's what happened. Yeah. I mean, he did catch up well, and he had bad matchup advantages, like against a Pangolier. It's really tough in the early mid game, but once he gets enough tanky items, I mean, he was like the opening in a lot of those late game fights as well.
Okay, all right.
Wrong choice.
Can't please everyone. Now let's hear from Pasha, who is with Siraction Slacks after winning 2-1 against Secret.
Thanks a ton, Red Eye. Here with the man himself, 9 Pasha. An incredible game. Usually, I see you guys coming out of there very excited, very animated. Man, you look like you just did some work. How are you feeling?
It was a very hard games. All these games were very hard because these guys, you know, they just don't want to lose. They're making everything to win. Mid player becoming roaming, offlaner becoming carry, and etc. They're making everything to play, to play good, and that's why it was very hard.
Yeah, they really gave you guys a run for your money. A lot of comebacks. That game too. I thought you guys had it, but what happened in that one?
It was impossible to play. the bug with PL and Terrorblade, it's impossible to play. I got 2 times. I'm skewering somewhere. I'm making dagger somewhere, and I got a freeze picture for 3 seconds, and I'm just, guys. See you later. Good luck. It was very hard. They have a very strong pick, and we need items. We need a good position. We need a good fight, and it was really hard versus them. And they played really good.
Yeah, got to see some changes to those illusions, man. We need better stuff. Ice Frog, get on it. All right, now let's get down to the nitty gritty here. I call that one the Mercedes match from you. Those black holes, baby. They were amazing. They were perfect. Tell me, as an Enigma player, Magnus guy, what's that moment? How do you know when it's time to go in? And what's the #1 reason you're like, time to black hole?
It's always hard to understand. You see always in enemy team something that can break it through BKB, that is something that is canceling dagger, and etc. You just need to find this moment. It's always very hard, especially in competitive games versus professional players. But sometimes you can do it, sometimes not. It's a moment. It's a game of the moment.
All right. Well, we saw many of those magical moments in that match. Thank you so much. Incredible game, sir. Can't wait to see more from VP and more from our man here. Back to you guys on the panel.
Thank you very much. It's good play from Virtus.Pro. Well done to them. They've advanced on and guaranteed themselves a top 3 spot. They won't be happy with that, of course. They're going for their 4th win at ESL 1 in 12 months. They're also the defending champions. They also won the MVP by Mercedes-Benz last year as well, and also won 3 Mercedes-Benz over the last 4 ESL 1s. And you can help them do it again, or maybe vote for someone else. I don't know. Whatever you want to do, go and do so now. The MVP is now open. Right then, gents. We should wrap up, I guess, on the day. It's been a bit of a fun day. We'll show the brackets, obviously, and show you exactly where we are at home. But I guess no surprises from these 2 semi-finals. Or did you, Will, think that Aster might give Vici a harder game and go through?
I thought Aster was going to do it.
Did you?
Yeah, I thought they were surging.
Purely based on the form you've seen in that group?
Yeah, I felt like they were pretty dominant. The last game that they lost, they had secured the group already, so what did it really matter to them? And for them to drop out, or drop a series to Vici, I don't know if that's the worst thing in the world, considering how good Vici Gaming have looked. I mean, we saw how hotly contested the Secret series was between VP. It was similar to how when Vici played against Secret. I think the top 4 is just a bunch of coin flips at this point.
Well, what's crazy about that last series is that Aster had the almost exact draft game 2 and 3. The only difference was they had an Invoker and a Pugna the other game. And Vici had 2 completely different drafts with completely different heroes both games. And they won the final game in like 25 minutes. So it's like Aster was like, we got our draft, guys. And then they played completely different heroes, and then Vici crushed it. So probably fun replays to watch.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, if you haven't already seen them, go and grab them. That is it as far as day number 3 is concerned. Group stage completed earlier on today. We've also played 2 of the upper bracket semi-finals. Tomorrow, of course, here in the arena, in the Barclaycard Arena, players will be playing for your pleasure on the stage. However, we have one more thing for you as well. The Play Faster moment by Vodafone. Let's check it out and show you what we've had today. Split-second timings, instant kills. What will it be? It will be Misery for Pain Gaming versus Secret. Gents, what do you make of this?
Oh, this was such a nice setup.
He was getting so many kills this whole game with all these stun setups.
It's like the timing that, just from the fog, they had the ward placed there too.
So good, wasn't it?
Yeah. They also knew he was going to be farming really low HP. Misery just did a really good job of that. He didn't even have ulti for that.
Yeah, he had to arc all the way around, make sure the Morphling didn't see him. If he sees him, he presses Morph, stays alive, so really quick thinking. And I mean, that was one of like 6 really good kills that he got throughout that game.
Yeah, could have picked any of those out indeed. Quick final thoughts then from you two on the group stage as we wrap up on things and we look forward to the last 3 days, and obviously inside the arena. Crowd here tomorrow. It's going to be fun. We saw how it was last year, and if it's anything to go by, it's going to be fantastically magical for us this year. We're going to be right in the middle of that as well. So, what have you enjoyed over the last 3 days? What are you looking forward to over the next 3, Kevin?
Just seeing meta development. I mean, it's a lot of small changes since TI, but we're still seeing some good hero variety, and nothing's too solidified yet, but we are condensing, so excited to see where it settles.
Okay, well,
I think for me is VP seem to always show up at ESLs because they want, I think, all 5 members of their team to win a car. I think that'd be pretty cool to do too. This is the one where I think they look by far the most contested. That Secret Series was by no means a blowout by them, even though I felt like they had good.
Will.
Yeah,
exactly. As good a defeat as you could have.
It's like, and now you're prepared for the Huskar.
Absolutely.
All the teams are. Like,
yeah,
Secret kind of tanked it. They were like, guys, watch what happened to us. Yeah. Don't let that happen to you. We can prevent this from happening.
Yeah, the extra life coming in very handy for them as well. Let's show you the schedule then for day number 4 here at ESL 1 Hamburg. It'll start off like this: Complexity versus Evil Geniuses, North American derby to kick things off inside the arena. We'll also have Forward Gaming against Pain Gaming, both those 2 games in the lower bracket, and we'll have Secret versus that terrible team, TBD. They're always in every tournament. They get so far, all the way to never win it though. Never seen them win a single tournament. Terrible. Bad jokes all round. That's how we'll end the day, I think. And we'll leave you with far better moments than I could possibly leave you with, courtesy of our friends at DHL. We'll see you tomorrow for day number 4.
The App Store. I remember when this guy first started out, he was on that team that we met at MLG.
Oh my goodness! So the blink coming in for the axe, he's going to have to juke out the blink call, and it's not going to happen. Maybe a taunt as well, just to get the extra damage. That might just get on the next hero, HFN. Immediately jumped on by mid one so fast. they're going to be able to get another core kill.
Come and fly away with me. Come and fly away with me. Come and fly away with me. Don't you be afraid, everything will change you and jump it off the edge. These the dreamers never die. So come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. We're rising, we're falling, we're making moves. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. Somewhere by the emerald sea, where the moon and water meet. Somewhere close to harmony, when the world is sound asleep. Something's gonna bring the change, journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. Don't you be afraid, everything will change you and then jump it off the edge. There's the dreamers never die. So come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. We're rising,
Intel technology powers the best of esports, and the best demand a superior level of performance. So we're introducing the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processors, designed for the world's best gamers. In celebration with our community, we're hosting the 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor Dream Stakes. We want to bring you inside our world of esports for once-in-a-lifetime experience that only Intel can provide. Enter for a chance to win a trip to one of 9 world-class events across 3 sweepstakes. We're taking the winner and a guest behind the scenes for a one-of-a-kind VIP treatment. Winners will also get the latest 9th Gen Intel Core i9 processor and walk away with exclusive swag. Enter for your chance to win starting November 5th, 2018. Visit corei9.intel.com to sign up for more information.
Remember where it started. Your first experiences. Remember where you came from. The journey you traveled. The journey you love. Remember where it started. And imagine where it will go. Rise on. Red Bull gives you wings.
Because it's forever. Because it's juicy. Because it's fresh. Because it's 2 patties of 100% premium beef, legendary special sauce, crisp lettuce in a toasted sesame seed bun. It's the Big Mac.
Bitburger 0.0. Select your favorite. Containing vitamins, isotonic, and with unbeatable freshness. Bitburger 0.0, always a bit more refreshed.